Flying Flame was a lonely pseudo-dragon. It didn't know who its father was. Its mother died during a conflict a long time ago. It was adopted by a tribe of 2-foot dragons, but it was never being looked after like those who had their own parents. Since it never had its own parents, it was never given a name. The other 2-foot dragons called it the Little One, which was a nickname that it absolutely disdained. Things were different now. Its name was now Flying Flame. Abel checked Flying Flame's wound a little more. The soul potion wasn't exactly medicine. It was more like a stimulus for the body to grow faster than normal. Right now, most of Flying Flame's wounds were recovered. Even its broken wings was starting to gain strength again. He didn't feel confident to fly, though. Abel looked towards the sky. It had only been a few hours since he left Team Lawland. He came over here by flying on top of White Cloud. It wouldn't take a day for him to get back. "Protect me, Flying Flame," Abel commanded through his soul chain. Flying Flame couldn't fly now, but it sure could do a good job to keep the spiritual beasts away. Abel could place his trust in it. After all, it was happy to fulfill the task that was requested from its master. Abel first set up an intermediate defense circle. It was meant to protect both Flying Flame and White Cloud. When he was done setting it up, he surrounded himself and Black Wind with a seclusion circle. If anything dared to come inside the intermediate defense circle, it would be killed instantly by Flying Flame's deadly flames. Abel then began to open up his tome of Town Portal. It had been 8 days since he went inside the Dark World. That's the equivalent of staying 5 months inside there. When he went inside the rogue's encampment, he felt like it's been the same as always. It was quiet and there was nothing around him. "Master," an excited voice came from his druid spirit. It's almost as if the voice had been waiting for him for a very long time. Abel kept searching for the source of this voice, and to his surprise, it was an oak tree that was trying to communicate to him. It was the super big oak tree he planted when he first became a druid. Abel was a soul speaker, yes, but he never expected a tree to be capable of sending its thought to him. Anyways, whether he did it on purpose or not, the oak tree's soul was connected to his druid spirit. It was doing so through a spiritual contract. When Abel's conscience went inside his druid spirit, he felt like he was the tree that tried to contact him. He was seeing things from the tree's viewpoint, and oddly enough, he could see countless blue howling rabbits in front of him. There were about 10,000 of these little things hopping around. The blue howling rabbits was surrounding the giant oak tree. They were actually worshipping it. Apart from the time they searched for grass to eat, they spent most of their time playing next to the tree. That's when the vision ended. Abel knew that the oak tree was trying to tell him. It was trying to tell him that it had followed his orders. It was taking care of these blue hollowing rabbits. Abel was kind of shocked about the image he just saw. It had only been a little more than 5 months. How were there so many blue howling rabbits? It should take 2 months for a bunny to mature into adulthood. If one rabbit could give birth to about a dozen bunnies, the most they can breed in 5 months would only be up to 3 generations. The numbers simply didn't add up. Abel was impressed and scared at the same time. If what he saw was real, he would have created himself an unlimited source of crystal core. That and an unlimited source of the most popular delicacies in the Double Moon Forest. Black Wind was very fast. Abel took no time to get under the super oak tree. When he was there, he saw that the branches were becoming much bigger and firmer than when he last saw them. There were bunches of blue howling rabbits surrounding the tree. They weren't scared of him at all. Instead, they just kept playing around like when he possessed the super oak tree. Abel went to touch the oak tree by its bark. At this point, it was very easy for his druid spirit to communicate with it. As his hand laid on the bark, he could feel that the branches were tingling to welcome his arrival. Trees were supposed to be inanimate, so that's about the most reaction that it could show. After receiving the order from Abel, the super oak tree had spent all its time attracting the blue howling rabbits to come towards it. When they did, it would guide their livelihood in the exact same ways as the druids would. Since the blood moor was full of mana and grass, the rabbits actually matured a month earlier than they should. To make sure that blue howling rabbits could get enough exercise to be ready to breed, the super oak tree would design an exercise routine for them to follow. The routine was just the same as what Abel was looking at. It might look like they were just playing with each other, but they were actually trying to mature their bodies as quickly as possible. Speaking of which, since it's already been 5 months, Abel thought that some of the rabbits would have already died from natural causes. When he asked the super oak tree this, the trunk of the tree started opening up. Inside the trunk were many pieces of crystal core. They were about 100 of them, and they were all neatly lined up together. From what the super oak tree was saying, all the dead blue howling rabbits would die next to it. When they did, it would drag their dead bodies to the underground with its roots. After that, it would pick up their crystal cores and place them next to its heart. It couldn't provide the energy to let these crystal cores keep growing, but it could preserve them for a very long time. Now that was an unexpected surprise. Abel did tell the super oak tree to take care of these blue howling rabbits, but he's never told it to grow crystal cores from its trunk. Apparently, the super oak tree was reading Abel's mind when he was celebrating for having harvested a few pieces of crystal cores. It had thought that the joy Abel was experiencing was a part of the command. Very well, that's a total of 132 crystal cores. It's the first time Abel saw this many crystal cores in front of him. Make no mistake, this was a wonderful experience to say the least, but there was simply a small problem that he had to deal with. There were simply too many crystal cores for Abel to collect. He couldn't contain all of them with his personal storage box. What he could do, though, was to synthesize the crystal cores to reduce their numbers. That was definitely going to save up a lot of space. When Abel did his research on rune patterns before, he always wanted to try using crystal core pieces to create new runes. Now that he had enough materials to do so, there was nothing that was stopping him. And in they went. When 3 pieces of the silver crystal cores were placed inside the Horadric cube, a blue crystal core was produced. Then, when 3 pieces of the synthesized blue pieces were combined, 1 golden crystal core piece would be produced. Then, for 3 pieces of golden crystal cores, a dark golden crystal core would be produced. That's a total of 27 ordinary crystal cores for 1 piece of dark golden crystal core. When Abel held the dark golden piece, he could feel that it was similar to his Tal rune pattern. For the sake of comparison, he took out the Tal rune pattern from his portal bag. And just like he thought, whether it was its appearance or the energy that was flowing through its internal structure, the Tal rune pattern was identical to the dark gold crystal core that he was holding. After spending a total of 81 ordinary crystal cores, Abel got himself 3 dark golden crystal core pieces. If these 3 pieces could be combined again, he might just have the material he needed to produce an advanced level rune pattern. Abel wasn't sure what would happen, so he decided to place the 3 dark golden crystal core pieces into the Horadric cube first. When he did, though, the synthesize button became gray. This meant that he couldn't combine the pieces into a better piece. He would have to look for other ways to find himself the materials to create an advanced level rune. While Abel had never used an advanced level rune for his research, he did have his fair share of experience when he was back at the Holy Continent. Any runes that were above 10 would require advanced level ingredients. He knew that much. In other words, runes from 11 were supposed to be synthesized with lower level runes. He would leave the runes for some other time. Abel felt that he was being too hasty about it. Right now, he should be focusing on how to save up his crystal cores. After upgrading all the pieces into dark gold quality, he decided to put them all inside his Kong spiritual beast bag. He didn't want to waste the space in his personal storage box. That's 132 crystal cores pieces into 4 dark golden pieces. Because of how small the blue howling rabbit's crystal core pieces were, he could easily train himself with any number of blue quality pieces he'd like. Obviously, it was for the best if he was using dark gold pieces every single time. But his body was simply not sturdy enough yet. The Bloodmoor was a perfect breeding ground for the blue howling rabbits. It was warm. There were no natural predators to be afraid of. The rabbits could breed with nothing to stop them. They couldn't move to the cold plain since it was too cold there, so they would pretty much stay in Bloodmoor until the end of time. So the super oak tree, the blue howling rabbits, and Bloodmoor. Together, they were much the same as an automatic factory for producing crystal cores. Not only could this ecosystem produce an unlimited number of crystal cores, the more rabbits there were, the faster the production rate would exponentially and infinitely grow. Apart from the 4 dark golden pieces in Abel's hand, there were 8 other blue pieces that he reserved. It was meant for his meditation session. Other than those, he's also got a few crystal cores from the intermediate spiritual beasts he countered. Instead of using those on himself, he was planning to create more magic staffs with them. Magic staffs had a daily usage limit, so he was planning to make a bunch of them to store inside his portal bracelet. Again, there were two ways of making a magic staff. One was to use the soul of a spiritual beast. The other was to use the crystal cores of a spiritual beast. So far, Abel's really liked the later option. It was a lot easier to make magic staff if you were not trying to collect the soul of a spiritual beast. Soul collecting was a spell that only a few wizards could master. Besides, even if the souls were successfully collected, it would take multiple tries to successfully make a magic staff from them. Using crystal cores was a lot easier in comparison. The only requirement was to solidify the core in at least 2 hours after it was collected. Right now, Abel's had the crystals of the ghost-faced tarantula and the blackrock python in his personal storage box. Since the personal storage box was stopping the time flow of everything that was in it, he didn't have to worry about the 2-hour limit. Suddenly, his druid spirit started tingling inside his mind. It was time for his daily meditation session. He couldn't afford to miss even just one session. Wizards had to meditate once a day. That's once every 24 hours. For every hour that's delayed, he would have to waste more time to resume his training. Time was precious, no matter how fast time flowed in the dimension that he was in. While sitting underneath the super oak tree, Abel set up his magic circle and had one blue piece in each of his hands. He then placed an intermediate gemstone in the center of his magic circle. When he thought about it, it had been a few days since he last meditated in the dark world. When Abel commenced his meditation session, he started to realize that something was different. The crystal cores he was holding were injecting mana directly into his brain. They were targeting where the level 3 novice wizard rune pattern was. The mana was pure, absolutely pure. Only the Horadric cube could produce something this pure. It wasn't the first time Abel trained with crystal cores. Yet, it was the first time that mana he injected into himself were purer than his own mana. This was fast, Abel exclaimed. It only took a few minutes to charge up his level 3 novice wizard rune pattern. It didn't stop there, though. When the level 3 rune patterns were drawn, the crystal cores started drawing level 4 novice wizard runes. He was still a novice wizard, yes, but as of now, he was already a master in terms of his understanding of magic runes. And there, his very first level 4 novice wizard rune pattern. He was a level 4 wizard now. Still, that wasn't the end of it. Abel was holding 2 pieces of crystal cores after all. The level 4 rune pattern was started to be filled up. Instead of being completely filled up, though, the meditation session was coming to its end. It had already been an hour. Wizards couldn't extend their meditation sessions. They had to follow a very strict training schedule. After Abel woke up from his meditation session, he realized that the mana around him was extending outward. He didn't like having mana leaking out of him. Luckily, since he had his transformation necklace, he could just switch into another mode to stop the mana from leaving his body. Abel finally became a level 4 novice wizard. That just reminded him of Carlos. He was now the same level as him. If Camille was still in the same rank as when he last saw her, he would have been in a higher rank than her now. When Abel was looking at the mana that was stored in his level 4 novice wizard rune pattern, he realized that it would only take one meditation session to fill up 1/10 of its total capacity. In other words, he would only need 10 days to rank up to the next stage. He just needed about 10 more blue crystal cores. Abel didn't feel like going back to the Holy Continent now. He wanted to stay for at least 10 more days inside the Dark World. He could return after he became a level 5 wizard. 10 days here was the equivalent of half a day in the Holy Continent. He told Carrie that he'd come back within a day, though he still had a lot of time on his hands. Still, he didn't have enough blue quality pieces right now. If the dead rabbits weren't enough to make up for the amount that he needed, he was willing to kill a fraction of the rabbits that were fully grown. With that in mind, he immediately connected his power of the will to the super oak tree. He told it exactly what he was thinking. He wanted more crystal core pieces, and he wanted a few roast rabbits to eat. He really liked the taste of the rabbit meat he had on that banquet the other day. Obviously, he was going to leave most of the job to the tree. Even if he wanted to take care of breeding the rabbits, there was no way that he could do a better job than it. After killing Prince Adolf, Abel took all the items he looted into his personal storage box. Since Prince Adolf was such an important figure, he didn't dare to have a good look at them when he was inside the double moon forest. These items might have a tracker on them, so there may be a chance that someone could figure out his whereabouts. Abel knew how frightening Grand Duke Edwina could be. From that alone, he could tell how strong Grand Duke Francisco must be. To be honest, even Wizard Cliff couldn't be compared to those two right here. Just to be safe, Abel did hide away Arvid's corpse at the time. He wasn't sure if this was going to slow down those who were trying to find him, but if anyone was trying to look for Arvid, it would most likely take them forever to do it. When Abel was trying to sort out Arvid's corpse, he did take his time to examine the items he had. The man had a lot of small objects that were hidden on him. There was a dagger, a pair of knuckle braces, some poison darts, a bottle of poison, poison needles, thin lines, some lockpicking tools, and many, many other tools that were capable of killing a person. It's a shame that it was a spiritual guardian knight that killed him. If it was a human, maybe he could have done something with all this stuff that he was carrying. As Abel laid out the objects on the ground, he realized that something went missing. He just threw a hoodie on the ground, but that hoodie was now gone. He couldn't see the hoodie with his eyes, but by scanning with his power of the will, he could sense that it was still there. When it was on the grass, its colors changed to form a camouflage, but when he picked it up, its invisibility ability was gone. The hoodie was gray when its ability was not activated. Abel thought that it was a magic item, but he rejected the thought very quickly. There was not a single trace of mana to be sensed from it. There weren't any rune patterns to be seen on it either. With a closer look, he could see that the hoodie was made of thin, gray threads. These threads were moving microscopically. It was like the hoodie was a living being. When Abel placed it back to the ground, it blended into the grass once more. After a few more testings, he discerned that the invisibility ability was created by camouflage, kind of like when an octopus was trying to hide from its predators. This hoodie was a mystical item that was made for assassins. Abel did hear about mystical items before. He didn't know much about it, but apparently it was a naturally created item that had some sort of special ability to it. In fact, one of his carving blades was also a mystical item. He didn't expect Arvid to have something this precious on him. After putting the invisibility hoodie into his portal bracelet, he decided that nothing else was worth collecting. Arvid's magic gold card had 33,000 gold coins in it, but it wasn't like that money could be withdrawn. To get rid of everything that he didn't want, he threw Arvid's corpse and the items on him towards the super oak tree. Once he did, the super oak tree took everything away with one of its roots. All the unwanted evidence was now taken away. Now then, it was time to sort out Prince Adolf's items. Technically, Abel did strip Adolf off when he killed him. All he left on him were his underpants because everything else that he had on himself was probably something valuable. He was a prince, after all. Abel didn't have the time to look when he killed Adolf. He just took everything away and placed them into his personal storage box. From what he could see now, there was a coat, a pair of shoes, a portal bag, a necklace, a headband, a belt, and a few signs that were hung on the belt. The coat was sewn with multiple images of different animals. It was a leather piece, and from studying elven culture for a very long time, Abel could tell that it was a traditional costume made for hunting. It's supposed to be a set with a pair of shoes. If he sold it to elves, he could probably buy anything with the money he would get. It's a shame. This coat was now evidence of the murder he committed. After throwing it away, Abel moved on to the headband. The headband was made with mithril. It didn't have any special function to it, but its weight said a lot about its worth. There were a lot of carvings on it, too. The carvings were actually thinner than hair. Just by holding the headband, he could feel the wave of mana that was being sent out. Still, when he scanned it with his power of the will, he couldn't find any description for this item. He was educated by the human nobles, and not by the elven nobles. If he was properly educated on elven culture, he could probably figure out the origin of this piece. Or he could know more about this headband by wearing it himself. When he placed it on his head, a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body. His brain especially. His thoughts were starting to become a lot clearer. Abel tried to interact with the headband using his own mana, but there wasn't any reaction. How could it be? Was this headband a magical piece designed to relieve stress? That couldn't be it. There must be more that it could do. Without giving up his search, Abel tried to look into the headband using his power of the will. Unlike when he was putting it on his head, the response that occurred was completely different. It's like the vision he saw with his power of the will just became many times larger. This was a magical item that could expand his power of will. Right now, Abel's power of the will point was 70. With this headband, his range would be extended to a total of 140 meters. That was excellent news for him. Apart from having a big enough mana capacity, the second most important thing for a wizard was to have a strong enough power of the will. What did it mean to have a total range of 140 meters with your power of the will? Take Abel's telekinesis spell, for example. Before, he could move objects and knock out enemies within a 70-meter radius. Now, that range was doubled. More importantly, once Abel became an intermediate wizard, or if he got himself a magic staff with the instantaneous movement spell, his range of casting would be 140 meters. The number would double, no matter what his total POW point was. His teacher, Wizard Morton, could perform instantaneous movement at a range of only 100 meters in radius. For wizards, it was the best defensive move they could pull off. The further you can move in an instance, the safer your life would be in a fight. Abel wanted to wear this headband wherever he went. He really did, but the decorations on it clearly showed that it belonged to the elves. If he was wearing it in front of everyone he saw, it'd be the same as confessing to having murdered Prince Adolf. But it had such a broken ability. Abel was starting to feel sad because he couldn't get to use this headband. He tried to scan it with his POW a few more times. To his satisfaction, the headband wasn't labeled with anybody's name. It also didn't have any trackers or anything that would prove that it was owned by someone else. Here's what Abel could do. He could have this headband as a part of the same set as his invisibility hoodie. If he was using his invisibility hoodie, no one would be able to see him anyways. And since he would be wearing the headband underneath his invisibility hoodie, the chance was that no one would really realize it. After taking out his invisibility hoodie, Abel used his craftsman's skill to staple the headband to it. This way, whenever he was wearing the hoodie, the headband would be automatically worn on top of his head. And if he was wearing the hoodie would become invisible after blending with his clothes. It was a surefire way to hide any items that he could have on him. Abel decided to move onto Prince Adolf's necklace. It was a violet gold piece with a blue gemstone in it. When he scanned it with his power of the will, he could tell that it was an extraordinary magical item. The person who made this was pretty thoughtful. By scanning it with his power of the will, Abel could tell that a bunch of messages that were written on it, including the name of its creator, the instructions for how to use it, and some things to be cautious of when using it. The name of this piece was the Ice Dragon's Protection Necklace. Its ability was passive, which was both extremely rare and precious. No activation was needed to use it. It would switch itself up automatically once certain conditions had been reached. In other words, it could protect its wielder's life even when, say, he was asleep or something. For the Ice Dragon's Protection Necklace to be activated, one of the two conditions had to be reached. Either the velocity or pressure that its wielder was experiencing would become detrimental to his safety when there was a drop in the health point of that wielder. Apart from the powerful protection barrier that it could create, it could also unleash an ice element counterattack that would freeze whoever the wielder was attacked by. Obviously, something this powerful had a certain limit to it. The Ice Dragon's Protection Necklace could only be used 3 times a day. Still, that was more than enough to handle most situations Abel might encounter. Abel was thinking back to when he killed Prince Adolf. When he jabbed his Jade Tandu into Adolf's body, he remembered that that was a protective barrier that was blocking his blade. It was probably this necklace that did that. If the Jade Tandu was not poisoned, Prince Adolf might be given a chance to unleash a counterattack at him. More luckily for Abel, the Jade Tandu had a freeze immunity attribute to it. If it didn't, he might just be dead right now. The necklace's barrier could, technically, freeze him without giving him any chance to make an escape. After scanning the Ice Dragon's Protection Necklace for a few more times, Abel was certain that it was safe to wear it on himself. Just to be safe, he decided to wear it underneath all the clothes that he was wearing, just where it was touching his skin. It was meant to be a life-saving tool, something that he mustn't let his enemies know about. He didn't have to worry about what happened after it was activated, though. Most people wouldn't know what an Ice Dragon's Protection Necklace was anyways. As for the belt, it was an extremely luxurious piece with 3 unique gemstones branded on it. Abel was a master blacksmith, so he knew quite a lot about gemstones. It didn't take him more than a look to know what these stones were. The first stone was the dust-proof gemstone. It was meant to keep any dust or powder away from the wielder's body. It could be useful in a fight if the enemy was sprinkling poison powders around. The second stone was the Holy Light gemstone. It's not related to the Holy Light in any way, but it did share the same properties. And that was to keep any ghost or spiritual attack away. If a ghost tried to possess Abel, this stone could do a lot of damage to it the moment it went inside his body. There was the waterproof gemstone. From its name alone, it's easy to tell that it was meant to keep water away from its wielder. Those 3 gemstones were all very precious. They were actually very well rumored in the blacksmith industry. They were rare, and they were all very practical in advanced level combat. As for the belt, Abel couldn't sense any mana from it, but he could tell that there was a lot of historical value to it. Not that it mattered. After taking the 3 gemstones away, Abel decided that the belt was worth nothing to him. He's already found great use of the gemstones, though. When his body stopped growing, he would use all his efforts into making his own armor set, and maybe that's where those pieces would go. In fact, he didn't have to wait for his growth spurt to end. If he mastered the crafting techniques of the Dark World, he could start making the armor piece now. Unlike ordinary armors in the Dark World would adjust to its wielder's body size. He would make the armor into any size he wished, and it would still fit whatever body size he had. When Abel took the 3 gemstones for himself, he saw that there were a few sign cards on the belt. There were an identity card and a control card for a city-sized large defensive circle. There were also some other ones that he didn't know about. Since all these cards were labeled with the identity of their owner, he couldn't put them into his portal bag. Abel had no use of these sign cards. If anything, if he tried to do anything with them, whoever was going after him would know where he was. Finally, there was a portal bag. When he scanned its inside with his power of the will, he could see that it was at least 5 times larger than an ordinary portal bag. This was about as good as it could. Only the portal bracelet could be compared to a portal bag this top-notch. Inside this bag, there were 100 cards that were just like the magic gold card. They were all neatly lined up together. Each of the cards had a number on them. When Abel took out one of them, he could see that there were 1 million gold coins inside. He also realized something else. This card was made of the exact same material as the magic gold card that he had. Abel had zero understanding of how the financial industry operated in the Holy Continent. Still, since there was so much money in this card, he decided to take the risk to transfer the money into his own card. He had 2 magic gold cards of his own, one for him as a human and one for him as an elf. After transferring most of his money into his elven one, there were now only 10,000 gold coins in his human one. When he connected the human card to the one he just picked up, there was now 1,010,000 gold coins in his original account. This card from Prince Adolf was the same as an anonymous password-free bank card. It was easy to know this because nothing was stopping Abel from taking all the amount away from it. Unlike genuine magic gold cards, there was no identify check or any sort of security measure. Everything could be done manually. It was the first time Abel saw something this worryingly convenient. In fact, these cards were meant for handling illegitimate trade deals that were done in Jochberg City. They were meant for the super VIP clients of the Continental Union of Trade, which was not something that Abel could have the knowledge of. If there were 1 million gold coins in one card alone, and there were about 100 cards inside this portal bag, there were 100 million. Abel wasn't exactly a money lover, but calculating this kind of number made his hair stand up for a bit. When he scanned the portal bag again, he realized that all the cards had the same number. It was 100 million in total. There was no doubt about that. Maybe that's why Grand Duke Francisco was so sure that it was Arvid who killed his son. Maybe Prince Adolf did, at some point, reveal this wealth to Arvid. If that was true, the old assassin would have all the motives he needed to commit the murder. Abel knew that that wasn't the case, but the story just seemed very convincing now. Instead of transferring more gold coins into his own account, Abel transferred the 1 million gold coins back into Prince Adolf's card. After that, he placed all the anonymous magic gold cards into his Kong spiritual beast bag. That's the only safe place he could think of right now. If he wanted to use all this money in the future, now was not the right time to do anything extra with it. Apart from these anonymous magic gold cards, there was also a dark green court dress. Just by its looks alone, Abel could tell that there was no way for him to wear it. This court dress was called the Wind Enchantment Court Dress, something that was very iconic to the elves. Not only could it enhance the effects of wind element spells, but it could also cast the Cyclone Protection spell to protect its wearer from harm. Druid spells were good in their own way, but they were much less practical and powerful than wizard spells. That being said, if Abel was going to strengthen himself with druid-type gears, he would prefer to be picky and choose something that's so good that it couldn't be replaced. The Wind Enchantment Court dress was not what he wanted in this regard. Also, it was a legendary elven item, something too famous to be used in the public. Legendary magical items weren't legendary just because of how good they were. They also had to have a long history. It could be that they were associated with some historical figures, fighters that were good enough to be remembered many generations later. This court dress was one such case. There was more to offer in its reputation than its practicality. Abel shook his head. Again, there was only one place for this court dress, and that was his Kong spiritual beast bag. It was also the same for the ancient bows and elven long sword he found. They were not as bad as weapons, but they simply weren't good enough for his future guests. It was for the best if they all went to his personal collection. Not all items were a disappointment, though. The scrolls were actually pretty useful. There were 5 volcano spell scrolls, 2 teleportation scrolls, and 15 other intermediate spell scrolls. Jochberg City was truly a place blessed with wealth. The more Abel looked into those scrolls, the more he became scared of what might happen if he failed to kill Adolf instantaneously. Luckily, he went for Adolf's vertebrae at the time. He decided to immobilize him at the start, which saved him from having to fight a very, potentially speaking, devastating battle. Abel thought that he was done with looking at all the items, but there was still a ring on the ground. After picking it up and quickly scanning it with his power of the will, he realized that it was actually a portal item. It's where Prince Adolf's summoned creatures were contained. Since their master died, they all died as well. The rings inside was much bigger than an ordinary portal bag. It was also comfortable for the summoned creatures to live in, so they had no need to hibernate while they were inside. This ring was an absolute treasure. Maybe Abel could have black wind inside it. It never liked the idea of hibernating before, so there wasn't a time that it agreed to be inside a portal beast's bag yet. Like the other items, Abel made sure that if he was wearing this ring, no one would know about it. It was pretty easy for him. All he needed to do was to add an outer shell to this ring. In fact, he already had this shell with him. It was made of light steel and had a rough appearance to it, which was very different from the elven-style ring that it was covering. Like the ice dragon's protection necklace, he decided to wear the ring at his chest so no one could see it. Abel wanted to spend more time admiring the wealth that Prince Adolf once owned, but he didn't have too much time spare. He got on Black Wind's back, rode to the rogue's encampment, went through the waypoint located there, and went back to the dark forest. For a few days after that, he spent most of his days slaying carvers during his days and meditating during the night. Abel went back to the rogue's encampment on the 3rd day. When he did, he got 60 more crystal core pieces from the super oak tree. He synthesized 20 blue quality pieces from that. He also got the meat of 20 more blue howling rabbits in his personal storage box. Soon it was his 7th day inside the dark forest. By this point, he's pretty much understood the circumstances of this place. Whether artificially or not, this place was basically shaped like a maze. There were also countless carvers that were trapped inside, and they would attack anyone whom they found. There were actually so many carvers, he felt like there was no limit to their numbers. Strangely enough, he couldn't send his crows to fly higher than the trees. He couldn't just figure out a way out from a bird's eye's view. There was no other option than to walk out of the place. Well, he could use the Tome of Town portal to get Flying Flame here. Then tell it to fly him out of this place, but that was probably not allowed either. There was a certain rule that he must abide by. Without overcoming this trial by his own wits and strengths, the dark forest was not going to let him leave. Since this place was technically a maze, there was probably a way to solve it as you would to a maze. One of the ways was to walk only left. Abel could keep walking towards the left, and if there was a dead end, he could always go back and change direction. This would work if the maze was not changing its own structure. If it did work, it would guarantee him a way out even if it would take a little too much time. So that's what Abel did. If there was a split path, he would only choose the route on the left. He would clear off whatever enemies he found, kept walking and walk back if there was a dead end. The whole thing took 2 days. After 2 days, he found his way out of the location. As soon as Abel walked out of the maze, he began to see a giant tree that was very old. The tree was so old that all the leaves on it were withered. It was still, nevertheless, a giant tree. It was like an old man, full of wrinkles on its surface. But its appearance demanded respect to whoever laid their eyes upon it. The tree of Aniphas. Abel didn't recognize the tree of Aniphas just by looking at it. He recognized it because as soon as he saw it, he also saw a dark golden, gorilla-sized Treehead Woodfist charging at him. There were also 4 bird-type advanced spiritual beasts around it. He was on top of Black Wind's back, so hopefully, he had enough speed to deal with their attacks. Treehead Woodfists were the most powerful creatures in the dark forest. Since their existence was meant to protect the tree of Aniphas, they had to attack Abel as soon as they saw him. To retaliate, Abel sent out 4 spiritual guardian knights and 5 spirit wolves to protect himself with. These summoned creatures didn't do well, though. With just 1 punch, the Treehead Woodfist managed to knock away one of the spiritual guardian knights. Luckily enough, the spiritual guardian knights were all wearing some sort of protective gear. The punch might have had a lot of impact, but it was nothing detrimental to them. When Abel tried to surround his enemies with the rest of his troops, the Treehead Woodfist went away to pursue the spiritual guardian knight that it punched. It was doing this at a speed that was invisible to the eyes. Abel was shocked, but he actually didn't have the opportunity to stop it from landing a second hit to that same spiritual guardian knight. It was using specialized speed enhancement, something that Black Wind used almost all the time. Abel knew what it was. Of course, he did. That being said, he also had an idea of how to deal with it. With a light tingle of his hands, a magical knight's long lance appeared in his hands. Then, after sending his command, Black Wind sprint at the same speed as the Treehead Woodfist. The Treehead Woodfist was trying to land a 3rd hit on the spiritual guardian knight. After hearing the sound of Black Wind piercing through the air, it chose to go into a defensive stance immediately. The spiritual guardian knight was saved from having to take a killer blow. Rower, the Treehead Woodfist screamed. Its giant, dark, golden body was flashing in white light. There was a certain power that was gathering from its body. Abel was in his knight's charging stance. He was focusing his golden combat kai at the tip of his lance. With so much force that he was carrying, he felt like he could pierce through even a mountain if it was in front of him. The Treehead Woodfist was focusing all its strength onto its fist. When Abel came closer, it collided its punch to the knight's lance that was charging at it. Boom! When a large explosion formed in the air, Abel and Black Wind was suddenly blocked from running forward. There was a giant that was in the way, and even if Black Wind wasn't taking any step back, it was forced to hold its ground against the overwhelming reaction force that was in front. The Treehead Woodfist was taking steps back. Abel had the Neph rune sign on his lance, which could shock any enemies that it came into contact with. The more the Treehead Woodfist stepped back, the deeper it would have to strike its feet into the ground. Abel took 2 seconds to contain the blood that was overflowing in his body. The reaction force he experienced was way too strong. He didn't expect the Treehead Woodfist to be this sturdy. If anything, he didn't expect anything alive to be able to punch at his magical knight's long lance. Scarily enough, the Treehead Woodfist was already recovering from the shock wave. With another scream, it leaped towards Abel with another one of its punches. It was too fast. All that could be seen was a white streak that was piercing through the air. The knights didn't have a lot of techniques to dodge the attacks that were coming at them. Abel had no choice but to hold tighter onto the crescent shield in his left hand. Still, he was fast enough to use a small trick. When the punch came at him, he held the shield at the 45-degree angle, so when the punch came at him, a lot of the impact went into another direction. Still, there was still enough power to send Abel and Black Wind 2 steps back. Abel was out of ideas for a few seconds. The Treehead Woodfist had all the physical advantages. It had size and speed. It's not a good idea to fight it in close range. Run, Black Wind! Abel screamed. He then made his magical knight's lance and crescent shield disappear. It was time to switch up his attack method, so he revealed a Blackfire magic staff in his hand. After hearing Abel's command, Black Wind began to draw its distance from the Treehead Woodfist. Of course, the Treehead Woodfist was not going to let them go. And there, a dark golden lightning chasing a black lightning. That's all there was to look at on this battlefield. Black Wind was smoothly sweeping through the forest, whereas the Treehead Woodfist followed like a violent tornado, crushing all the trees, rocks, and grass that were in its way, in the same way that Black Wind couldn't completely get rid of the Treehead Woodfist. The Treehead Woodfist couldn't really catch up with Black Wind. There was a little difference between the two speed. Abel had to do something, so he drew a rune pattern with his Blackfire magic staff. Inferno Flame, Abel whispered as he unleashed a streak of flame towards the Treehead Woodfist. The flame was dark red on its outer layer, with a bit of yellow in its center. If the Treehead Woodfist was just as flexible as Black Wind, it should be able to dodge this flame relatively easily. Abel figured that it couldn't. It was not naturally born to be fast. It's one thing to be buffed with a speed-enhancing technique, but it's another thing to have good control of the speed that you have. Abel just unleashed a level 12 Inferno Flame towards his back. The Treehead Woodfist was still running at him, so it had no way of dodging the heat. It tried decelerating, accelerating, changing directions, and taking sharp turns. It tried to do all of that, but the hunter became the hunted. It was Black Wind that's chasing it now, and it was much better at making a chase. The Inferno Flame was a spell that deals damage continuously. It could do 118 to 132 fire damage for every second that it hit its target. That's a lot, of course, but its mana cost was also extremely high. Since Abel couldn't cast the spell without the staff, he had to spend twice the mana when he was using the Blackfire staff. For a cost of 14 mana points a second, Abel could launch his most powerful attack spell at his worst enemies. Normally, the Inferno Flame would deal damage randomly between 118 to 132 points, but since the spell rune was synthesized from the Horadric Q, it could deal the maximum 132 points at every single second. Abel could hold on for at least 50 seconds with the amount of mana he had. After that, he would have no mana left in his body. As risky as that sounded, it was more than enough to burn all the life that was in the Treehead Woodfist's body. As the Treehead Woodfist slammed its body to the ground, a golden light came out of its body and flew into Abel's Horadric cube. A gray shadow also appeared out of it, and it was also flying into the Horadric cube. Abel watched as the Treehead Woodfist lay dead on the ground. He then changed the Blackfire staff in his hand into his magical knight's long lance. He tried to poke the dead body with it. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anything to loot. It made sense, though. Apes had no need to wear magic necklaces or armors. By this point, Abel's summoned creatures had already killed the 4 bird-type advanced-level beasts. Without the Treehead Woodfist to provide them with spell buff, they stood no chance against Abel's poisonous ivies, blinding crows, spiritual guardian knights, and spirit wolves. Abel shook his right hand to take out the reward he got from killing the Treehead Woodfist. He got a new bottle of the power potion, which he wasn't sure which of his companions he should give to. It'd be a waste if he gave it to Black Wind, since there was a chance that it might get the same ability that it already had. If he was giving the potion to the leader of his spiritual guardian knight squad, it wouldn't be of much use, either. The spiritual guardian knights used the spirit wolves as their mounts, and the spirit wolves were already so fast that there was no point in making them fast. It was for the best if he was buffing Fly Fire with it. Fly Fire was his strongest companion, so it's always good to try enhancing its basic attributes. He wasn't sure if the potion would buff its strength or its speed, but he couldn't go wrong either way. Black Wind was begging Abel with its eyes the entire time. Abel had to be smart with the resources he had, though, so he decided to put his power potion into his Kong spiritual beast bag. To comfort Black Wind, he decided to feed it 2 bottles of his soul potions. Abel decided that he might as well feed his other summoned creatures. Right now, he had a total of over 30 bottles of soul potions. It wasn't just Black Wind that he was giving a treat to. He decided to also buff his spiritual guardian knight. By buffing his spiritual guardian knight, Abel was also enhancing the level of his Resurrection of Skeleton spell. It wasn't like he could only do this with his soul potion. He could also make whole sets of armor for them, which would make them stronger than the spirit wolves in terms of both their offensive and defensive capabilities. Thus, he decided that all of his buffs would go to his spiritual guardian, Knights. From this point onward, he was going to make the spiritual guardian, Knights, his main summoned creatures. His Resurrection of Skeleton spell was already at level 7, and after giving the buff this time, the skeletons would certainly do a lot more for him in his future fights. Abel decided to give the spiritual guardian Knight Captain 5 bottles of soul potion. For every bottle he handed to it, the flame burning inside its eyes would grow brighter and bluer. The more menacing it looked, the more it could be of service to him in the future. The Resurrection of Skeleton spell was upgraded to level 9. With that, Abel could summon one more skeleton to fight for him. The stats were as such. Spell name: Resurrection of Skeletons Knight. Spell description: from a dead creature's corpse, summon a skeleton to fight for you. Mana cost 14. Skeleton count 5. Damage 2-4. Defense point 140. Total health point 84. Current skill level 9. Those damage points finally went up. Normally, if Abel wanted to deal any real damage with his skeletons, he would have to give them multiple buffs other than to rely on their own attack points. One of the most typical ways of doing that was with the Skeleton Command spell, but that was something that he hadn't learned yet. The way he strengthened his skeletons were quite simple. He had them riding on top of spirit wolves, which would turn them into spiritual guardian knights. When combined with the speed of the spirit wolves, low attack points tended to matter a lot less. And despite that the skeletons could deal a lot more damage now, it's always really good to have them work with the spirit wolves. To further increase the offensive abilities of the spiritual guardian knights, Abel decided to put his forging ability to its best use. He made whole sets of magic armor equipment for them, which was unimaginable even for living human knights. Then, as he faced towards the Treehead Woodfist, he started drawing his Resurrection of Skeletons rune pattern at it. The Treehead Woodfist's dead body started inflating, and after bursting like a popped balloon, a skeleton stood up from the shattered remains of what's left of it. Abel just got his 5th summoned skeleton. His next step was to combine it with a spirit wolf to create a new spiritual guardian knight. After proceeding to do that, he took out a special costume set from his Kong spiritual beast bag. When he was done helping the spiritual guardian knight to wear it, a new member was finally added to his summoned creature set. To make things better, this new spiritual guardian knight had no problem learning to ride a spiritual wolf. In fact, it was just as experienced with riding as the other ones. Maybe it had something to do with leveling the spell. When Abel walked towards the tree of Aniphus, he realized that he could sense a trace of life from it. As weak as it was, his druid spirit made it easy for him to detect traces of living beings. There was a chance that this very, very old tree of Aniphus was still alive. To make sure that that was the case, Abel placed his hand on its bark. He then went into his soul speaker's mode. Ugh! Who is this? An old shaky voice suddenly came out. When Abel went into his soul speaker's mode, he suddenly heard a long, weak sigh that was coming from inside the tree of Aniphus. When this voice spoke, he could sense a bit of fear from it, but he could also sense a glimpse of hope, as if it was anticipating somebody's arrival. I am. Abel stuttered as he tried to find the right words. He wasn't sure how he should introduce himself to this man. After all, he wasn't even sure how he got to this place to begin with. Well, which is it, outsider? Are you from heaven, or are you from the underworld? The old frail voice asked. When it mentioned the words heaven and underworld, Abel could sense the absolute hatred that it was conveying. Abel tried to be honest about it. I came from neither, good sir, if you'd allow me to call you that. I don't belong to heaven or hell. I came here by mistake, not by my own will. Now that I've answered your questions, can you tell me who you are? Instead of answering Abel's question, the voice just murmured to itself, That's right. You don't smell like you come from either places. You are not a challenger. You are not. Oh, Zai. The voice suddenly changed its tone. I am sorry. I haven't talked with another living being for a very, very long time. My name is, my name is. The air became silent for a while. The owner of the voice seemed to have forgotten its name. It took about 10 seconds for it to speak again. Cain, yes, my name is Cain. The voice called out as it finally remembered. You're Deckard Cain, Abel spoke out as soon as he heard. Yes, that's my name. Wait, how did you know that? Cain asked confusedly. Why, you are the most famous scholar in the entire world, good sir, Abel replied. as honest and open as he tried to be. There was something that he wasn't sure if he should ask about. There should be at least a millennium of time between now and when Cain lived. How was the old man living in the tree of Aniphas? What year is it, is our world still here? Cain asked. He was afraid to ask, but something was telling him that he had to. Abel tried to be as sensible as he could be. Honestly, I don't know how long it has been since the era that you were in. It could have been several thousand years. It could be 10 times that. I don't know, but during my search for the legendary practitioner's route, I have not found a single trace of a living being. Cain raised his voice with a strong hint of disappointment. Not a single trace, you say? Not in the rogue's encampment? Yes, Abel frowned for a bit. It's been a long time since any humans lived there. It's been completely abandoned. No, Cain called out in pain, my only reason to live is now gone. I have lived in this tree not because I wanted to, but because I needed to pass down our knowledge. Our civilization exists for our knowledge. Without anyone to inherit our knowledge, how can I keep living? Abel had too much respect for Cain to let him die in despair. Mr. Cain, I'm so sorry if you felt helpless from what I told you, but in truth, I have only done a small fraction of my search in this world. There are a lot of cities that I haven't visited yet. Maybe, and I'm not willing to guarantee this, but there could be some lives that are still around. Yes, that's it. Cain tried to not lose all hope. Our civilization won't end like this. There will always be more wood to keep the fire burning. Please help me find my kinsmen, won't you? If there's anyone that's still alive, bring them here to me. I'll wait for as long as I need to. Cain sounded a little coarse when he was speaking. It had to be a long time since he last spoke this much with someone. Abel said with certainty, it's a great honor, Mr. Cain. I will accept your request, and I swear to you, I will fulfill it to the best of my ability. Cain became silent after he sent his last message. Take away the scroll of Aniphas then. There is a sign card in it. You can use it to gain access to the stony field. I wish you a safe trip and a successful search. Abel woke up from his soul speaker's mode. It was very tiring for him to keep using his soul speaker's ability like this. To get rid of the exhaustion, he tapped on the self-recovery belt that he was wearing. A purple soul potion then disappeared from it and went towards his druid spirit. After feeling a lot better, Abel switched his conscience back to his main soul. When he did, the first thing he saw was a golden light that was flashing from the tree of Aniphas. A dark golden scroll was falling out of the tree. It's the scroll of Aniphas. When Abel picked it up and opened it, he saw that the content was a rune pattern. It was meant to be his way inside the stony field. After remembering this pattern, a dark golden light flashed out from the scroll that he was holding. The content of the scroll started changing, and after a few seconds, 2 potion recipes appeared in front of him. They were the recipes for the light healing potion and the light mana potion. They were both recipes that truly came from the dark world. As low-tiered as they were, they could be used to directly affect one's health and mana. Take the healing potions from the Holy Continent, for example. They were meant to repair the wounds that were inflicted. If there was a knife cut, they would repair the knife cut by sealing it up. That's not the case for a healing potion from the dark potion. In the dark world, healing potions worked by adding to the health points that were reduced. If 100 health points were lost because of injury, the potions simply added an extra 100 points to the person who had the injury. Those were 2 completely different concepts. The healing potions from the Holy Continent could treat wounds, but it's something else to make up for the life energy that was lost. People became weak after they became sick or harmed. They could be treated most of the time, but if the damage was serious, they had no choice but to rest for a long time. For the healing potions in the dark world, even internal, invisible wounds were treated. Permanent wounds became temporary, and temporary wounds were treated in a way that they weren't even there to begin with. Maybe Abel's level as a wizard was simply not high enough. For all the time that he spent in the Holy Continent, he had never heard of a spell potion that could instantaneously heal someone's wound. If this light mana potion found its way to the world that he lived, wizards would become a much more accessible class to most people. Abel was not the one for sharing, though. If he was leaked these 2 recipes out to the public, there wouldn't be much value in holding them. Besides, he had a lot of enemies to face. He wouldn't want to teach them how to be better at finding a way to kill him. When reading the 2 recipes, he could see that most of the ingredients were already available from his Kong spiritual beast bag. That being said, two of the materials could be found only in the dark world. Since Cain was a thoughtful man, he remembered to do sketch drawings of these materials, as well where they were supposed to grow at. Cain's goal was to prevent civilization from ending. If he wasn't specific enough in his instructions, the recipes he passed down wouldn't be useful enough. Since that was the case, he made sure he added enough annotations inside the scroll to make it easy to understand. It was just comprehensible enough for Abel. For a complete amateur on ingredients that were natural to the dark world, he had no idea where to begin if he had no one to help him. Let's see nerve plant and 4-clover flower. After searching through the notes, Abel realized that they could be found all over the rogue's encampment. They were both common plants, so it seemed. After picking the two plants in the dark forest, Abel decided that he must leave the dark world. He had to go back to the Holy Continent to catch up with Team Lawland. To do that, he needed to find the waypoint that's located at the entrance of the Black Marsh. Or he could walk all the way back to the entrance of the giant forest maze. Obviously, he wasn't going to do that. After calling back all his summoned creatures, he got on Black Wind's back and unleashed both his frozen armor and combat Kai armor. He then told Black Wind to go full speed towards the direction ahead of him. The ground was a little hard to see, but Black Wind had no problem sprinting in an area like this. In fact, it managed to run so fast that they went past the hell creatures that were on their way. Yes, that's none of the hell creatures were fast enough to detect, let alone stop them. After passing through the long, narrow stone path, Black Wind took about half a day to arrive at the Black Marsh. When they did, Abel saw a bunch of red, stinky crows that were flying in the sky. They were blood hawks, the stronger or evolved version of foul crows. To retaliate against the flesh-eating creatures, Abel called out all of his summoned creatures. It was better if he let his summoned creatures deal against a horde of hell creatures. He called out his 4 spiritual guardian knights, which, as soon as they saw the blood hawks that were in the air, readied themselves by taking out the hairy bow that they were equipped with. To make sure that the arrows did their job, Abel switched on the fire-strengthening mode of his spiritual guardian knight captain. He did so by giving it his Raven's Claw bow, which would add fire damage buffs and explosion effects to the arrows that were fired. Explosions were a must against a bunch of enemies that tend to maintain their distance. That being said, the Raven's Claw was a perfect tool against the Blood Hawks. While the spiritual guardian knights were busy shooting them down, Abel decided to start searching for the waypoint back home. Or, to be more accurate, he decided to let Black Wind and his poisonous ivy start searching. Black Wind had a sharp sense of smell, and the poisonous ivy could help by digging through the ground. It didn't take a lot of time for the Blood Hawks to be killed. After their souls were collected by the Horadric Cube, the poisonous ivy managed to find a giant stone tablet that was underneath the ground. Abel took out a large sword, which he used to dig at where the stone tablet was found. When he was several millimeters deep, he started feeling a solid rock with the tip of his blade. Then, once all the dirt and grass were wiped off, a waypoint was available for use. To make sure that no grass would cover over this waypoint, Abel ordered his poisonous ivy to spread poison around the area. After using a perfect gemstone to activate the waypoint, Abel used it to go back to the rogue's encampment. Once he was back, his druid spirit reminded him that it was time for his daily meditation session. It had been 10 days since he was in the dark world. If the calculations were correct, he should be a level 5 wizard soon. His level 4 novice wizard rune pattern was almost completely filled with mana. With a little more time, he was certain that he would make enough progress to reach the next stage. After setting up a magic circle, he began to sit at its center with one blue-quality gemstone in each one of his hands. He commenced the meditation session when mana-filled vapor surrounded his body. For the next 10 or something minutes, his level 4 novice wizard rune pattern kept on absorbing the mana that was pouring out. When it was too full to keep any more in, it began to flash out in white light. The 5th level apprentice wizard's rune was drawn. Pure mana and strong power of will would ensure the last rune was successfully drawn. An hour passed quickly. At that time, Abel finally understood why so many apprentice wizards stayed on 5th level for a long time. Having enough mana was not able for an apprentice wizard to become a formal wizard. They had to have a sufficient understanding of spells and an understanding of the wizard's rune. However, that he was a 5th level wizard, he was in the peak of apprentice wizards. As long as he spent enough time to accumulate mana, he was not far from becoming a formal wizard. Abel was different from other apprentice wizards. He had repeatedly taken soul-enhancing potion for getting insights, allowing him to reach the ultimate level of understanding of spells. He also had the same level of understanding of wizard runes, even better than the formal wizards, and due to the soul of druid, he had been able to understand the profession of a wizard from a comprehensive perspective. Physically, the commander's strength and golden combat Kai made his body stronger than wizards, so mana couldn't erode his body. These conditions gave him full of confidence that he could succeed when he hit a formal wizard. If this was not possible, then it was unknown what kind of good luck those who had successfully become wizards had. Abel put away the magic circle with joy. He called the black wind to open the portal and left rogue encampment. At this time, the sky in the double moon forest was dark, and the barrier circle was closed. Flying Flame was anxiously looking at its master. White Cloud was lying on the side quietly, and seemed to be accustomed to the master being come and go like a shadow. Abel took out the golden power potion and just held it in his hand. White Cloud and Flying Flame opened their eyes at the same time. Life's instinct told them that this bottle of potion could enhance their essence. White Cloud, this power potion is used for Flying Flame first. I will leave it for you next time. Abel comforted White Cloud softly. Flying Flame already seemed to know that this bottle of power potion was about to be given to him. Its body was moving closer to Abel, and its head was constantly shaking to show its mood at this moment. It was no longer proud of being a dragon. Flying Flame, you should have the pride of the dragon if you are a dragon. A bird looked at Flying Flame being like a puppy and patted it with a smile and cursed. Flying Flame couldn't care so much at this time, but opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of the meaning of asking its master to quickly pour power potion into its mouth. Abel didn't tease him much and poured the potion directly into its mouth. When the power potion entered Flying Flame's mouth, and soon a golden light emanated from its body, wrapping it up quickly. All Abel could do at this time was to pray that the power potion could be successful, and that it would absorb the satisfying power. The main abilities of Treehead Woodfist were particularly strong and extremely fast. But who can guarantee that Treehead Woodfist would have some other garbage ability that he did not know? He just hoped that Flying Flame's luck was better, no matter being super strong or extremely fast. Those were very capable. Particularly strong, plus 150% physical damage, plus 5% attack frequency, and gain 75% physical damage. If this attribute was used, Flying Flame's physical attack power would be increased several times. Extremely fast, plus 100% attack frequency, plus 100% action speed, plus 100% action speed, double the speed, and double the attack speed. If this attribute was selected, it would become the lightning in the sky. Just as Abel was thinking, Flying Flame's golden light slowly disappeared, and the power potion was absorbed by it. Flying Flame, what ability did you get? Abel asked anxiously through the soul chain. Speed, Flying Flame's language ability could not be perfected even in the soul chain, but the meaning was already obvious, and it had acquired the ability of being particularly fast. Looking at Flying Flame's pair of feet that are very short compared to his body, Abel knew that although he had acquired the ability to be particularly fast, on land, Flying Flame was afraid that he could not reach the speed of Black Wind, and could only display its ability in the air. Black Wind, come here. Abel activated the portal beast ring hanging on his chest, and a black hole appeared in front of him, and he issued an entry order to Black Wind. Black Wind looked at the black hole in front of him with a little doubt and looked at its master again. It seemed that it could not feel the danger. It gently touched the black hole with its claws. The claws just touched the hole, then it was sucked into the portal beast ring with a suction. Abel's power of the will penetrated into the portal beast ring, and found that Black Wind seems to like it very much. The portal beast ring was full of breath that allowed creatures to feel comfortable, and the space of hundreds of meters in length and width allowed Black Wind not to feel crowded. Visit website ourlistnovel.com. Abel could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Black Wind could enter the portal beast ring, which could carry around Black Wind at any time in many inconvenient actions. It was time to see White Cloud. It would be perfect if White Cloud could enter the portal beast ring. Abel activated it again. The black hole appeared in front of White Cloud. White Cloud seemed to know Abel's meaning, and it probed its head to the black hole, then White Cloud's huge figure disappeared. Abel quickly drew his power of the will into the portal beast ring again. White Cloud was already in it at this time, because its arrival made the original huge space no longer big enough, and half of the space was occupied by it. White Cloud looked around and lay down to rest casually. He showed no concern for all the threats, because he knew that he could escape anywhere at any time if he wanted to. From the human world to the dwarves, from the dwarves to the elves, maybe for most humans, there might not be a chance to reach any of the dwarves' or elves' world in their lives, but for Abel, he could go if he wanted to. He could also use White Cloud's stealth ability and super exploding ball to give his enemies a devastating strike. Abel collected the intermediate defense circle and came to Flying Flame's side. Flying Flame was a two-footed flying dragon. It was never heard of anyone taking a two-footed flying dragon as a flying ride, so there was no saddle on its back. With Abel's commander strength, without considering comfort, whether to ride with a saddle or not was the same for him. Abel jumped on Flying Flame's back. The narrow back just made him sit on it, but the thick scales made him very uncomfortable. "Flying Flame, let's fly," Abel said to Flying Flame through the soul chain. In order to let Flying Flame understand his verbal orders, he was afraid to give Flying Flame more soul-enhancing potion and strengthen its intelligence. Flying Flame was not clear about verbal orders, so Abel gave orders directly in the soul, through the soul chain. Flying Flame seemed very excited to carry its master on its body, kicking his feet on the ground. His body flew out like an arrow off the string, and Abel on its back felt that his body was being oppressed by strong inertia. If it was not for him using his combat kai to tightly adhere to Flying Flame's scales, he might fall down. And Flying Flame did not expect that its speed would increase that much, and it was not very adaptive in controlling the direction. But the dragon was the dragon. It quickly grasped this speed. It kept flapping its wings, and Abel found a strange thing on his back. At such a fast speed, Flying Flame could not feel any wind. Even on White Cloud's back, if there was not a shield, he would feel uncomfortable being blown by the wind. Abel soon discovered the reason there was no wind on Flying Flame's back was because Flying Flame had a strange power to break the air in front of him, no matter how fast it was. The air in front of it seemed to be automatically divided into two halves to let it pass through. Was this the reason why the dragon flew fast? Abel had seen the bitmap of the giant dragon. They had huge bodies and wings that weren't that big compared to their bodies. There was no streamlined aerodynamic design. The pair of wings could take the huge body away. The ground was a miracle, not to mention that huge body was still flying in the air. However, the intelligent life of any race knew one thing. That was the true flying overlord in the sky. The king of speed was the giant dragon. There was no reason why the giant dragon's speed was fast. Abel could roughly guess the mystery of the giant dragon's speed from pseudo-dragon, Flying Flame, that was. The giant dragon was instead of flying, but controlling the air, which helped it open the air barrier. Flying Flame seemed to have found a fun toy. It was constantly experimenting with various flying postures. It finally stopped when Abel patted its neck. Abel aimed the direction when he came and was preparing to ask Flying Flame to move in that direction. He suddenly thought of a problem that was. Although the dragon power of the pseudo-dragon was not as terrible as the giant dragon, but as long as Flying Flame roared could make the lesser druid and the summoned beast unable to stand, it could be known that how scary its dragon power was. If he just rode Flying Flame back to find the 5 elven baronesses of Team Lawland, then it was likely to bring the terrible dragon power to that area. Thinking about the result of the injured Flying Flame stayed by the lake. All soul beasts and beasts in the area had fled, causing a lot of trouble for Team Lawland. "Flying Flame, can you put away dragon power?" Abe asked through the soul chain. Yes, after Flying Flame replied, Abel felt that it seemed that his breath had changed. Although Abel was not afraid of dragon power, he could perceive it. Although Abel was sitting on Flying Flame's back, he couldn't feel it. "Flying Flame, very good," Abel boasted through the soul chain. Flying Flame was very pleased with its master's praise. It accelerated. When Abel looked down on its back, compared with that on White Cloud's back, Flying Flame's speed was several times faster than White Cloud. was only a short time before Abel had seen the encampment where he had left, and in the sky of the forest, the camp-fired camp surrounded by poisonous flowers and vines was obvious. He tapped on Flying Flame and let it land on the ground of the forest about 2 miles away from the encampment. Flying Flame could not be exposed. It was amazing to have the ability to accept a pseudo-dragon as a mount, but Abel could not let the elves know about it, so Flying Flame was put into the portal beast ring. Fortunately, there was a treasure sent by Prince Adolf so that he could bring all his mounts with him. Abel released Black Wind, and it sniffed the scent of the surroundings. It seemed to have smelled the smell of Team Lawland. Looking at the direction of Team Lawland encampment, Abel jumped on its back with a smile and patted it. "Let's go." Although it was night at this time, Black Wind had some night vision capabilities, and it was speeding through the forest in the dark, without Abel's direction. The smell of Team Lawland was the obvious coordinates. "Who is it?" As soon as they were approaching the encampment, the voice of Lady Carrie came over. "I'm back." Abel sat on Black Wind's back, looking at the poisonous flower vine blocking him. With such a close distance from the poisonous flower vine, if he had not been fighting for many days, he was already familiar with these poisonous flower vines. At this time, the poisonous flower vines might have already attacked him. At this moment, the two sides of the rattan wall made of poisonous flowers and vines was separated, and Lady Carrie rushed out in excitement. Abel had never seen Lady Carrie being so dysfunctional. "Bennett, welcome back," said Lady Carrie softly, calming herself. "Bennett, it's good to see you being fine." Lady Muriel also burst out of the encampment. Lady Jenny came next. She followed Lady Muriel and did not speak, but smiled and nodded to Abel. Her eyes were full of joy. "If you didn't come back, we wouldn't be able to stop Carrie," Lady Marian said with a smile as she came out of the encampment. "Bennett, you are still alive." A child's voice came over, and Lady Maury stepped out of the encampment at last, exclaiming in surprise. "Maury?" 4 other elven ladies, including Lady Carrie, looked back at Lady Maury. Their eyes were full of blame. "Did I say something wrong again?" Lady Maury shook her head unconsciously at this moment and asked hesitantly. After a surprise meeting, everyone returned to the encampment. Abel found that there was still a cup of fresh water by the campfire in the middle of the encampment. It seemed that both Carrie and members of the Lawland team had not slept. They were chatting on the side of the campfire. "Bennett, did you meet the dragon?" Lady Maury couldn't wait for any moment. She asked Abel anxiously when he entered the encampment. "Maury, don't talk nonsense. If Bennett really met a dragon, he won't be able to come back," said Lady Carrie, answering the question from Lady Maury. "Maury, I really saw a dragon. It was a pseudo-dragon. It was wounded and rested by the lake. When I arrived, it just left there." Abel said the words he had thought of. "What kind of dragon? I haven't seen it yet," Lady Maury asked with eyes wide open. Not only Lady Maury, Lady Carrie, and other elven ladies were also very interested in this issue. Although the Double Moon Forest of the elven tribe was located on the periphery of Dragon Abyss, there were not many elves who had actually seen the dragon. 5 young elves had never seen a dragon before. "Let Bennett sit down first," Lady Jenny reminded softly. "Yes, Bennett has been on the road for a day. He is very tired. Let him sit down and talk," said Lady Muriel, pulling a simple folding chair over Abel and saying. Abel sat on the folding chair with a smile, took the water glass that Lady Maury handed over, took a sip of water, and was preparing to think about how to describe Flying Flame, but saw Lady Maury's face was anxious. He couldn't help laughing. "That's a 2-foot flying dragon. It might be hurt somewhere." So it stayed in front of the lake. "What does that 2-foot flying dragon look like?" Lady Maury was very dissatisfied with Abel's description, and she reached out and gently wagged Abel's arm. "2-foot flying dragon." Abel said a long sound, feeling that the flick of Lady Maury's arm on his arm had turned into 2 fingers pinching the skin, and said, "Its body is almost as big as Black Wind. Its eyes are so big." Speaking of Abel's fist-sized gesture with his hand, he said, "It has a huge pair of flesh wings, flying up like lightning. I just saw it take off, and it soon disappeared, and I waited there for a while, making sure it wouldn't be back. Then I came back to the encampment." "Bennett, is there no other soul beast besides the 2-foot flying dragon?" asked Lady Carrie, aside. "Yes, not only the soul beasts ahead, all the beasts, the birds were gone. There were no other creatures in the whole area," Abel said certainty. Lady Carrie and Lady Jenny glanced at each other. They had determined that the chaos in the middle of Double Moon Forest was caused by a 2-foot flying dragon. The strength of the dragon could be seen from it, even if it was a pseudo-dragon. "Thank you, Bennett," said Lady Carrie, standing and bowing to Abel. "Carrie don't need to do this." Abel got up and returned the ceremony. This investigation was just a simple thing for him, and through this investigation, he also got a 2-foot flying dragon mount. Lady Carrie's gratitude made him a little embarrassed. "Let's set off tomorrow morning and rush to Lila Valley as soon as possible," Lady Carrie ordered the other members. "Can we have something to eat first? Since Bennett went to investigate, no one's thought about food," said Lady Maury in a weak voice. There was laughter in the encampment, and the campfire was brighter. When the sunrise came over the forest, Team Lawland had set off in the morning. "Speed up. With Bennett's investigation, there's no spirit beast in front of us. We can go at full speed." Lady Carrie knew that although the flying dragon had left, the breath of the pseudo-dragon would prevent the spirit beast from appearing in the area in front of them for a period of time, so she had to use this time to reach the Dalila Valley as soon as possible. The dire wolves had been going at max speed. None of them thought about saving their dire wolves' energy. They all drove the dire wolf in full strength to keep up. With Lady Carrie, only Black Wind seemed to follow the team very easily. At this time, Abel was sleepy but multitasking. The druid's sub-soul was watching around, while the main soul was thinking about the formula of light healing potion and light mana potion. It seemed that it would take some time to stay in the state of rushing the journey. Abel's power of will swept through the snake's self-recovery belt. A purple crystal bottle containing soul potion was empty. In the mind of his main soul, the brain started to crazily accelerate like the main chip of the overclocked computer. In his mind, a figure stood in front of the alchemy table, and materials appeared on the alchemy table. These were the materials of light healing potion. Each material was virtual, based on those in his Kong spirit portal bag. Alchemy in the Dark World was somewhat different from the Holy Continent. Alchemy in the Holy Continent relied on a large number of skills to quickly achieve the allocation of potions, and due to the use of skills, there would be abnormal changes. That was, a flash of aura would increase the level of the potion. The Dark World's refining was more like ordinary pharmaceutical processing. It paid more attention to the timing of the addition of various materials and the control of the fire. The flame was provided by the aroused of the power of the will of ordinary rubies. This technique was also the only special requirement in the Dark World's refining. It must be able to use the power of the will to refine potion. Special power of the will techniques could ignite the element of fire in ordinary rubies and transform them into flames. Because of the control of the power of the will, this type of flame was easier to control than ordinary flames. In Abel's mind, a virtual figure placed an ordinary ruby on the alchemy table, and a flame emanated from it. Pieces of material were put in order. Just after putting in several materials, he saw the flame. The alchemy bottle issued a black smoke, and the materials were completely damaged, and the refining failed. At this time, Abel's mind was overclocked, and ordinary feelings no longer existed. One failure did not cause any fluctuations in his brain. The virtual figure changed a set of materials to continue the next operation. The difficulty of refining medicine in the Dark World had been shown to Abel in the course of continuous experiments. This method, which seemed to be much simpler than refining potion in the Holy Continent, gave him a feeling of returning to nature. According to the development level of the Dark World, both the equipment and the level of runes were much stronger than the Holy Continent. From the effect of the corresponding finished pharmaceutical products, it could be seen that the level of refining medicine should also be much different. However, the refining technique of the Dark World did not have the refining skills of the Holy Continent. It only relied on the flame and the material to obtain the ideal potion. From the ending result, Abel thought that the Holy Continent might have taken the wrong way. The refining of the light healing potion was more difficult than Abel's imagination, and he had to take back the sub-soul on Druid to help him take back the power of the will from the outside to his mind. At this time, all of Abel's power of the will were involved in refining the drug. Failure, again and again. The temperature of the flame was too high, failed. The temperature of the flame was low, failed. He continuously failed. The overclocking brain was constantly summing up the reasons for the failure. It took 10 minutes to refine for one time. although it would be faster to compile in the mind. When a bottle of soul-enhancing potion was consumed, he did not successfully complete refining produces a finished product. Bottle of soul-enhancing potion was transferred from the Kong spirit portal bag to the snake's self-recovery belt, and then the bottle of soul-enhancing potion was drunk silently with the power of the will. The second bottle of soul-enhancing potion allowed Abel to successfully refine the light healing potion once, although due to slight differences in the refining process, making this bottle of light healing potion was not completely successful because it could only restore 10 points of health. According to a light healing potion, each bottle could restore 30 points of health. This virtual refining potion was a defective product, but the soul-enhancing potion formed an epiphany-like state after overclocking the brain, which was good at summarizing failures and reproducing successes. As long as it was successful for the first time in the virtual refining process, the next step was to analyze these processes again and continuously improve the refining completion without failure. Abel didn't stop. He had a strong power of the will and a commander's strong body. It was no longer the rookie who was weak after using the soul-enhancing potion several times. The third bottle of soul-enhancing potion entered the main soul. The refining process was a process of excellence. Every virtual refining would increase health from 10 points to 15 points to 20 points. At last, it reached 30 points. It finally became a truly qualified light healing potion. Success, Abel was pleased. This method of refining was very difficult. If it was not the use of ordinary rubies to provide flames, then any method of flames would make the rate of success get low. Maybe only the purest ordinary ruby in the dark world could provide this continuous smoothness to the refining potion. The flame elemental fire could easily control the strength of the flame. From the rubies that Abel discovered on the Holy Continent, there were some impurities in the rubies. These impurities directly affected the ruby's ability to provide smooth fire. Abel's magic weapons were so popular on the Holy Continent since the rune drawing technology was very professional and the materials of magic weapons were better. But the biggest aspect that affected magic weapons was the magic stones that could provide energy. All the magic stones he used were rubies synthesized from Horadric cube. It was because the ruby synthesized by the Horadric cube was purer than the ruby of the Holy Continent, which made his magic weapon continue to play better than the works of other masters. It was this purity that could make the Dark World's alchemy become the strongest. According to Abel's estimation, the reason why the Dark World's alchemy could reach the level of returning to nature was inseparable from this pure ruby. He was sharing this alchemy with the alchemy master of the Holy Continent. Probably no other master could make it, not to mention that there were materials in the 2 potions from the Dark World. Abel sat on the back of Black Wind and looked around. It seemed that they were going to spend today on the road. Abel took back his power of the will in his mind again. A bottle of soul-enhancing potion that had just been replaced by the self-repairing belt of the snake was consumed again. In his mind, the imaginary figure appeared again, but the materials on the alchemy table changed. Those were all materials of light mana potions. This time, he would learn the refinement of light mana potions. When Abel entered the simulated epiphany, Lady Carrie and the other 4 elven lady in the team glanced at each other. When Abel just woke up, they forcibly kept calm. In fact, they were all surprised. At this time, seeing Abel entered into epiphany again, they finally couldn't hide their inner surprise. I now know why Bennett has so much time to learn not only alchemy, but also druids and warrior abilities, and having free time to learn to flame barbecue food. It turned out that he could enter the epiphany continuously. How can there be such a genius between heaven and earth? Lady Jenny sighed softly. Unlike Lady Jenny, Lady Carrie really knew Abel's identity, and she knew how many titles Abel had: Druid, Master Blacksmith, Master Alchemist, Commander. These occupations needed countless of time and energy, and Abel showed 2 epiphanies in front of her. She knew how Abel could start to achieve these things. It would be nice if I could enter epiphany, even if only once in my life, Lady Marian lamented. I wasn't a genius after all, said Lady Mori, crying at this time. She always thought that she, who had become a member of the team at a young age, was a genius. When she saw Abel, she understood the real gap. He's not a genius, he's a psycho, said Lady Carrie. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. Abel didn't know that they were walking about him like this. He was completely obsessed with overclocking the brain at this time because of the experience of fusing the light healing potion. And the fusing process of light mana potion had become easier, but no matter how it was made, he was imitating the recipe step by step. It's not that he didn't want to have innovation. When he learned the Holy Continent's fusing formula before, he improved the fusing medicine by overclocking the brain. But for the formula in the dark world, even the slightest change in the formula will reduce the quality of the medicine. The 2 bottles of soul-enhancing potion let him master the fusing method of light mana potion. The only difference now was the actual fusing process. As long as there was enough time, Abel would start fusing immediately. Abel took a long breath and drank 5 bottles of the soul-enhanced potion. He started to feel a little tired. He couldn't help falling asleep on Black Wind's back. Black Wind seemed to feel Abel resting and started running more stably. During this journey, Abel checked on White Cloud. This area was dead and silent. There were no living creatures. Almost all of them had run away. So, he used the soul-enhanced potion to enter the overclocking state to learn the Dark World's fusing technique. This was where I found the 2-footed flying dragon, and it was there when it was injured. Abel looked around, pointing to a clearing by the lake. The team looked at the direction of Abel's fingers, only to see that there was a dark red surface on the ground above which he pointed. "Dragon blood!" exclaimed Lady Jenny, driving the wolf to the dark red surface, quickly jumping off the wolf, taking out a bottle and a knife from the portal bag, carefully separate the blood clots that have become dark red from the ground, and placing the red pieces into the bottle. "Is it useful?" Abel asked, seeing the performance of Countess Jenny. "Dragon blood can increase the strength of our bodies. Of course, the blood of elder dragons is better. Although this blood is only from pseudo-dragons, they are also rare treasures. Both wizards and druids will be eroded by their mana. Although druids can use natural power to mitigate this erosion, if they want to make their bodies stronger, they still need some supplementary help, and dragon blood is the best of them," Lady Jenny explained to Abel as she carefully dug a blood clot on the ground. Abel didn't think that just a bit of blood would have such an effect. He knew that dragons had great power, but based on his current body, he probably wouldn't get the same benefits from the dragon's blood. After a while, Lady Jenny dug out all the blood clots on the ground. She handed the bottle containing the clot to the hands of Lady Carrie and said, "Captain, this was the dragon blood I collected." Lady Carrie took the bottle in her hand and took 5 more bottles out of the portal bag. The dragon's blood in the bottle was divided into 6 parts on average, 1 in each bottle, and the bottle evenly distributed to everyone. "Carrie, bring me this bottle to Lorraine, she will need it." Abel did not take the bottle, but said it in a very light voice, so light that only he and Lady Carrie heard. "Okay, I'll give it to her." Lady Carrie gave Abel an unexpected look. The dragon's blood was a rare treasure for a wizard, and he kept it for Lorraine. The small movements of Abel and Lady Carrie did not attract the attention of the other elves. Everyone's mind was attracted by the dragon blood in their hands. They wanted to use it right away, but it took some steps to absorb. Abel was not interested. He already had a dragon for a mount. If he wants dragon blood, he just needed to exchange some things with Fly Fire, so he just gave it to Lorraine. If he was not afraid to explain the source, there were many things he can give to Lorraine. These goods were most suitable for Lorraine. "The Lila Valley was ahead. Our destination is there," Lady Carrie exclaimed, looking at the rocky valley ahead. After so many days, their destination was now in sight. The elves all put away the dragon's blood in their hands and looked at the valley ahead with a smile. It's been almost 10 days since leaving Angstrom City. Every effort was made to find the beauty grass. The Lila Valley was located in the center of the Double Moon Forest, which was exactly at the boundary between the South Double Moon Forest and the North Double Moon Forest. It brought together the unique atmosphere of the Double Moon Forest and had its own characteristics. Although there were no tall trees in the Lila Valley, grass that had unique environmental requirements were grown here. It wasn't hard to find beauty grass. The grass couldn't get too much sun, nor could it get direct rainwater, so it only grew in the voids of the rocks. Rain would rot its roots. Only the morning dew would provide it with the purest source of water. During the day, it had to be bathed in warm temperatures. These conditions were only met by Lila Valley, which was extremely hot during the day because it was not covered by trees. It became very cold at night because there was no thermal insulation of vegetation. It was this alternation of cold and heat that allowed beauty grass to get the best living environment. Lady Carrie took a sheepskin book out of the portal bag, opened one of the pages, and said loudly, "This was beauty grass. Everyone comes to know how it looks and then look for it." Abel approached and looked at the sheepskin book. It was a thick, large-faced book. Although he could not see the title, he knew that it should be a book about double-moon forest plants because, on the same page, two of the other pairs of patterns have plants painted on them. They were obviously materials obtained from the Alchemist Guild. Beauty grass was a small, fleshy plant with thick leaves it was hard to forget. They didn't encounter any trouble while looking for the grass, and after half an hour, it was harvested. Lady Jenny found it under a boulder. Abel saw the fleshy plant was staying there quietly, and the light reflected from the adjacent stone was reflected above the leaf surface, making the entire plant grass looks like jade carving. "It's so beautiful." As the following Lady Mori, who hadn't been looking for it, looked at beauty grass and couldn't help but sigh. "If you don't work harder to find the beauty grass, then you won't be able to get the beauty potion when it fuses," Lady Jenny said softly to Lady Mori. "I already am working hard by looking for it, really." Lady Mori raised her hand and called, then turned and ran to another boulder, looking closely. Abel jumped from the boulder and carefully dug out the beauty grass along with the roots carrying soil. When the beauty grass left its original place, as long as it was not used for a short time, it would lose its effectiveness. He dug up the dirt just to keep the effect of beauty. Grass for a while more. Black wind. Abel was still very experienced in finding things in the wild. He called Black Wind to his side, put beauty grass in front of its nose, and then said, "Black Wind, find other grass like this." Black Wind nodded his head slightly, his nose twitched, and soon it came to the middle of the two boulders, standing on top of the boulder. There was a gap between the two boulders, and below, through the gap, there was two beauty grass growing. Lady Jenny was very optimistic about the way Abel used the wolf to find beauty grass. She followed Abel to the gap and saw the grass growing in the gap. "Bennett, it's a pity the two plants are hard to collect," Lady Jenny said, and looked with disappointment at the two-finger gap between the boulder. They were more than 1 meter high from the stone surface. "Jenny, don't worry, you're wrong," Abel said to Lady Jenny with a smile. Abel took a wand from the portal bag and held the wand at the beauty grass in the gap. A spell pattern appeared on the front of the wand, followed by a flash of white light, and the beauty grass appeared on his left hand. Telekinesis. Lady Jenny could not help but shout. Bennett had too many wizard wands, not including the wands with the fireball spell given to Lady Mori. It was just a low-level spell. But the telekinesis spell can only be owned by a formal wizard. The wand that can be equipped with the telekinesis spell was very valuable, at least as a noble family, and she has never seen such a wand in the family. Lever C. With the help of Black Wind, the task of finding beauty grass has become very easy. With the help of the telekinesis spell, the most troublesome problem of collecting the grass was solved. Abel had already collected 10 beauty grass, but he was not satisfied. When Lady Jenny wasn't paying attention, he collected some more and stored them in a personal locker where the time was still, and the grass could be stored for a long time. "Okay, the ingredients were enough. I'm going to start fusing now," Abel called out loud. After hearing Abel's words, the elves and baronesses who were looking for beauty grass were cheering for a while. It was thought that it would take half a day to find the 5 copies of the grass in the grass. Who knew that it would only be collected by Abel in a short time? Of course, if he did not collect more secretly, the speed would be faster. "Please put the defensive magic circle on, and make sure Bennett can feel safe to fuse the beauty potion." Lady Carrie took out a stack of cards from the package and gave them to the elves. The elf countesses may be weaker against spirit beasts in the wild, but they were very good at creating defensive magic circles. Soon, a medium-sized defensive magic circle was already set up, and Abel did not idle, created a barrier circle, and arranged them. It encircled Abel, and the elf countesses also understood that alchemy was a very private matter. Abel's privacy was normal. Who would have thought that Abel's isolation process would be arranged because his refining process was too much to show to outsiders? In the barrier circle, Abel took out Akara's tent and arranged it in the middle of the circle. The Akara's tent has the best alchemy table and environment, and it was the best place to fuse the beauty potion. On the alchemy table, the materials prepared in advance were taken out of the portal bag and placed on the alchemy table with beauty grass. He put a full set of dark gold quality Akara's alchemy bottle on the alchemy table. Abel began to concentrate on fusing. Outside of the barrier circle, Lady Carrie was sitting near the center of the defensive circle, holding the circle control card in her hand, and did not rest with the other elven countess. They were investigating outside the intermediate defense magic circle, and the poisonous ivy was also snoring downstream. However, Countess Carrie did not relax her attention. After going through the trials and hardships, she understood that there was no ease as long as she was in the Double Moon Forest, especially now Abel was in the critical moment of fusing the beauty potion. They should not let down their guard at all. At this moment, there was a chaos of crows being investigated outside the intermediate defense circle. It seemed to be scared by something. Lady Carrie was shocked. She raised her eyes and looked in the direction of the crow chaos. The stones were rolling around and the middle part was rising upwards. As the stones rolled faster and faster, the middle part slowly rose higher and higher. A giant stone golem as high as 10 meters appeared on the ground. The giant stone golem was very annoying to the crows screaming in the sky. It grabbed towards the crows, and the crows flew apart. Several crows pecked their eyes, but the eyes of the giant stone golem were also made of stone. The crows' pecking didn't hurt it at all, and the blindness incident to the pecking did not appear once. "Get ready to fight," Lady Carrie shouted after seeing the giant stone golem. The 4 elven countesses who were still resting heard the voice of Lady Carrie. They looked out of the field, and the scene of the giant stone golem driving the crow had surprised them. "It's a stone giant." Lady Jenny had already recognized the origin of the giant stone golem. She said loudly, "Weren't all the rock spirit beasts here driven away by 2-foot dragons? Why was there one left?" asked Lady Muriel as she called out the spirit wolf. "The stone giant will not leave the rocky valley. It will only become weaker and weaker after leaving the rocky valley. It would only have unlimited rock supplements in the rock valley. Where there were rocks, it was almost unbeatable." Lady Jenny was also helpless to the stone giant that appeared, and this kind of spirit beast that can quickly recover in a single hit was the most troublesome spirit beast. "Find a way to hold it. Don't let it attack the defensive magic circle," Lady Carrie commanded loudly. Although the intermediate defensive magic circle was very strong, that was under the premise of endless magic stones. The enemy will consume magic stones with each hit, and each hit of such a huge stone giant will consume more magic stones than ordinary spirit, and in the wild, all the magic stones will not add up too much. As a last resort, they could not let the stone giant attack the defensive circle. Just after the stone giant's few blows to the crow in the air were useless, its giant palm waved forward violently, and one of the many stones forming the palm of the hand flew out, hitting a crow at once. The crow was smashed more than 10 meters by this blow, and fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the crow was almost immortal. The damage was automatically reduced for them, and the crow flies again after struggling twice. At this moment, a poisonous ivy suddenly appeared at the foot of the stone giant below the ground. This poisonous ivy did not attack the stone giant, but regarded itself like a rope and tied the 2 feet of the stone giant together. The stone giant, who was caught by surprise, was about to take a step forward, but his feet were tied, and he fell to the ground all at once, making a loud noise, and the stones on the ground were flying. The fallen stone giant found the poisonous ivy on his foot. With a violent force, the poisonous ivy was about to loosen and escaped. At this time, it was too late. The huge force pulled the body of the poisonous ivy tightly, and then a soft sound. The rattan was broken by the great force. "My dear little flower," Lady Maury screamed in pain, and the poisonous ivy was disconnected by the pull, but it failed to escape and was caught by the stone giant. Although its hands were poisoned green, it had no effect on stone giants which were composed of rocks. The poisonous ivy was grasped by the stone giant and twisted with force. Soon the poisonous ivy lost its vitality and entered the life-protecting state. Lady Maury was recovering the poisonous ivy, but the stone giant did not let go. The protected poisonous ivy cannot return to the portal bag. Life-protecting state can only maintain for a few minutes. If you were attacked after this time, the poisonous ivy would really die. Then Lady Molly will need to summon a new poisonous ivy. All the long battle experience of this poisonous ivy will disappear, and the newly summoned poisonous ivy will need to be retrained before it can be used. The most important thing was that Lady Mori has been with the poisonous ivy for many years, and they already have a deep relationship. If Lady Mori's flower really died, it will be a profound blow to her. Lady Carrie didn't say anything, but her poisonous ivy suddenly appeared and entangled on the stone giant's eyes lying on the ground trying to climb up. The green venom stained the stone giant's head green. Lady Carrie's poisonous ivy made the stone giant angry. It loosened the flower that had been unable to hang down and grabbed the venomous flower vine. At this moment, Lady Mori took her poisonous ivy. Lady Carrie's poisonous ivy ranks were much higher than those of the other four, so the battle experience and wisdom were also much higher. When it successfully let the stone giant loose its hands, it began to loosen the stone giant's head and disappeared underground. The giant palm of the stone giant also grabbed the ground and grabbed a large pit on the ground. There were soil and stones in his hand, but there was no poisonous ivy. The stone giant shouted and threw the stones and dirt in his hand to the ground and stood with both hands on the ground. Although the stone giant was not injured at this time, his head was green and looked very embarrassed, which made him very annoyed, just like the powerful beings were fooled by a group of weak beings. The stone giant began to flash white light, and then the stones on the ground rushed towards it, and the stones were constantly attracted and combined to it. The 10-meter stone giant soon rose to 15 meters. The taller golem began to step on the ground with great force, and the huge power passed through the ground to the ground. The remaining 4 poisonous ivies quickly fled the area. Although it was below the ground, the huge force still caused them a lot of damage. Attack with Spirit Wolf. Lady Carrie tightened her eyes. She did not expect the poisonous ivy to lose its effect so quickly. At this time, only by using the Spirit Wolf, stepped forward to attract the attention of the stone giant. The intermediate defense magic circle was very large. If the stone giant paid a little attention, it would see the magic circle. The Spirit Wolf was the most unreasonable summoner. Although its attack power was not very high, its speed could make up for everything. With just a blink, the Spirit Wolf rushed to the stone giant's side and scratched a wound on its calf. The debris was scattered. The stone giant lifted its leg and stomped hard. Just as the foot was about to step on, a white light flashed the Spirit Wolf, disappearing under its foot. And its foot just stirred up a stone on the ground. Then the second Spirit Wolf approached the stone giant in the same way, and also scratched a wound on its calf and disappeared before being attacked. The third, the fourth, the fifth, and the Spirit Wolf kept appearing beside the stone giant's leg, and its leg was constantly increasing with wounds. As its left leg had more and more wounds, it just took a rock on the ground with its hand and pressed it on the left leg. The wounds disappeared, and the left leg became thicker. Lady Carrie looked in her eyes and could not help but be surprised. Although she had known that these attacks had little effect, she never expected that the giant stone would be so powerful. If it wasn't for creating enough time for able to complete the fusing of beauty potion, she would never fight with such a rock monster. Half an hour had passed, and it seemed that the tactics of attracting the stone giant's attention by the Spirit Wolf were very successful. The flexibility of the Spirit Wolf opposed the giant spirit beast like the stone giant. Although the stone giant keeps attacking, it could not hit anyone of the Spirit Wolf. And the Spirit Wolf can't really hurt the stone giant. The stone giant was getting more and more irritable, and its roar was getting louder and louder. She couldn't help but feel a palpitation in her heart. She took out several medium-level magic stones from the space bag and put it in her hand. Beside her was the intermediate defense magic circle with 6 mid-level magic stones on it. Vroom, the stone giant shouted that his body began to spin up, and this rotation was slow from the beginning and slowly accelerated, getting faster and faster. As the rotation accelerated, the stones on the stone giant began to fly outward with this rotation. And the stone giant's body turns into a gyro. Dozens of hundreds of stones flew out in the same time in every direction. Although the Spirit Wolf was flexible and had blink ability to escape, when facing the stones like raindrops, that hand didn't have any flying pattern. The Spirit Wolf was constantly hit by stones in the tragic misery. Once the Spirit Wolf hit by a stone loses its blinking ability and stays in place for only a short time, then consequences were getting countless hits by the stones, and then it entered the life protection state. Fortunately, the owner in the circle could put the spirit wolf into the space beast. About how many small targets such as the spirit wolf have been hit countless times, then how many times will the intermediate defense magic circle be hit, only to see that the outer shield of the intermediate defense magic circle was constantly hit by stones, although the attack power was not strong. When that attack became dense, the combined attack was very considerable. With a crisp sound, a mid-level magic stone in the center of the intermediate defense magic circle exploded and turned into a powder. The disappearance of a mid-level magic stone increased the pressure of the other 5 mid-level magic stones in the magic circle. The magic circle that couldn't reach the energy balance will be broken at any time due to external attacks that cause all medium-level magic stones to explode or disappear because the energy supply cannot keep up with the loss of balance. At this moment, a medium-level magic stone in the hands of Lady Carrie was placed on the magic circle in time, and the balance was restored. But then there was another burst of sound. Another medium-level magic stone disappeared, and Lady Carrie added another medium-level magic stone to the empty space. As the number of medium-level magic stones decreased, her expression became more and more worried. She yelled, "Whoever still had the medium-level magic stones, give it to me right now." All 4 elf countesses opened their portal bag and started looking for medium-level magic stones. Fortunately, all of them had a medium-level magic stone. Women were naturally fond of beautiful things. The beautiful gem, such as medium-level magic stones, was no exception. For a while, there were more than 30 intermediate-level magic stones placed around Lady Carrie. 30 intermediate-level magic stones seemed like a lot, but the consumption was also large. In just a few moments, Lady Carrie's own dozen or more intermediate-level magic stones have been consumed. Now, she could only hope that the stone giant's spin attack will end soon. Lady Carrie also knew that this self-damaging method of rock damage would not last long. Now it depended on whether the rock on the stone giant was consumed first, or the medium-level magic stone in the intermediate defense circle was consumed first. If the intermediate defensive magic circle was broken, then Abel's magic circle would be difficult to resist the stone giant's attack. As the stone giant's rotation grew faster and faster. Originally, when 10 rocks hit the defensive magic circle, would consume a medium-level magic stone. Now only 3 rocks hit the magic circle would consume 1 medium-level magic stone. More than 30 medium-level magic stones will soon be completely consumed. When the middle-level magic stone in the hands of Lady Carrie was almost gone, the stone giant finally stopped spinning. The original 15-meter-tall stone giant not only changed back to the original 10-meter height, but also seemed to have lost a lot of body weight. The stone giant looked at the magic circle in front. It seemed to know that the enemies were hiding in it. Could not help but pick up a huge stone from the ground and throw it vigorously to the intermediate defensive magic circle. Polar Storm, Lady Carrie threw the remaining 3 medium-level magic stones and the magic circle control card to Lady Jenny, and she drove out of the intermediate defensive magic circle while driving the wolf. As she approached the stone giant, she yelled, and the frost dust turned into an ice mist that hit the stone giant. This was a continuous spell. As long as the mana was provided, this frost dust will continue to excite. The risk that Lady Carrie took successfully surprised the stone giant who was attacking the defensive magic circle, and the dust of frost formed a layer of frost on the stone giant's body. Although the stone giant's power was so great that the frost continued to rupture with its movements, but because the wolves of Lady Carrie were constantly running around the stone giant, the polar storm spell in the hands of Lady Carrie did not stop casting, making the stone the giant's speed and movement begin to slow down. She saw the increasing frost on the stone giant. It took up a lot of mana, and she wasn't happy yet since she knew that as long as the polar storm stopped casting, the stone giant would break out of the frost. The frost wouldn't be able to hold back the giant for long. Lady Carrie opened a scroll, and a spell pattern appeared in front of her. She guided it using her mental powers, and the spell pattern turned into a white light rushing towards the stone giant feet. Once the scroll was successfully activated, Lady Carrie frantically drove her wolf to flee, and soon approached the intermediate defense circle. At this moment, loud noise exploded at the foot of the stone giant behind her. A fiery red hole appeared, and the light yellow fireballs wrapped around the lava and burst out of the fiery red hole. The stone giant was hit by a pale yellow fireball, and the fireball ignited as soon as it hit. Ordinary fire couldn't harm stone giants which were composed of rocks, but nothing was absolute. When the flame turned yellow, the temperature of the flame could begin to make damage. However, the actual damage to the stone giant was not just the pale yellow flame caused by the volcano spell. It was the thermal expansion and contraction effect caused by the initial polar storm spell that was rapidly cooled and then rapidly heated by the volcano spell. After getting pelted with fire, the frost on the giant's body began to melt on the surface. The rapid change in temperature made dangerous bursting sounds on the rocks, making them explode into pieces and fall to the ground. The stone giant wanted to avoid these terrible lava fireball attacks, but it was already too slow from the frost. Also, the volcano spell was a large-scale group attack spell, which pushing the giant's body. Continuously, the stones on its body were constantly cracking. Large chunks of stone fell from the stone giant, and the stone giant's body became smaller and smaller. Unfortunately, the volcano spell was issued by Lady Carrie using a scroll. If she used her own spell, then she would have some control over it, but now most of the lava fireballs hit the ground and wasted a lot of scroll energy. When the volcano spell disappeared, the stone giant was already more than 3 meters high, and most of its stones were broken. If the volcano spell could be cast for a little longer, the stone giant would have died. With a wave of her hand, Lady Carrie's 2 mad wolves appeared, and the 4 venomous flower vines that had just escaped returned to the foot of the stone giant again, ready to attack. The battle was in Lady Carrie's favor, but at that moment the stone giant slammed forward, rolling wildly on the ground. At a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, and it has begun to recover its stones. "Stop its recovery," Lady Carrie yelled, and an ice mist appeared in her hand that once again hit the stone giant. After another polar storm spell, it slowed down a lot. But it didn't stop. Dire Wolf approached it, and its claws stretched out on the stone giant's body and grabbed it. The stone giant did not have time to fight back in time. The dire wolf's attack latched onto the giant's leg and broke it made easier from the recent attack, which rendered the stone giant's leg half disabled. Another dire wolf grabbed at the other leg of the stone giant. Stone debris was flying, and Lady Carrie tore a scroll again. The ground opened and lava spewed out. This was a volcano explosion spell. Lady Carrie had mastered this spell, but she used her mana up using the polar storm spell. Now she could only use spell scrolls. The spell accelerated the destruction of stones on the stone giant. The 3-meter stone giant became 2 meters. Then, 4 venomous flower vines rushed forward and wrapped the stone giant tightly. The giant couldn't break through the entanglement of 4 poisonous ivies. Although the stone giant was entangled, because the area was surrounded by rocks, Lady Carrie could no longer cast her spells due to her mana exhaustion. The 2 wolf attacks cannot completely consume the stone giant's rock. With enough time, the stone giant would recover its original body. She had done everything she could. She couldn't kill it with her abilities. Even casting the volcano spell could only barely break the rock's layer. Unless there was a high-level druid, the power of the volcano spell can be fully exerted to eliminate the stone giant at once. The other 4 had no more ideas. They all had scrolls, but they also knew the current situation. Lady Carrie had done a good job and they could only wait now. Lady Carrie sat pale on the ground, exhausted. Her mana recovered slowly due to the low density of trees. She could only rely on the most primitive rest to restore her strength. At this moment, the magic circle in the intermediate defense circle flashed, and the magic circle was put away. Abel appeared in front of the 5-elf countess, holding a bottle of beauty potion with a blue arc. "Bennett, did you succeed?" Lady Mori's eyes lightened, and she hurriedly looked at the potion bottle in Abel's hand. "How many bottles have you succeeded?" Lady Carrie asked quickly, before waiting for Abel to answer the boring question of Lady Mori. 1 bottle per person was enough. Abel didn't answer many bottles. He directly gave reassurance to all the elf countesses. "Great." Lady Mori jumped up happily, but immediately began to worry. "If I use it now, will I always be like this without growing up?" "Mori, it's better if you stay like this forever, so that you will always be our little Mori," Lady Muriel said to Lady Mori with a smile. "I don't want to be little Mori, I will be the most beautiful Mori," Lady Mori countered. Abel took another 4 bottles of blue-quality beauty potion from the portal bracelet and handed them to Lady Carrie. Lady Carrie carefully took the beauty potion and stored it in her own space bag. Then she asked softly, "Bennett, how much more effective is your beauty potion?" The other 4 had intent eyes, waiting for his answer. Because of its blue quality, it has some medicinal effects. Because of its blue quality, it can automatically restore a youthful face till the end of life, Abel explained. Abel downplayed about the role of the blue-quality beauty potion. Lady Carrie wondered how the medicinal effects could be enhanced. Even the golden-quality beauty potion only could enhance the effect for 500 years. Although this time was already long for humans, it was too short for a druid elf, not to mention that it restored a youthful appearance. Although it returned a young face, it was also a reversal of the rules of time. Each of these blue-quality beauty potions was priceless. It seems best to take it early. Lady Carrie and Countess Elves have thought of the same problem in their hearts at the same time. The 4 elf countesses looked at Lady Carrie. Lady Carrie divided the beauty potion in the portal bag while trying to find a place to engulf the potion. Abel stopped her. "Here were 2 bottles of beauty potion, one for Lorraine and one for Grand Duke Edwina," Abel said, handing over 2 bottles of blue-quality beauty potion. "This is the defensive circle control card of Angstrom City. Please help me to give it to the Duke of Edwina." "Why are you leaving Angstrom City?" she asked instead of taking the sign. "Recently, I think my wizard level is about to improve. I want to go back to the human world, find my teacher. I'll leave the elf clan now, and I won't take the magic circle control card. Say goodbye for me." Abel smiled slightly and didn't say the real reason but made an excuse. "I'll explain it to Mother, but your departure will make her sad." Although she didn't want him to leave either, she didn't think she could change his mind. "Help me take care of my villa when I'm not in the city, and when I return, I hope everything will be the same." She nodded her head slightly. She didn't think that he would go to the human world to find his teacher, but she didn't really know the reason why he wanted to leave. Maybe her mother would know why. After saying these words, Abel couldn't help but feel relieved. Although he learned a lot from the elves, he always felt bad living with another identity. He didn't want to wear a mask to live. Vroom, the stone giant had recovered a little. Although he could not break the shackles of the 4 poisonous ivies, he already had the strength to howl. Abel heard and discovered the stone giant. He strode forward and came to the stone giant's side, grasping the stone giant's head with one hand and the shoulder of the stone giant with one hand. Abel golden combat Kai began to pervade. "Yeah." Abel gave a sigh. The stone giant, with a sudden force in his hand, was completely pulled back. The gap between its head and its neck increased, and with a bang the giant's head was decapitated from its body. The rest of its body became a scattered pile of stone on the ground. Just as Abel was trying to find a way to smash the head of the stone giant in his hand, a faint spiritual power in the stone was passed to Abel with the meaning of begging. He was bewildered in his heart that the spirit beast rarely asks for mercy, especially the spirit beasts of the rock series. They have stone-like stubbornness. How can they beg for mercy? What Abel didn't know was that the stone giant did not leave the Lila Valley because the surrounding forest could not meet its survival needs. Although Knight was scared of the dragon, he still used the racial talent to assimilate with the rocks and hide open the sight of the 2-footed dragon. Abel rescued the 2-footed dragon at the lake, took it as a flying rider, and finally left on the 2-footed dragon. All this gave the stone giant a great shock. Now this elf appears again and uses the force to pull its skull down. If it wasn't Abel, the giant wouldn't have begged for mercy because of its pride. Because Abel had a dragon, the giant knew it was less powerful than him already. Abel had a change of heart. He knew the giant was strong from the recent battle, and although it was a mid-level spirit beast, it was definitely the strongest among them. If he used it properly, it could exert the power of high-grade spirit beasts in a special environment. Accepting it as a pet was a troublesome thing. Abel swept it in his mind and found that although he had drunk 5 bottles of soul-enhanced potion, the growth rate was not enough to sign a middle-class spirit beast again. If you wanted to make a contract with it, he would have to wait a while. Thinking of this, Abel took the stone giant's head in his hand and said to Lady Carrie with a smile, "Carrie, I'm very interested in the stone giant. Keep the stone giant as a gift. Of course, I'll give the squad compensation. Bennett, you can take it. We can't deal with the stone giant here. Just let it run away. You can have it if you want. There was a thoughtful look in Lady Carrie's eyes, but this stone giant, even if it left a skull, would not be honest enough to let others hold it in hands. There were many ways for the spirit beast to fight. The most common one was self-detonation, which detonates the crystal nuclei in the skull. When exploding itself, it can also damage the enemy. The stone giant in Abel's hands not only did not have the consciousness of resistance, even its original fierce expression disappeared. Only the next kind of conquest that was completely conquered was left. Lady Carrie was a druid. She was very knowledgeable about beasts and spirit beasts. There was a big difference between a pet and a wild beast, the sense of obedience. At this time, the stone giant apparently obeyed Abel and became his pet. Although they didn't sign a contract, the spirit beast was different from the intelligent race. They did not have so many complicated thoughts. There was only one choice for obedience and resistance. The giant chose to be obedient. She didn't think Abel would have any problems. When Abel went back to rest, he saw that no one noticed. He threw the stone giant's head into the monster portal bag. The giant was scared. There's a dragon in front of it. But in the real world, Headed remained motionless for 10 days after seeing the dragon, and now the dragon was right in front of it. Not only that, but there was also a gigantic bird next to the dragon. Its neck size alone was enough to compare to the stone giant of the prime period. On the side were 5 spirit wolves, 5 crows, poisonous ivy, an oak wise man, and 5 spirit guardian knights exuding death aura. The giant realized Master could summon an army. The stone giant felt that the Master's summons could soon be formed into an army. He secretly analyzed it and found that its strength was still very good. Among them, it realized it was in the top 3. With a sense of security in mind, as long as it was useful to the owner, then its status will not be too bad. Abel didn't know what the stone giant was thinking. He took some nutrition potion from the empty portal bag and put it into the portal bracelet. Although the portal bracelet could not store items, it could store food for the summoner. It seems that this was also a regular force balancing. In the portal bracelet, White Cloud glanced at the nutrition potion with disgust. It had been eating this for a while and hated the potion. If he was not particularly hungry, it would not drink a nutrition potion. Firefly was different. It was curious about everything and grabbed the nutrition potion with its claws. It still remembered how to take medication and drank the potion. It didn't think that the taste was awful and grabbed another one. When it drank the 3rd bottle, it felt that its belly was full. Realized it had the same feeling as eating a whole bison. Firefly kept staring at the nutrition potion on the ground and carefully put half of it into its arms. Fire just cared for the White Cloud among the summoned monsters. It just respected those who were as strong as it, so it kept half of the foods and left White Cloud the rest. What it didn't know was, except for itself and White Cloud, none of them could use nutrition potion. Most of them would choose to sleep to reduce energy consumption, and the stone giant just fed on stones. After about 1 hour, the 11 ladies walked out of their tents. Lotion from Abel, they looked better. Bennett has some affairs and left as we backed. Let's pack our luggage, we'll leave in 1 hour, Lady Carrie said. Bennett doesn't want to go with us. Sad Lady Marion surprised. It's dangerous to leave him alone here, isn't it? Lady Muriel asked. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to make potions without him, Lady Maury agreed. The rest of the ladies glared at Maury like they wanted to kill her. Sorry, she bowed her head. Glancing at Abel, Lady Jenny asked, Carrie, are his affairs in Angstrom City? We can help him. Her words reminded the rest of the ladies it was possible. But Lady Carrie didn't know anything. She guessed something happened made Abel had to leave there. You leave first, I'll catch you guys up, Lady Carrie said as Lawland's squad was ready to go. Then she walked towards Abel and said, Abel, this is Double Moon Forest's map. I know you are human but druid as well. I hope you keep it. It's about the forest's security. Sure, Carrie, there's no one else who will see this. You have my word. I will take care of Lorraine, Lady Carrie answered and jumped up to her mount. Abel said, I'll find a way to support potions for Angstrom City. I won't forget you guys. Lady Carrie waved her hand and disappeared gradually. At a place where Abel almost couldn't hear her voice, she shouted to him, You should have known this already, but this team is meant for Lorraine, since she is the most likely candidate to be the chosen one. We have already sworn that we'll become her servants. Abel hadn't paid much attention to this name, thinking it just a nickname of genius. But the weight of it was much heavier than he thought. If he couldn't be stronger, he would not be able to get close with Lorraine, although under her parents' permission. Abel now stood at the no-one-else encampment. The intermediate defense circle was left by Lady Carrie at the surrounding. She left him an intermediate poly-magic circle to him as the reward, since he didn't plan to go to Angstrom City. The request of Blue Howling Rabbit would fail. Abel took a deep breath. He liked working alone. Learned a lot during this time. There were still plenty of spells he couldn't use. He waved his hands, and all the monsters were released from the bag. White Cloud flew to the sky as if it was its first time flying. Seeing White Cloud, Abel had made a decision to keep them outside of the portal bag, unless he had no choice. Those 5 crows, 5 ghost wolves, poisonous flower vines lied on the ground as they went out, seeming to sleep. Abel was upset if they slept while fighting. They just the trouble. But on the other hand, he had fly fire. Even druids wouldn't be able to beat him. Now it just needed the time to familiar with his other summoners. Those 5 spirit guardian knights seemed stronger after combined with spirit wolves and skeleton. Except for the soul fire, nothing would scare them. Abel used to confuse whether they knew what they scared or not. They often stand in front of others at each fighting. Even when fought against strong hell creatures, they didn't step back. He set his eyes on his stone giant. Even though he couldn't connect it with the soul chain, he felt it surrender. This feeling was stronger since fly fire was around. Abel put the stone giant's head into the gravel for recovering its body. At the same time, fly fire tried to talk with other summoners, but it was not good. As it got close with the spirit wolf, it made the wolf shock and scare. Abel shook his head. They were safe in the valley as long as fly fire was here. Plus, Abel had a defense circle to protect himself now. He planned to stay here for several days. He wanted to improve his summoner's strength and refine too. Dark potions, light healing potion and light mana potion, which may save his life in the future. Also, he wanted to begin practice until he had been an official wizard. No one who would interrupt him here. After calculating the time, he just needed 10 days to reach that level. Nothing would stop him. The Dark Valley's protection circle was the strongest circle Abel had. It could even defend against attacks from official wizards if it had a gem in it. Maybe Abel just wanted to waste an elite gem in an intermediate circle. Just in case, he let the stone giant stand outside to protect the circle. Though it just 2 meters high now, it was recovering. Abel was a little relieved when he saw it outside the circle, and White Cloud was flying as a scout. If anything happened, it could warn him by the soul chain. A portal with blue light appeared at the mid of circle. Abel let some summons get into the summoning dimension and entered into the portal with fly fire and black wind. The rogue encampment was quiet, as always. The wind and steam could make people forgotten every bad thing, just like heaven. It was the first time fly fire went into the dark world. The abundance of mana made it excited. Mana was the most important resource for dragons, which was why many people thought dragons liked shiny items. Gems were sources of mana. Fly Fire, who was never surrounded by so much mana, felt every excitement in every cell in his body. It wanted to make a loud, deafening roar. Abel closed its mouth with a slap and said, "Don't use Long Yin here, it's important to me." It nodded sadly. Black Wind walked to Fly Fire to comfort it. Abel took out the intermediate poly-magic circle, which consisted of 49 circle signs and a magic circle board. It looked expensive. The one the dwarves had used just 36 circle signs. Abel spent 1 hour placing the 49 cards and set the magic circle board and 6 gems at the mid. The 6 gems were flashed, and the light moved with the sequence of circle signs. In just a second, the circle seemed to be activated. A hole appeared in the sky. Mana passed that hole and was absorbed by the circle. Abel, who was sitting in the middle, had thought the mana was rain, but they were really drops that consisted of mana suspended in the air. The intermediate poly-magic circle was better than the basic one. Fly Fire, just playing with Black Wind, was abstracted by these suspending drops. It looked surprised and it tried to bite them. For a while, it closed eyes. The golden light was attracting the mana drops to gather towards it. Abel laughed at fireflies. Abel opened the Akara's tent. He wanted to make several options of light healing and light mana in it. Abel took a beaker from the table and heated it under the fire he created with his power of will and a gem. and he mashed several herbs and threw it into the beaker. In just a second, he added water and other herbs. They were herbs mixed that changed color and smelled strange, but Abel didn't hesitate. Like each of his steps, he had already measured the temperature of the fire and amount of water he needed before. The reaction in the beaker was beginning more and more intense. It would be broken if Abel didn't keep changing the degree of fire. Now, Abel needed to be more careful. Any mistake would ruin his effort. The process of creating potion in the real world was different from that in virtual. He would not fail in virtual where his soul controlled the unreal hands directly, but in the real world, everything was possible. Abel's hands were unique. He was a commander with each movement precisely in the long-term and restrict training, plus he had learned how to draw runes and curve rune signs. He had mastered delicacy and strength and could almost measure the weight of potions. Time passed. The beaker was boiling and seemed like it was going to erupt like a volcano. Each herb Abel threw, and it helped accelerate the eruption. But as Abel threw the last herb in it, the mixture changed to form calm water with a nice scent. It succeeded. Abel looked at the beaker happily. He had spent much time searching these potions, but he learned and made them finally. He had made many potions, but these potions, and only these, got the approval of Horadric Cube. Abel took out a crystal bottle from the dark world and poured the light healing potion into it carefully. The potion filled the bottle to the brim, seemingly made for it. Abel put it into the Horadric Cube. He would use this kind of potion he created after getting Horadric Cube's approval. He was excited and took a deep breath. He looked at potion with his power of the will. Then a message came from the Horadric Cube. Light healing potion. Grade 30. Although there wasn't that much information, it still recognized it was still approval that he created an authentic, Dark Worlds potion. Abel gave a jump of enthusiasm. Next, he would make the light mana potion. After the first time he became more proficient in it, he poured water, mashed herbs, and threw them in. The color in this beaker, though, was blue, and the air surround him became colder and colder. The fire under the beaker didn't boil the beaker but kept it from freezing. Once any ice appeared in the beaker, the mixing process would fail, and Abel didn't want to start over. After he put the last herb in, the temperature in the tent began to warm, and the potion looked beautiful, like the white night with many stars. After pouring this potion into another bottle, Abel got excited. He had created one more dark potion. Then he verified it using the Horadric Cube. Light Mana Potion. Grade 40. Was another potion approved by the cube, which meant the highest potion skills in the dark world had been mastered by him. Though these two potions didn't have a high grade, the Light Healing Potion, recovering 30 health point, Light Mana Potion, recovering 40 mana, he was happy that he could actually make them. There were two formulas in Horadric Cube. 3 healing potions plus 3 mana potions, plus a broken gem, a recovery potion. 3 healing potions plus 3 mana potions, plus a gem, an advanced recovery potion. A recovery potion, recovering 35 in both health and mana point. An advanced recovery potion, recovering 100 in both health and mana point. This was why Abel tried his best to learn to create them. Although they had limited potency, the recovery potion was better and very useful, not to mention the advanced one. If he had enough advanced recovery potions, no matter how seriously hurt he got, he could recover. He could find similar potions in the Holy Continent, but the light potions were better than them. The light mana potion just had 40 mana recovery, 3 for 120. Since he had around 700 mana points, he would need at least 6 potions to recover all of his mana. That would be troublesome. Besides, it was a waste of time to use light potions. He would lose many attack opportunities in battle. He had had enough gems. They were not a big problem. As long as he had money, he could buy how many gems he wanted. What he needed to do now was to keep creating potions. In the dozens of days, except for meditation, Abel just created potions non-stop. Also during this time, he summoned all of his summoners to get along with Fly Flame. They all connected to Abel by soul chains. At least they had the similarity. Abel produced 150 light healing potions and 150 light mana potions. He tried to put 3 of both of them with a gem into the Horadric Cube. After a deep breath, he pressed the combine button with his power of the will. The advanced recovery potion was so important that he didn't want to fail. Then these materials would disappear with white lighting and left a purple potion. This might be the recovery potion, Abel thought. He concerned on it by the power of the will, and there was info. Advanced recovery potion. Recovers 100 in both HP and MP. He looked at the one glowing purple under the sun. It was the height-level potion in the dark world. Cain, who gave him the formula of these light potions, would never think that he created the best potion in the dark world with his unimportant formula. Abel kept creating it until he got 50 advanced recovery potions. He felt bored, and these potions would spend much time using. Once he had the opportunity to go to cities, he would buy any materials as long as he wanted. Plus, Abel had planned to back the Holy Continent half of a day in every 10 days before. Cause he had stayed here tens of days. It was the time to back. When Abel came out of the teleportation portal, there was nothing wrong with Dark Valley's protection circle. There was something new, though. The stone giant grew back to its original 10-meter height. As flying flame and black wind were playing amongst themselves, he decided to put back the protection circle of the Dark Valley. At the same, white clouds started calling him through the soul chain. It had noticed its master's appearance, and it wanted to report to him that everything was normal around here. Abel felt like relaxing a bit right now. While he was thinking about that, he noticed how slender his elven arms were. He could change back to his human self now, and he was very eager to do so. He didn't like being shorter and losing all the muscles he had built up since childhood. Before that, he must shed off his elven armor. He couldn't fit inside it if he was in his human form. When he was taking it off, he couldn't help but feel that someone might be watching him over the distance. It should be fine, though. White cloud was scouting in the air. If there was an elf or humans around, it would take no time to tell him about it. When he removed all his clothes, he put them in the portal bracelet and pressed his hand on the transformation necklace that he was wearing at his chest. He started saying out the enchantments, generating green light that surrounded him. Unlike the last time, he was transforming into a different species. It hurt a lot as he was turning himself back to his human form. His body was probably getting too used to being an elf. This pain eventually wore off. Soon, his muscular features and height 2 meters appeared. Abel was getting back into his original body. He felt very good about it. He wasn't becoming stronger, faster, or smarter, but something just felt liberating at this moment. It had been a while since he did his last night's training. He gave up on it a while ago since he decided to become a wizard. If it wasn't for the golden combat Kai he accidentally got, he might just give up on being a knight completely. But, now that he had his muscles, he really felt like doing some exercises. To resume his old training workout, he took out a light long sword from his Kong spiritual beast bag. It was the parting gift his father gave him when he was accepted into the Harry family. He had countless magic weapons to choose from, but this was the one he felt like using right now. He also got himself a steel shield, which, apart from the unicorn crest on it, was not special or impressive in any kind of way. With a light step to his front, he practiced slashing his sword with his right. It felt like he was back at the Bennett Castle when his father's eyes would watch over him as he continued his training. He would practice stabbing, sweeping, kicking, cutting, and many other standard motions. He would do them in a sequence, with movements that were so close to being standard that they were perfect. Something felt different about today's practice. If he could describe it, would be that his sword had a will of its own. When he stabbed, it would become vigilant. When he slashed from top to bottom, it would be in a fury. Even his shield was like this. Sometimes it would remain as calm as the waveless. Sometimes it would burst like an erupting volcano. Without giving it a second thought, he scanned on his snake's self-recovery belt with his power of the will. By emptying an entire bottle of the purple soul potion, he decided to put his brain into overdrive simulation mode. He started waving his light, long sword faster. None of the moves that were performed were his secret knights techniques. He was only using his fundamental moves. After repeating the same sequence several times, a thread of golden combat Kai suddenly came out. It was growing out of his sword, and it would dance where the blade was slashing. He tried to slash a stone that was in front of him. The golden combat Kai acted like a whip that split the stone in half. He tried doing a side sweep, which created a larger streak of golden combat Kai that blew the shattered pieces away. Black Wind was busy playing with flying flame, but seeing the whip made it freeze in fear. It was a domestic canine, after all. It had an instinctual disdain of whips. Just when Abel thought that flying flame wouldn't care, it started moving away as well. It started following Black Wind, which was already moving away to watch what he was doing. They weren't sure what their master was trying to do, but they knew that it was for the better if they didn't interrupt him. Abel was in a weird place right now. The soul potion he drank was supposed to make him think much clearer than before, but his moves became really messy when he was practicing how to use his shield and sword. He understood why this was the case, however. He was getting closer to becoming a knight's head commander, which was the first time he made this much progress as a knight. That reminded him of Hoover. Hoover was a man who could smile confidently in the presence of an advanced wizard. Wizards were supposed to overwhelm knights, but he overcame that limit through years of disciplined training. But what was the force that drove him? Even if Abel knew, he'd have to figure out his own build on his own. Could it be fire? Abel thought about combining the element of fire with his knight's ability. He could already cast fire element wizard spells now. But something was telling him that he shouldn't make a fire build. Was it the element of ice then? Ice was good as a defensive option. It was also much easier to control than fire. It was not good to be combined with his knight's abilities, however. Ice simply didn't have the offensive traits that the knights were after. As for lightning, it was not really the most consistent thing there was. The damage it could deal was always randomized. And even if the Horadric cube could guarantee maximal damage every time he cast a lightning spell, it was just impossible to combine that maximal damage with his knight's technique. He cancelled his options one by one. It seemed that even the soul potion couldn't help him figure out what he wanted. Perhaps he was being too persistent in creating a knight's build. He probably had too much bias for it. It's the class he grew up with after all, and even if it wasn't the best class there was, it did help him survive out of a lot of difficult situations. When Abel felt like there weren't any better ideas, a gray shadow suddenly came out of his soul. It was something that he was very familiar with. Whenever he traveled between the Holy Continent and the Dark World, he would also feel its presence around him. It was the power of the dimensions. He wasn't sure why it would come out at a time like this. Maybe it was his subconsciousness that was calling for it. When he tried to control it, he realized that he could move it around at his will. He could also move it out of his own soul and combine it with his golden combat kai. That just gave him an idea. With this new combined force, he jumped from the ground and slashed at the area in front of him. He was doing this while aiming at a stone which, surprisingly enough, was instantly split in half like butter. That wasn't the end of it, though. For the next few swings he tried to do. Every rock within an 80-meter radius away from him, whether large or small, were all split in half. What was this strange power? Abel wasn't sure, but he reckoned that it was probably the force that separated different worlds and dimensions. It was a scary power. Flying Flame and Black Wind were already charging about 100 meters away from him. Their instincts told them to move back. The range of his combat kai was just about the same as his power of the will. The two were probably directly related to each other. No wonder the more powerful knights focused a lot on training their power of the will. They couldn't control it as well as the wizards could, but they could strengthen it with strong external stimulus. By strong external stimulus, it'd usually be some sort of near-death experience. The most common way to have one was to have a really good fight. Since the advanced knights were already in the higher tiers, the only way for them to improve their skills was by pushing themselves over their absolute limit. And that's the most dangerous part about it. Every time you tried to be better than you already were, you had to put yourself very close to death. Abel was different. He chose the put the eggs in different basket strategy, which was to practice being a knight and a wizard at the same time. He could only do this because of how unique his golden combat kai was. That being said, the two classes mixed pretty well together. Knights were good in terms of durability, whereas wizards were done with their efficient attack methods. Depending on the type of combat he was in, he could change to whatever mode that was more fitting. There was something strange about what he just did. He wasn't sure what would happen if he was using the power of the dimensions with his attacks. Now that he did, he was just more confused than before. There was no one around to explain anything to him, so naturally, he would have no idea of what he was doing. Disappointingly enough, when Abel looked back into his own soul, he realized that he was out of the power of the dimensions. That was kind of uncalled for. He was just planning to test out his new power. He didn't expect to be out of it so quickly. If he still had any more left, He was planning on practicing an assassination attack he just thought of. It worked like this. He would be in his invisibility hoodie. Then, he would turn on the stealth mode of his transformation necklace, throw himself off white cloud, stab his target with his jade of Tandu or something. If he could actually make that move, he could also use the headband in his invisibility hoodie to increase the range of his power of the will to a 150-meter radius. That way, anything in that range could not escape his combat Kai combined with his dimension-splitting power. But still, it was a shame that he couldn't practice that. After shaking his head, the effect of the soul potion finally wore off. Instead of completely exhausting him, though, it actually made his soul a lot stronger than before. New space was actually just created in his soul chain. Abel got another crazy idea. He looked over the distance for the stone giant that was on the mountain. Unlike flying flame, white cloud, and black wind, all that it did was to stay in the same place for many, many years. As useless as that might sound, it was actually exactly what he needed. If he wanted something to be stored in a sanctuary, that stone giant could just be that sanctuary. That was not to say that it was useless in a fight. In fact, nothing could be so far from the truth. Anyone would be terrified if they were fighting a 10-meter-tall stone golem as their opponent. Abel certainly would be. So, if he was planning to let it do his biddings, he must first form a spiritual bond with it. Under a green aura, he chanted out the words needed to cast mount enhancement techniques towards the stone giant. It was a lot easier than he thought it would be. The stone giant accepted to be his companion with no resistance whatsoever. After connecting it with his soul chain, he could now communicate it by sending in his thoughts. "I'll call you Johnson from now on. You fine with that?" Abel asked. He was very satisfied with the name he came out with. Even the rock wouldn't be as strong as this stone giant. Obviously, the stone giant didn't know what the origin of that name was, but it was fine with being called that. "So, Abel asked as he's always wanted to, can you combine with any types of rock? Like, can you make any type of rock a part of you?" "As long as they're rocks, master," the stone giant replied. Judging from the way it was speaking in full sentences, it seemed to be much more intelligent than Abel's other summoned creatures. "Any rocks, huh?" With that in mind, Abel took out a hematite ore and a 130 skill metal base from his Kong spiritual beast bag. After putting them to the ground, he continued to ask the stone giant, "Which one of them can you absorb?" Instead of replying, a white light flashed out of the stone giant. Then, once the light disappeared, both the hematite ore and the rough base were on its body. "Awesome," Abel said with a light flashing out of his eyes. "All right, I've made my decision. I'll turn you into the real Johnson, you got that? You're going to be a real star amongst your own kind." If he could find himself some very hard metal, even the strongest spell would not be enough to deal damage to Johnson. He could also set up multiple magic circles on its body and have it run over his enemies. And that's not all to it. Right now, countless ideas were popping out of his mind. The only thing missing was the time to make these ideas into reality. "What about this?" Abel asked as he took out an ordinary gemstone. "Can you turn this into a part of yourself?" Once Johnson absorbed the gemstone, Abel decided that he should arm its body with multiple perfect diamonds. He wasn't sure if that was a good idea, though. If he really did that, it'd be the same as telling everyone that he knew how to create perfect gemstones. Well, for now, it'd probably be better if he was reserved the idea for the future. Back to his knight's training. Just then, he got really close to being a knight's head commander. He wasn't quite there yet, but he could clearly see how he was already much stronger than before. Even without his ability to combine the power of dimensions with his combat Kai, the dark golden combat Kai threads he created would certainly be of great help in his future fights. That being said, he wasn't sure what his current rank was. Whether it was the Bennetts or the Harrys, no one in the history of either family had ever reached the rank of a knight's head commander. No, not with the techniques that they passed down to him. It wasn't like he was complaining or anything, but right now, he felt like he was probably some sort of fake knight's head commander or something. Still, being a fake would indicate that he was only a few steps away from being the real deal. Right now, he could already combine his own combat Kai with another power that he felt comfortable with. And if there was anything that was still missing, it'd be the right kind of conviction that he would have to seek on his own. So far, Abel had been extremely successful with his progress as a knight. He barely encountered any major issues on his way. Now that he was close to being at the top, he still had a bunch of unanswered questions. That's the problem of being a prodigy. You could achieve things that were never done before, but you could never find someone on the same path as you that had more experiences. Instead of figuring it out on his own, Abel decided that he should seek some advice from Hoover first. As a fellow member of the Blacksmith Union, he was sure that he'd be happy to share some tips. To do that, he would have to travel to the Duchy of Carmel first. Speaking of the Duchy of Carmel, that just brought back some very unpleasant memories. Abel became a little upset when he remembered about Wizard Cliff. That despicable man was the reason that he couldn't go back to his family. It was probably a good time to visit Wizard Cliff. With that in mind, Abel decided to give him a little surprise by making a trip to the kingdom of St. Ellis. Abel decided to take 2 howling blue rabbits out of his personal storage box. Right now, there were 20 blue rabbits that were stuffed all in one slot. He could probably fit in more if he wanted to. That was just how convenient the personal storage box was. Abel took out some condiments from his portal bracelet. Then, after taking out a fire magic sword, he skewered the 2 rabbits with it. He could use the light long sword instead, but that was something that he had a special memory of. Luckily, no one was around to look at what Abel was doing. Any knight or warrior would be furious to see him skewering rabbits with a magic sword, one that would cost several grand gold coins. It was the perfect tool for roasting some meat, but a legendary tool was usually meant to be respected, not used for heating up snacks. As he twitched the finger in his left hand, a small fire flew out and circled around the 2 rabbits that were on his fire magic sword. At the same time, he used his right hand to direct the flame, so the meat was heated up evenly. Its delicacy was akin to potion making, but no, he was just trying to roast the perfect rabbit meat. A white light began to flash out of Abel's portal bracelet. Just took out a magic staff with the telekinesis spell. Then, by using it with his druid spirit, he took the condiment and spread it evenly on the howling blue rabbit. The smell got really good after that. The meat, the smell of herbs, the elves would be drooling if they were with him right now. Black Wind and Flying Flame were already moving close to Abel. They both had this pleading look on their faces. He was planning on eating both rabbits himself, but now that they were doing this, he felt like he would be very sorry if he did. With a stiff smile on his face, he gave away the 2 roasted rabbits to Black Wind and Flying Flame. They both got one, and they both gnawed it down in one bite. They didn't even savor it. No, they didn't even chew. All the effort in cooking them was wasted. Abel was being too soft. Now that he's given the rabbits away so easily, Black Wind and Flying Flame both started asking for more. Abel covered his face with his hand. Thankfully enough, only 2 of his summoned creatures ate meat. If he's got any more mouths to feed, he would be better off just being a chef or something. Still, out of love and care, and everything that's nice, he took out 4 more fire magic swords and 10 blue howling rabbits. With 2 rabbits on each sword, he started cooking more for his companions and himself. To make things faster, he even tried to divide his power of the will into 5. Then, with his 5 fingers controlling each one of the parts, he controlled 5 flames to cook the roasted rabbits. Truth be told, he's never multitasked this much before. He wasn't too stressed about it, though. As long as he didn't burn the meat into charcoal, Black Wind and Flying Flame would still eat the rabbits. Abel was cooking 10 blue howling rabbits at the same time. He was doing this as some sort of experiment, but importantly, he was also trying to train his control of his power of the will. Not only did he have to make sure that the flames were heating the right parts, but he also had to focus on spreading the condiment evenly across the meat. Soon, 10 blue howling rabbits were ready to serve. They weren't as good as when only 2 were cooked, but much better than when the elven ladies were doing this. While Black Wind and Flying Flame were enjoying their own portions, Abel was finally free to cook 2 more for himself. When he shredded the meat and put it in his mouth, the taste was so good that he almost felt like crying. He really felt like sharing this with those whom he cared about. He wanted to cook the rabbits for Wizard Morton, Uncle Marshall, the Knight of Bennett, his mother, and Zack. If he could meet them, he could always get more rabbits from the breeding ground in Bloodmoor. In the afternoon, Abel began to focus on his knight's training. He felt like his skill as a knight had been greatly improved. Still, he needed more practice to make sure that he could consolidate his own abilities. In the night, he decided to split the remaining 8 blue howling rabbits with black wind and flying flame. They were still hungry after that, though, so they started making noises to get more food. When he had enough of it, he fed them each 2 whole bottles of the ration potion. They preferred the taste of rabbits, of course, but their stomach became too full for them to ask for more feed. Whilst ignoring the somewhat dissatisfied looks on Black Wind and Flying Flame's faces, Abel carried on to make some soup with the remaining rabbits. When he was done, he tried to add it to boost the flavor of some of his ration potion bottles. When Lorraine was with him, he used to do it with fruits. But fruits were probably not a good option for his meat-loving companions. After he was done, he felt like a strange change was happening to his soul. He tried to scan himself with his power of the will, which revealed a gray shadow that was right inside of him. The shadow was the power of the dimensions. Normally speaking, the power of the dimensions could only be refilled by traveling between different worlds. That might sound impossible to most people, but Abel was very used to traveling between the Dark World and the Holy Continent. He could just refill his power of the dimensions by entering into the Dark World. That being said, he'd prefer not letting the others know about this. As soon as Abel went back to the rogue's encampment, the first thing he did was to build himself some human armors. The first piece he built was a light steel helmet that had the 1L rune on it. When it was done, he drilled a hole in it, then filed it with a perfect red gemstone. The second piece was a light armor, which also had the L rune and a red gemstone on it. For the third piece, he built light metal gloves with the 14 Dal rune on it. The fourth piece was a light buckle belt with a Dal rune. The same rune was used for the fifth piece, which was a pair of light metal boots. Abel made an entire set of armor that was identical to his elven self. The only thing that was different was that the human one was a bit bigger. Both sets were in all black, which made it perfect for him to blend in his squad of spiritual guardian knights. When he was done with his craft, he wore his new set and went past the teleportal portal. Soon, he, Black Wind, and Flying Flame arrived at Stony Field. Instead of flying on top of Flying Flame, he decided to travel by riding Black Wind. He knew where he wanted to go. It was where the 5 stone pillars were. He planned on fighting with his knight's techniques, which he would do better off with if he was on the ground. Besides, he had no need to worry about Flying Flame. It would do perfectly fine even if it was flying around on its own. So Black Wind was on the ground and Flying Flame in the sky. They both ran at the same time. Unlike Black Wind, Flying Flame didn't move at full speed. As a dragon, it had a very convenient ability to ignore all air resistance. Thus, as unbelievable as it might be, it was perfectly fine to slow down for Black Wind and Abel. As he was on Black Wind's back, Abel quickly got into his frozen armor and combat Kai armor. Unlike before, his combat Kai changed from gold to being dark gold. It also became thinner, but it was also more durable than what he used to wear. It didn't take long for them to arrive at where the 5 stone pillars were. Upon a closer look, Abel realized something. As old as these pillars were, they looked quite new. Maybe they were preserved with some sort of technique. Whoever used to live here must have tried their best to make sure that they would still remain even after all that had happened. Anyways, that was only something that Cain and his successor would know about. Abel could see different symbols on each of these 5 pillars. It was just like from the game. He could only open the teleportal portal to Tristram if he activated them in the right order. By thinking back to when he read the Scroll of Aniphas, he searched for the first pillar that he was supposed to touch. Once he did, he took out a perfect red stone to put in. As the stone slowly sank into the pillar, the symbol that was correspondent to it began to glow in blue light. The second, the third, the fourth. Finally, when the last pillar was activated, all the pillars began to glow blue at the same time. The light became so bright. He had to take a few steps back while covering his eyes. Maybe it wasn't good to use perfect gemstones on these things, after all. The blue light emitted then started forming a rune pattern which, out of nowhere, created streaks of lightning that attacked the center of the pillars. Abel wasn't sure what was going on, but he saw like this had caused a disturbance in time and space. He was right. A split in a dimension just appeared at where the lightning struck. When that split was sealed up, a red teleportation portal appeared. As long as the red gemstones didn't run out of energy, this portal would at least be there for about a month. Besides, there was a lot of mana that was flowing in the air. Since the gemstones could also recharge themselves, Abel was sure that it's going to be a while before he would have to replace them. When he looked at the portal, something told him that it's going to be extremely dangerous to go in it. It was the first time he felt this way while in the dark world. The dark world was full of dangerous things, but the fear and anxiety he was having were like nothing he had experienced before. To arm himself up, he decided to equip himself with his most defensive weapons. He had his small crescent shield in his left hand, his jade of tan dew in his right hand. He also had his full recovery potion in his snake's self-recovery belt, which he could use to heal himself at any given time. It was a shame that he couldn't bring Flying Flame with him. Flying Flame was a flying mount, and flying mounts were not allowed to be in Tristram. He could bring in his other summoned creatures, though. The crows could tag along to help him deflect some of his enemies' attacks. He could also bring in his 5 spiritual guardian knights, which had way more health points than the spirit wolves, to act as meat shields. After assembling the creatures that he'd like to bring with him, Abel decided to send the 5 crows through the portal first. After that, he rode in as he sat on Black Wind's back. The place he was getting teleported to was somewhere in Tristram, which was full of hell creatures that could annihilate him in just a few seconds. When he went in, he actually became scared of what he was looking at. There were just so many hell creatures. There were the Knight clans at the front, the Carvers, and Carver shamans behind, as well the skeleton archers at the very back. Upon a closer look, he could see a bunch of them that were flashing in golden light. The ones he had to face first were the Knight clans, which were powerful creatures armed axes. Since he was teleported right in their camp, he had no time to send out his 5 spiritual guardian knights. It was probably for the better that he didn't. There wasn't a lot of space around him, so if he actually called them out, they'd probably be standing on top of him right now. Now, 6 of these Knight clans were already charging at him. He blocked 4 of the axes with his crescent small shield, and he deflected the other 2 with his jade of tan dew. Usually, doing something like this should be easy if it was against a bunch of hell creatures. Yet, he felt like the force that was pressing on him was a little too much to handle. They must be in a higher rank than him. Back to the portal, Black Wind. Abel quickly screamed. He knew he had no chance of winning against these Knight clans, so he didn't hesitate to give up on the idea of continuing with his exploration. They were a lot faster than he thought, however. As soon as he let out his voice, rain of arrows poured over him from over the distance. Fireballs immediately followed. His arms were too busy blocking the axes, so he had no choice but to rely on his armor for defense. When the arrows were only a few meters away from him, his power of the will suddenly went into overdrive. The arrows looked a lot slower to him, but he couldn't feel himself moving faster either. He watched as the arrow pierced through his frozen armor in slow motion. His body couldn't react to it, so all that he could do was to watch as more frost formed around the hole that was opened. Of course, it was all in slow motion. And another arrow, and another one. When he scanned closely with his power of the will, he realized that the arrows were buffed with ice magic. He started to get really panicked, but the only thing he could do was to watch as they went through his thick layers of armor. Eventually, one of the arrows pierced through his frozen armor. It was making its way towards his dark golden combat Kai armor, which was his very last line of defense. When the arrow made contact with it, a ripple was created to cancel out its impact. The ice effect of the arrow was also cancelled. Actually, the frozen armor had already absorbed most of it. That didn't stop more arrows from coming, though. When the 4th arrow hit Abel, the frozen armor shattered as it became nothing but a thin layer of frost. When the 5th arrow hit him, all that was left to guard him was his dark golden combat Kai armor, which also quickly broke as 3 other arrows hit him. To make matters worse, the 9th arrow was already flying at his shoulder. He still had his black armor intact, but he knew that it wasn't going to do him much good. He had no choice. He could only try to tense the muscles around his shoulder. He could also try something else, though. It was something like that he had been saving for a time like this, the Ice Dragon's protection necklace. The moment it was activated, a blue barrier appeared around his body. It was fast enough to block the arrows that followed. The 10th, the 11th, the 12th. It couldn't last forever, though. When the 20th arrow came at him, his last line of defense shattered to pieces. When the 21st arrow pierced through his black armor, he tensed up his muscles for the pain that he was about to feel. Meanwhile, his power of the will was still in overdrive. Despite how strong his body was, the pain still hurt a lot when he was experiencing it all in slow motion. Yes, all in slow motion. He felt it when it pierced through his skins, muscles, his abdomen, and finally, his internal organs. There were still a lot of arrows coming from the back. Abel knew that if he was hit by all of them, he would have been skewered. 22 of them had already pierced through his black armor. His skin was already starting to feel the sting. The arrows were aimed at his heart. If they actually went through it, he might just die on the spot. There wouldn't even be a chance for him to take any potions. Abel was sort of in trouble here. Luckily, he and Black Wind were teleported away from Tristram to the bright red teleportal portal. He felt a lot better all of a sudden. He didn't know why his power of the will was so strange. Back then, he wasn't sure what the feeling he experienced was. He had never been so close to death. Maybe his power of the will had a sudden breakthrough. It's quite common for high-tier knights. Once they've experienced it, their power of the will would often be much stronger in a short period of time. Abel grabbed the arrow that was at his stomach. He had to make sure that he was taking it out properly. After cutting the part that was outside, he was supposed to take off his armor and cut around the part that the tip went into. That way, he could take out the entire arrow while making the cut as clean as possible. Didn't do that, though. Instead, he grabbed the arrow with his right hand and pulled the whole arrow, exhaling with difficulty. The pain was unbearable. He almost suffocated from it. The blood came out like a stream. The improper handling of his wound just made it bigger and more severe. It might seem unbelievable, but Abel knew what he was doing. With a scan of his power of the will, he quickly took out a full recovery potion from his self-recovery belt. In an instant, the wounds in his vital organs, skin, and muscles all vanished. Even his old scars were gone because of it. Abel took off his clothes after his armor. He knew how strong the full recovery potion was, but to feel its effect was, really, more than what he could imagine. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would never believe that he could escape death like this. If Black Wind was a bit slower in Tristram just then, he wouldn't be breathing now. Those hell creatures were nothing like he had seen before. They must be at a higher level than his level as a knight. If they weren't, there was no way that they could break through his multiple layers of defense. And those knight clans, every one of them could give him a hard time. Knight clans were supposed to be ordinary spawns, but he was completely on the passive end when he was facing them. If he had encountered a Golden Knight clan instead, he would probably be dead by now. Abel decided to check on how Black Wind was doing. Fortunately, since most of the hell creatures were targeting him, there was only a small piece of wound that it took. It could recover on its own, but he decided not to be stingy with his full recovery potion. They were out of danger now, after all. Just as Black Wind was licking its wound, it suddenly realized that the wound was completely gone. Since Abel just emptied his bottle of the full recovery potion, all the scars and injury disappeared from its body. Abel noticed something. He didn't close the teleportation circle when he traveled through it. It'd be big trouble if those hell creatures rushed out of Tristram. When he looked back, though, Flying Flame was already guarding at the portal. It knew how hurt its master was, so it took the role of being his guard. What about the crows? Abel was getting worried for a second. Crows were meant to be immortal. But that was only in a symbolic sense. When he tried to contact them with his druid spirit, they quickly flew out of the teleportation circle. Their feathers were very messy. Luckily, none of them were dead. After waiting for a while, he realized that those hell creatures would never enter into an area outside of their own. Maybe that's just how the rules were. If the hell creatures were supposed to spawn at, say, Cold Plain, they would never take any step into Bloodmoor. He wouldn't have to worry that the knight clans would come out of Tristram to go after him. He decided to come back when he was at a much higher level than where he was now. For now, there was nothing better to do than to take a rest at the rogue's encampment. He had to fix his broken black armor first. Actually, maybe he could do it with the snake's self-recovery belt. But first, let's go for another battle. Abel called out to Black Wind and Flying Flame. He did have 20-something soul potions right now, but they were mostly for himself. He needed some more to improve the ranks of his summoned creatures. Besides, he was a little triggered after being so badly hurt in Tristram. He hoped that killing a few more hell creatures could get him in a better mood. After walking through the bushes for 5 minutes, he saw 600 to 700 carvers that were all gathered in one camp. The 5 crows were the first to rush in. When they flew in to disrupt the army, they all began to notice him and his squad of summoned creatures. Flying Flame was getting excited to fight this many enemies. It's the first time that it had been in a fight of this scale. It quickly flew above the army, and before they could do anything to respond, it opened its large mouth and did a dragon's roar at them. To its surprise, however, the dragon's roar was not very effective against hell creatures. It was nothing more than a reptile's loud scream to them. Flying Flame felt embarrassed by that. In shame and frustration, it launched out a white flame that destroyed everything in its path. Whether it was the trees, the wooden frames that were used to build the camps, the tents, or the carvers that were in the way, they were all incinerated into particles. When Flying Flame prepared for a second flame ball, it realized that the surviving enemies were already scattering to escape. It felt offended by that. The presence of a dragon was supposed to be more frightening than seeing your fellow soldiers die. These carvers weren't paying much respect when they showed a reaction to its usually devastating roar. Instead of wasting its flame ball, Flying Flame flew lower to kill the fleeing carvers with its claws. When the carvers tried to throw a large fireball at it, it just caught it with its claw and threw it at another one of them. Abel was watching the whole time. He really started to understand how broken dragons were in a battle. Advance, while the 5 spirit wolves were keeping the 3 carver shamans busy. The spiritual guardian knights took out their hairy bows to pin them down with arrows. On the other hand, the poisonous ivy would occasionally come out of the ground and attack the carvers with their venom. The crows also helped out. They couldn't do much in a battle, but their ability to blind the enemies had been a great help in general. Abel used the sword of victory in his right hand and kept on shooting charged bolts with his left. He was getting good at multitasking. Now, he could combine attacks from different classes, both spell attacks and physical attacks. In fact, he was the first person who ever mastered this fighting style. Whenever he lost mana from casting charged bolts at his enemies, he recharged that mana by finishing them off with the dark golden threads on his sword of victory, and he was doing this much more efficiently before. Now that his rank as a knight was upgraded, it only took him about a few hits to finish off an ordinary hell creature. The fight ended very quickly, so quickly in fact that Flying Flame was disappointed. It only used 1 dragon's breath the entire time. It barely did anything, but it was all that was needed. Abel actually liked fighting like this. With Flying Flame, his aerial offense was much stronger than before. If he was fought in an open area, the dragon beast could just wipe out a bunch of his enemies with 1 breath. It's not like he wasn't willing to do the work himself, but since the soul potion was what he was really after, he decided that he would save as much time as possible to collect as many bottles as possible. He just left the loot collection to Black Wind. Black Wind was becoming very good at it. Just now, it had dug up 3 magic staffs from the enemy's corpses. It was doing this with its nose, which was much faster than walking around to search with his eyes. When Abel threw the 3 magic staffs in his Horadric cube, he couldn't help but feel quite disappointed. They were all fireball magic staffs, which couldn't even be used for magic staff recipes from the Holy Continent. Still, it wasn't like he had absolutely no use of them. Ever since he got himself a dark golden crystal core, he'd been very interested in every magic staff he could lay his hands on. With that in mind, he decided to throw them in his Kong spiritual beast bag. With his current skill level as a blacksmith, it'd be impossible for him to make anything that would require drilling 2 or more holes in a crystal core. The only way for him to get a rune weapon was by fighting hell creatures in the dark world. Obviously, this wasn't the best method since he could usually only get fireball magic staffs, which were just simply nowhere being good enough for him. Abel decided to look further. He began to look over the deeper parts of Black Marsh. From his memories of playing Diablo Roman 2, he remembered that there was a forgotten tower somewhere in Black Marsh. A countess used to live there. While many have forgotten about her, she turned into a very powerful pyromancer in the underworld. If he could visit the location where she used to live, maybe he could find better loot. Just when he was still cleaning up the battlefield, he realized that more souls were flying into his Horadric cube. As he looked over in the distance, he saw that Flying Flame was fighting an army of knight clans and corrupt archers. It was fighting all by itself. There must have been at least 1,000 of these hell creatures that it was facing against. Instead of joining in, Abel decided that he was going to see how strong Flying Flame truly was. If it did get injured, he could always heal it from a distance, so watching from a distance was no problem. After the speed enhancement buff, Flying Flame was flying so fast that only a gray shadow was there, circling in the sky. It kept flying around and over the hell creature. When it felt like it, it would spit out white flames that would leave black, long trails on the ground. The hell creatures weren't afraid, though. Despite not being able to do anything to the giant beast dragon that was annihilating them, they just kept screaming angrily at Flying Flame as they waved their weapons around. The corrupt archers could try to fire at Flying Flame, but the defensive capability of a beast dragon was simply not something that a few arrows could break through. No, not even when some of the arrows had poison on their tip, and certainly not the arrows couldn't penetrate Flying Flame's super thick scales. After spitting out 10 white flame balls, Flying Flame flew lower to mow the ground with its sharp claws. Every time it went down, it would fly so low that its belly was barely sweeping the ground. It would then fly up, move towards a spot with more troops, then repeat the same process all over again. The corrupt archers and knight clans were like ants. They were squashed and ran over without being given any chance to respond. Flying Flame had its own weaknesses, though. The major one was that it had a 10-time limit to use its dragon breath. After that limit was reached, it could only fight with physical attacks. Instead of spamming fire attacks like it just did, it had to learn to show restraint in the future. Abel decided that he should join in. After calling all his summoned creatures to join, he charged at the enemies with his sword of victory and charged bolts. As soon as he made contact with the knight clans and corrupt archers, he became certain that they were in a lower level than where he was currently at. All it took was 3 or 4 charged bolts to kill one of them. Usually, it'd take a lot more hits to absorb their mana with his sword of victory, but right now, it didn't take much for him to recharge his mana to full. The corrupt archers were still shooting at him, but his frozen armor and dark golden combat Kai armor were making it impossible for him to take any damage. To make things worse for his enemies, the 5 spiritual guardian knights would always guard around him to make it impossible to get closer. Forget about blocking the arrows with his armors. Most of them were already deflected by the spiritual guardian knights as soon as they flew towards him. The summoned creatures were losing health points, though. If they became too low, Abel would heal them with his druid spirit by sending the full recovery potions to them. This way, not even one casualty occurred on his side. When the battle was over, he didn't even bother looking over any valuable loot. All the hell creatures he just fought used to be humans. Without the power of the underworld corrupting their entire existence, they would just be a bunch of dead bodies with some broken weapons. That being said, his main reward was the many bottles of soul potion that he got from clearing these hell creatures. He wanted it for himself and for his summoned creatures. He hadn't used a soul potion on Flying Flame yet, so he wanted to see how much progress he could make with it. Down Flying Flame, Abel waved at Flying Flame. When Flying Flame heard its master's call, its body suddenly froze in the middle of the air. Then, in a very anti-physic manner, dropped to the ground next to Abel. There was not a lot of wind when it came down, which didn't make sense when its heavy body was descending this fast. As Abel observed Flying Flame from top to bottom, he realized that it didn't suffer any injury from the battle just then. Its scales were protecting it from all the attacks that the hell creature unleashed. Even their blood didn't leave any stain on the surface of its skin. P-alpha-dalpha nanura 1SOM. When the entire bottle of the potion went inside Flying Flame's mouth, its eyes started to look hollow. The gray scales on its body became a little darker, and after 30 seconds it started waking up. The effect of the potion was over. Abel took out another bottle to feed it. He didn't know how many he needed to make a real change, but since he had a total of 30-something bottles, he could always just keep feeding it more before any real change started happening. Besides, he could also get more soul potions by killing the hell creatures in Black Marsh. Again, it took Flying Flame 30 seconds to fully absorb the second soul potion. The change was still very subtle. Its scales just became darker. There wasn't much else other than that. It drank the third, the fourth, the fifth. Once the Abel had fed 10 bottles to Flying Flame, its body started trembling. It crouched down, and whilst covering its head in its body, tail, and wings, a powerful imposed pressure started coming out. This pressure was much stronger than when it was roaring in the sky. Even Abel's summoned creatures, which had gotten used to a dragon's roar, started to crouch down in the presence of the force that was spreading out. Black Wind was affected too. As the king of Mount Wolves, instead of crouching down, it got into a defensive stance, all of its furs standing up. Abel had the least reaction. While he couldn't unleash a dragon's imposing pressure, his soul was technically infused with a giant dragon. That being said, he was perfectly calm and could observe all the changes happening to Flying Flame's body. It took 10 bottles of soul potion to inflict any real change to a dragon beast. Even White Cloud only took 5 bottles to level up, showing how powerful dragons were. Even if they had barely taken any potions before, they still needed more recourses than most creatures. Right now, Flying Flame's entire body was shaking violently. It looked like it was in great pain, so Abel tried to communicate with it through his soul chain. When he did, he began to feel the same pain that it was experiencing. The pain was not from Abel's body, but it certainly felt a lot worse if it was coming through the soul chain towards him. If he wanted to, he could always cut off the chain's connection, of course. He didn't do this, though. Flying Flame had to go through it, as its master. He wanted to take responsibility and share the same pain. Abel tried to endure, and he tried to comfort Flying Flame by talking to it. While that didn't ease the pain, Flying Flame eventually stopped trembling. It was in a lonely place before. After hearing Abel's voice, it was starting to relax. As blessed as the dragons were, the world existed with balance. For the strengths and powerful abilities that they possessed, they had to sacrifice not just their numbers, i.e. fertility, but also their potential to improve their skill levels. If they tried to overcome their own limits, there were higher risks involved. Flying Flame was still young. As potent as the soul potion was, it couldn't strengthen its psychological weaknesses. When it was in pain, it would become helpless, which was especially true since it grew up without a family. If Abel didn't comfort it, it might have just lost the will to keep living. Once Abel took care of the psychological factors, the soul potion would do its job to take care of all the other factors, which really showed how powerful it was. By definition, soul potion strengthened its consumers by directly interacting with his soul. Since souls were the most mysterious parts to a living being, there weren't a lot of research on them. Wizards had it hard when it comes to this field, because any subtle change that's made could lead to an unpredictable outcome. Even if the wizards could produce something powerful like the soul potion, the number of souls required was too much to be realistic. Besides, the living beings on the Holy Continent were simply not strong enough. The Horadric Cube only absorbed souls in the Dark World. To make a concentrated solution of hundreds of souls, only a large number of strong, vigorous souls would suffice. Which was kind of why Flying Flame had such a hard time after drinking 10 bottles of the soul potion. In fact, it's already been a whole excruciating hour since Flying Flame became in pain. Abel was just starting to recover from it. The pain was still there, but the sensation was more numb than when he first experienced it. Nevertheless, this had been an unforgettable experience for him. If the damage was actually inflicted on his own body, he would have been torn into shreds by now. Now that he's overcome this mental simulation of what a dragon's pain felt like, he became better at tolerating pain. Obviously, he didn't feel like that at all. Not now, anyways. When he tried to rub Flying Flame's body, it started letting out a terrible scream. A sharp pain started coming through the soul chain. It was many times worse than last time. Thankfully, it only lasted for a few seconds. Abel started to taste blood. He had bit the inside of his mouth. He didn't have the time to worry about that, though, because something odd just happened to Flying Flame. He wasn't sure how, but it suddenly grew an extra pair of claws. 2-foot dragons got their names because, unlike giant dragons, they only had 1 pair of claws. The pair Flying Flame grew were not like the one that giant dragons had. They were nowhere as strong and thick as the giant dragons, but still, it was somewhat close to being a 4-clawed dragon now. While the pain was pretty much over, the process of leveling was still unfinished. Abel could feel the same refreshing sensation that Flying Flame got. Its scales started falling off, and when they did, new, darker scales were replaced. After tens of minutes passed by, Flying Flame was covered in pitched black scales that were as dark as the night. They were also harder than its previous scales, which actually had a soft touch and comfortable firmness to them. And those claws, Abel could see that they were becoming sharper and longer by the seconds. They were white before, but now they were stained blood red. It was both mancing and spectacular at the same time. Instead of the feeling of hopelessness that it was drowned in before, Flying Flame felt joyful with the growth that it just underwent. Abel was there to share that joy. He watched as Flying Flame tried to stand up with its new body which, due to the pair of claws at the tip of its wings, was making it kind of hard to maintain balance. After a while, Flying Flame tried to gain a much better control of its front claws. It was more confident because all dragons knew how significant having 4 claws was. Also, it was thankful for Abel. If it wasn't for him, it would have never experienced the same kind of progress as the one it just had. Abel had spent 3 days in Lila Valley. During the day, he would practice his knight's fighting technique inside the valley. In the night, he would go back to the Dark World to clear up all the hell creatures in Black Marsh. With Flying Flame, it didn't take much time to eliminate the hell creatures he found. Flying Flame had more opportunities to fight, and it really wanted to show off. Abel was happy about that since the more it kept using the same technique, the better control it would have of its own abilities. There were 100 beast-type monsters in front of them. They were shaped like giant gorillas, and their muscles were frighteningly powerful. In fact, they were one of the most muscular and agile hell creatures there were. Flying Flame knew that. That's why it was so high up in the sky. It knew that a dragon's roar wouldn't do much to these hell creatures, but out of habit, it still screamed at them for a good 2 seconds. When it flew at them, they just howled back because they couldn't do anything else. Instead of going down to have a close-range battle, Flying Flame did something that was much easier. He spat out a white flame ball. Within seconds, all the creatures in a 10-meter radius were incinerated into ash. This was Flying Flame's new ability. By throwing a compressed fireball at its target, it could unleash an area attack with a 10-meter radius. The fireball would explode when it made contact to the ground, which was almost guaranteed to kill whatever it hit instantaneously. Well, that's pretty much the case if it was against a bunch of hell creatures. Flying Flame was born to breathe out fire. It could only use this about 10 times before resting. Drinking soul potions didn't make that number higher, but they increased its attack range and durability. The longer it could keep spitting out flames, the more damage it could deal to its enemies. When Abel charged towards the battlefield with his summoned creatures, the number of hell creatures were obliterated. Flying Flame dealt with the vast majority of them, so all he had to do was to do a quick clean-up. This was how things were going to be from now on. He could now save a lot of time from having to sweep off all the hell creatures himself. What is that? When Abel cleared off the last hell creature, he saw an abandoned building at the plain in front of him. When he rode towards it, he discovered that it was a square building completely made of giant stones. Whatever power that was used to destroy this building, it must have been absolutely destructive. All that remained were broken walls and frames. This was probably the Forgotten Tower, where the Countess used to live in. Abel ordered as he saw the entrance in front of him, "Stay out, Flying Flame." Flying Flame was just big enough to fit the entrance. It wasn't good at walking with its 2 legs, though, so it had no choice but to fly on top of the Forgotten Tower. As disappointed as it was with itself, it knew its obligations well enough to serve as a guarding post. Instead of walking inside the tower right away, Abel chose to send in his 5 spiritual guardian knights first. That was the right call. Soon, he started hearing the sound of fighting coming from the inside. Once he came in with the rest of his summoned creatures, he saw that the spiritual guardian knights were fighting 5 large beasts. So 5 spiritual guardian knights and 5 large beasts, all fighting to the death with each other in a very small room. The spiritual guardian knights were wielding lances with shock effects, so even if they couldn't use their abilities, they could still protect themselves relatively well from the beasts' attacks. When the beasts were knocked away, their backs collided against the wall because of how small the area was. That's when the spiritual guardian knights pinned them down with their lances. Whenever these creatures tried to move, the shock effect of the lances would keep trapping them from making any sort of movement. After that, their health points were drained away by Death Kai and attacks. Abel didn't have to do much himself. The result of the fight was obvious from the beginning. With a wave of his hand, he easily took the 5 beasts' lives away with his charged bolt spell. Now he was worried that his poisonous ivy couldn't travel underneath the stone tiles, but it turned out that he didn't need to be concerned. The poisonous ivy was the strongest low-tier summoned creature for druids after all. Even in a place like this, he could still see them occasionally hopping out from the ground. When he took a better look at this place, he realized that everything was burnt before. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all charcoal black. All the furniture and decorations were damaged by fire. All that remained were pieces of charcoal that were on the wall. Because of what happened here, the secret entrance that was hidden in the corner appeared to be more visible. It was an entryway to the underground dungeon. The light was dim, which made the dark pit that was below looked even scarier. For a better view, Abel took out a night pearl from his portal bag. After putting it at his shoulder, he began to look for a stairway that he could walk down with. Again, he sent in his 5 spiritual guardian knights first. As they had no use for a ladder, they could just disappear and reappear in the dungeon. When Abel tried to sense their whereabouts, he realized that he couldn't hear the sound of them fighting. That's how he knew that it was safe to go down. Abel was still on top of Black Wind. As its large paws patted on croaking stairs, they slowly made their way to the dungeon that was below. On their way, he saw that there was a small room that he could see with his night pearl. He had guessed that it was where the dungeon guards used to live. It became more evident when he looked inside. There wasn't much to look at. There were some rotten corpses on the ground, and there were some broken wooden tools that he wasn't sure what they were for. The air was pretty clear, though. Whoever designed this place must have put some work in ventilation. At the corner of the dungeon guard's room, there was a passageway that went further down. There was an iron door that was in the way, but everything except its edges was already eroded. With one command, Abel could easily tell his 5 spiritual guardian knights to charge in. And so he did. After, he and the rest of his summoned creatures walked towards the passageway as well. It wasn't a long passageway. Actually, it was more of a stone stairway that was going down. After taking 50 or so steps down, he began to see a line of lanterns that were in front of him. Those were the lights of long-lasting lanterns. Long-lasting lanterns were made with a special oil that could only be produced with alchemy. While their lights weren't very bright, they could last for many, many years without going off. Like the ones Abel saw right now, some of them could switch on in the presence of a nearby person. Long-lasting lanterns were often used for graves of large families. Knowing that actually just made it creepier for Abel. He could make the place more visible with his night pearl, but because of how big the place was, there were still areas that he couldn't quite see. When his eyes became better adjusted to the dark here, he began to notice 4 wooden barrels in front of him, but they looked new. They had clearly been in this place for some time, but no damage could be found whatsoever. What kind of things would be inside them? Abel wasn't willing to find out himself. He still remembered the times when he encountered explosive barrels from inside the dark world. If these were really explosive barrels, he and his summoned creatures would surely take a lot of damage. Since Flying Flame wasn't here, the spiritual guardian's knights would have to be the ones with the highest defense points. Not only that, but Abel could also enhance their fire immunity if he switched on their fire enhancement mode. That being said, these skeletons were his safest option to test out the contents that were inside these barrels. When the spiritual guardian knight captain came near the 4 barrels, it did not hesitate to slash one of them open with its knight's lance. There was nothing inside, though. Abel was glad that that was the case. If there was anything valuable inside, it would have been destroyed just then. Once it was told to restrain its force, the spiritual guardian knight captain proceeded to slash at the 2nd barrel. An angry roar suddenly came from the inside. It was a hell creature, and it was interrupted from its sleep. A hungry ghoul stood up from the broken barrel. After it tried to take away the broken wooden pieces, its shagged cloth and dark black skin started showing. It was screaming as if it was trying to find the ones who were disturbing it. It looked kind of hungry as well. After waking up from a long slumber, it was desperate to replenish itself with some food. The hungry ghoul probably found Abel by his smell. With a quick glance, it started charging at him. Abel didn't have to do anything, though. His summoned creatures were already tearing the ghoul into pieces. When the spiritual guardian knight withdrew its lance from the now dead ghoul, it slashed towards the 3rd barrel. As soon as it did, Abel began to hear the sound of an item dropping on the floor. It was making a crisp sound, which meant that it must be very small. Abel quickly jumped down from Black Wind's back. He started crouching to search for where the item was. Once he found it, he discovered that it was a round object, almost the same color as the floor that it was on. If he didn't hear it drop, he might just take a lot longer to look for it. Upon a closer look, he could tell that it was a small luck charm. Lucky charms were a special type of item in the dark world. They were meant to be attribute buffs to whoever was wearing them. Nicely for him, they would be in effect no matter where he was putting them. He could put them inside his portal bag for them to work. Most importantly, if his portal bag was big enough, he could put in any number of them he liked inside. There was a 500 cubic meter capacity inside. The Kong spiritual beast bag. Abel also had the portal bracelet, a 5 cubic meter portal bag, and 2 smaller portal bags. Space was the least of his concerns. As long as he could find enough luck charms, he would have no problem storing them somewhere close to him. It wasn't easy to stumble upon a luck charm, though. Abel knew that very well. It's been so many days since he was inside the dark world, and he only found one small luck charm so far. When he placed it inside his Horadric cube, a text stating Lizard-type small luck charm appeared. Lizard-type small luck charm. Description: plus 3% fast running / walking, and plus 5 mana points. It was a nice luck charm to have. Abel was pretty satisfied with his luck today. Fortunately, he didn't have to change its attribute with his Horadric cube. He couldn't do that every time he saw a lucky charm that he didn't like. For convenience's sake, he decided to store the small lucky charm inside his portal bracelet. He was worried that it wouldn't work if he was putting it inside another dimension, but as soon as he noticed how his body was getting lighter, he realized that that wasn't a concern. The condition was that the small luck charm must be placed inside any space close to its wielder. After doing a few more tests, Abel became more certain of what that really meant. As long as it wasn't something like his personal storage box or his Horadric cube, anything that was powerful enough to create a dimension that was completely separate from reality, the luck charm would work in most of his portal storage items. To test out what a plus 3% speed bonus felt like, he tried to do some running around the area. Plus 3% might not sound like a lot, but he could see how it could be very beneficial for his fights. Speed was the weakness of knights, after all, so he had to get all the agility that he could. As for the plus 5 mana point bonus, he just had to get more of these luck charms for them to really have an effect. With one more barrel left, the spiritual guardian knight captain raised its lance for another swing. Unfortunately, the last barrel was just a trap that would burn anyone who opened it. After surrounding the spiritual guardian knight captain for a quick few seconds, the fire quickly died down without dealing much damage at all to it. Abel was disappointed, of course. He was expecting more than just one small luck charm. From 4 wooden barrels, again, the dark world was a dangerous place. After getting on Black Wind's back, Abel proceeded to continue on his exploration. Black Wind was behaving a little strange, though, so he decided to communicate with it with his soul chain. When he asked what was going on, the response he got was that it actually became faster. Could it be? Abel didn't expect the luck charm to be so good that it could even buff his mount. After putting the small luck charm inside his Horadric cube, he tried asking Black Wind what was going on again. The response he got was that the speed increase was gone. The luck charm must have identified Abel as one with Black Wind. That was great to know because with the current speed that Black Wind could harness, it was already very hard to make any real improvement. With a 3% buff when it was so close to its limit, the luck charm could be of great use in any future fights. Since the area here wasn't fit for scouting, the 5 crows decided that they would fly out themselves. When one of them flew past the stone door at the front, Abel started hearing the sound of arrows piercing through the air. Something was up. After switching to his Jade of Tandu and Crescent Small Shield, as well as strengthening himself with the Frozen Armor technique and the Golden Combat Kai armor, he called Black Wind to make a charge inside. The wall that was about 30 meters away from the stone door, and there were about 100 corrupt archers were shooting at the crows. They were hard to shoot at, though, being flying moving targets that had natural dodge capabilities. When Abel appeared, the corrupt archers quickly changed targets. They shot him all at once. This made it easy for him to make a defense with his Crescent Small Shield. As a dark golden light began to cover his entire body, the small Crescent Small Shield became much larger so that it could protect him and Black Wind. Simultaneously, the spiritual guardian knights and spirit wolves vanished from the scene. They would respawn right in the midst of the corrupt archers. Since the corrupt archers couldn't fight in close range with their bows, some of them had to keep fighting with their short daggers. For those who were far enough from these summoned creatures, they tried to back away to gain some time to reload. Now that the first wave of these arrows was successfully locked, Abel made it so that it was impossible for a second wave to come. With a flash of his portal bracelet, he got his sword of victory in his right hand and a blackfire magic staff in his left. He started releasing charged bolts at the corrupt archers, and when he was close enough, he would finish them off with his giant blade. There were thin threads of dark golden combat kai around his sword of victory. As unnoticeable as they were, they could be quite scary when he was launching an attack. Whenever they made contact with the corrupt archers, large wounds would start to open up from their bodies. To make it cleaner, he decided to aim for the necks. Without any other troops to support them, the archers could do no real harm at Abel and his summoned creatures. As soon as he guarded that first wave of arrows, he was pretty much set to take the initiative of the battle. All that was left to do was to massacre the corrupt archers. There was no way that this could be called a fight. When Abel just finished clearing up the corrupt archers, he began to sense a danger that was close by. There was nothing to be seen around him, though. His summoned creatures were at the front, and there was only the wall that was behind him. Suddenly, a ghost penetrated through the walls and jumped on top of him. Half of his mana was instantly gone because of it. He tried to resist by sweeping the ghost with his dark golden combat kai threads, which made it leave after letting out a sharp, terrible cry. From what he could see, the ghost was surrounded in dim blue light. It must have come from a special place in hell. It had no physical form, so its existence was without a place to belong to. If he wasn't wrong, it was called a wraith, a type of ghost that was driven by everlasting anger. Since wraiths didn't have a physical form, they could go through any substance. If they were going through a living being, that living being would have all the life and mana sucked away. Life draining wasn't meant for their survival, though. It was more for satisfying their sickly, twisted desires to see another living being die. When Abel readied his sword, he noticed that more of these wraiths were appearing from the wall. When they gathered, the dim, blue light replaced the light that was emitted from his night pearl. He had no choice but to tell Black Wind to stay as far away as possible. These wraiths was simply too much to handle. All they needed was a little bit of contact to take away all your mana. Luckily, they weren't any good in a fight. Since the summoned creatures weren't afraid of having their mana drained out, it didn't take much time for these wraiths to be cleared. When Abel searched the room again, he was disappointed to see that there weren't any hidden mechanisms. There wasn't any item to loot, either. He quickly went to another stone door with his summoned creatures. When Abel stepped in the stone door, a blood clan was charging at him. Unlike most blood clans that were red, the one that was coming at him was in gold. It must be the leader of the pack. Unlike the others, its entire body was flashing in bright, red light. Fire enhancement. Abel knew immediately when he saw the light that was flashing out of the Golden Blood clan. There was no point in fighting in close-range combat. With that in mind, he drew his distance, then quickly drew a few charged bolts to the ground. Under Abel's command, the 5 spiritual guardian knights switched to their hairy bows to fire at the blood clans. As for the spirit wolves, they stayed in front of Abel as his protective barrier. The poisonous ivy was told to remain underground until there was a good chance to strike. The crows were the only ones that were not given any instructions. They just kept flying around to try blinding the blood clans with their beaks. As it turned out, the charged bolts were not very effective against high-tier hell creatures. Abel was just starting to notice that, but suddenly, the number of lightning arcs on the ground increased to being 9. The level of his charged bolt spell just went up from 6 to 7. The damage of his lightning attacks increased from 6 to 7 points. That might not seem like a lot, but his range of attack also increased. He was also dealing more overall damage to all of his enemies combined, which meant that while not a lot of harm was done to the blood clans individually, all of them were simultaneously weakened by the chip damage that he was dealing. Not just that, but the lightning arcs could also zap the blood clans, greatly reducing their movement speed. Because of that, it was much easier for the spiritual guardian knights to aim at the same target. After Abel sent his signals, many of his enemies began to fall on the ground. The Golden Blood clan was much more durable, of course. To protect its subordinates, it rushed towards the front to absorb most of the lightning attacks. That just made the other blood clans move a lot faster. Within an instant, they were actually running close enough to the spirit wolves. Abel was trying to switch for another type of spell to attack with. However, the Golden Blood clan was strengthened with fire enhancement, making it and its subordinates highly resistant against fire attacks. This meant that fire-type spells were pretty much useless, despite them being his strongest offensive spell. Abel decided to switch to ice bolts, which would cost him only 3 mana for each one of them. He could also shoot them out with both of his hands. While they were not as fast as his charged bolts, they were just as effective to slow down the blood clans. In fact, ice countered fire element hell creatures, so they could actually deal more damage to the enemies he was facing. With one hand, he shot at the Golden Blood clan. With the other, he shot at all the other clans. Within a few seconds, he had shot more than a dozen ice bolts at them. While that wasn't enough to stop them from rushing towards the spirit wolves could fight back with their sharp fangs and claws. Abel focused most of his ice bolts at the Golden Blood clan, which was not stopping to get closer to him. When it was close enough to use its sharp axe, it knocked down one of the spirit wolves that tried to fight back. Yet, as soon as that spirit wolf went down, it revived when a purple light flashed across it. Abel just used his full recovery potion with his druid spirit. He wanted to save it for a better time. But if there was no spirit wolf to protect himself, the Blood clan might just end him right here. That being said, since the Golden Blood clan was confused about how its attack took no effect, it gave Abel a lot of chances to keep shooting them with his ice bolts. It was far from being dead yet, but it slowed down enough from being able to unleash another fire-strengthened attack. The Golden Blood clan howled as it tried to block the ice bolts with its axe. It was trying to cancel the freezing effect with its own fire element attacks. As unintelligent as Blood clans were, this was actually a pretty effective method. That was until Abel was shooting at it with both of his hands. Eventually, the ice bolts became too much for it to handle. Its body started turning blue from the frost. It was also moving a lot slower, which meant that there was more time for the summoned creatures to attack it together. With a loud, desperate scream, the Golden Blood clan gave up on trying to break through the spirit wolf's defense. It started releasing a bright red beam from its chest, which quickly undid the freezing effect of Abel's ice bolts. When it was free to move again, it tried to bypass the spirit wolves and go straight towards Abel. Abel actually didn't mind that. In fact, he even told the spirit wolves to back away from him. Black Wind understood right away, so even without him telling it to, it backed away to lure the Golden Blood clan away from its subordinates. While knights would train to not back away from a fight, Abel had to be smart when he was fighting a bunch of extremely aggressive hell creatures. This was especially true for the Golden Blood clan. Their fire enhancement technique would give it a 66, 100% fire damage bonus in close combat, as well as a 100% increase in its attack frequency. It could easily one-shot Abel, so sticking to principle wasn't exactly going to help him. After the Golden Blood clan went away from its subordinates, it became much easier for the summoned creatures to sweep up the battlefield. The spiritual guardian knights quickly changed into their ice magic swords and shields. With the company of the spirit wolves, they quickly surrounded the Blood clan troops and took an overwhelming initiative over them. As for Abel, he could easily win over the Golden Blood clan with his speed. They were nowhere fast enough to land a hit at Black Wind, so all he needed to do was to keep attacking it with his ice bolts and dark golden combat Kai threads. After spamming the same attack for 5 minutes, the Golden Blood clan went down without being able to do anything. While Abel did score himself a victory, he felt like his overall level was still too low. His spells barely did anything this time, and if they did, he would have to waste too much time to cast them repeatedly. If anything, it was his knight's techniques that helped him the most. But relying too much on close-range techniques would only increase the chance of injury. Once the spiritual guardian knights finished clearing up the rest of the Blood clans, Abel went back to them and continued to advance down the dungeon. The deeper he traveled, the more suppressive the atmosphere around him turned out to be. Suddenly, a large stone shelf appeared on the side wall. There were skeletons inside. Their hands pointed towards the ceiling, as though they were reaching towards the sky in a desperate effort to live. It was a good thing that they weren't moving, so Black Wind could just walk over the shattered bone pieces. Right now, both the spirit wolves and the spiritual guardian knights were advancing through teleportation. It was the quietest way they could move while serving as Abel's bodyguards. The crows, too, tried to be as quiet as possible. Apart from when they detect any sort of danger, they wouldn't just fly in the sky without making any noise. For the poisonous ivy, as long as Abel wasn't paying attention to it, even he wouldn't know where in the ground it was moving at. So, after leaving out the oak that was floating in the air, Black Wind was the only one that was making noises. It was quite scary, but Abel was very pleased with the progress that he was making. In fact, he just stumbled across 3 coffins that were made of stones. Shapes of human beings were carved on the lids of these coffins. They must have been what the people inside looked like when they were still alive. After encountering the wooden barrels, Abel was ready if this was another one of the hidden traps. It had to be another trap. Still, while there might be poisonous gas or zombies inside, there could also be valuable items that could attract his interest. Under Abel's command, the spirit guardian knight captain rode its spirit wolf to the side of a stone coffin. After taking countless soul potions, its movements were like that of a human, extremely fluid. Just when it was about to lift the cover off the coffin with its hand, it hesitated a little bit. Afterward, it decided to take out the knight's spear from his spirit wolf and use it to lift it up instead. Abel couldn't believe what he was seeing. The spirit guardian knight was originally a skeleton as well. Although it harmonized with the elements from a spirit wolf, it was still a skeleton at its core. Was it disgusted by a coffin? No matter what, Abel knew the spirit guardian knight captain had enough strength to lift up a coffin with its bare hands. While Abel was still thinking, a raspy scream rose from the coffin, and a hungry dead began to slowly climb out. A red light flashed on the spirit guardian knight captain, and its magic knight spear viciously struck down. Even from afar, Abel could feel the heat of that fire-enchanted magic spear. The hungry dead's head exploded as it made contact with the magic spear. After adding a powerful fire enchantment on top of an already powerful attack, the spirit guardian knight captain's attribute could no longer be shown on the skill tree in the Horadric cube. Abel walked towards the stone coffin. It was completely empty inside. The spirit guardian knight captain then made a small indication as he walked to the side of another stone coffin and opened it. This time, no hell creature came out. Abel reached his head in the second coffin. There was a black crystal glass inside. He didn't need an explanation. Abel knew this was poison antidote. However, it was a black one, unlike the ones in the Holy Continent. Although they claimed that the Holy Continent's poison antidote could cure most poisons, they could not cure everything. Even the ones Abel made could not get rid of 100% of the poison. It could only reduce the damage at most. However, the ones in the dark world were beyond the ranking system of potions. They had reached the pinnacle of poison antidote. A single bottle could neutralize every single bit of poison within you. Just imagine how poisonous some of those hell creatures were, and you'd know how powerful this poison was. Then Abel swapped out one of the antidote potions on his snake ego belt with the new one with a face full of smiles. At this point, the spirit guardian knight captain was already opening up the third coffin with its magic spear. As soon as it opened, a cloud of green smoke emerged and engulfed the spirit guardian knight captain. Since it was originally a skeleton, it was immune to poison. Especially after harmonizing with the spirit wolf, it gained even more anti-poison attributes. Therefore, it just casually walked out of the toxic smoke and irritatedly dusted himself clean. Abel began to doubt the IQ of the genius who had created this trap. He just got a black poison antidote, and now his spirit guardian knight was hit with a poison attack. Abel just could not understand this logic. After passing through the row of coffins, Abel finally saw the entrance to the next level down. The second-level basement was just in front of him. As soon as Abel entered, he felt a little dizzy. It was much hotter in the second level, and the air was filled with waves of a hellish, rotten smell. Black Wind's nose was a lot bigger and sensitive than Abel's, but no matter how hard it kept patting itself in the nose, it just could not avoid this smell. He had no choice but to suffer through it. The entrance to the second level was a little corner. Immediately after the ravens took the turn, they began to screech. Abel quickly picked up Pelta Lunata and held up his magic knight spear. The 5 spirit guardian knights then flashed and took the turn as well, while Abel closely followed behind. As soon as he turned the corner, he saw a ground of dark archers kept shooting arrows at the ravens. The most eye-catching thing about them was that each of them had a glowing aura under their feet. Abel could tell at first sight this was an attack aura enchantment. This meant there must be a dark gold archer lurking amongst them. A dark gold hell creature in a place like this must be a boss-level creature. They were most likely compiled with a large number of attributes. Abel's summons were the best at dealing with long-distance hell creatures. The spirit guardian knights and spirit wolves quickly flashed to the center of the dark archer's formation, and the place he turned into total chaos. The archers needed to keep a large distance to attack, so they had to keep stepping back. But the dark archers weren't faster than the spirit guardian knights or spirit wolves. Since their arrows couldn't unleash much power at short distances, they couldn't harm Abel's summons. It was at this moment an arrow struck upon the slowest spirit wolf. This was the last one Abel had summoned. Originally it could avoid it in a flash, but it had always lacked training. It always just followed what Abel commanded the other spirit wolves to do. Suddenly a red light engulfed all 10 of Abel's summons. It was a spell. Damage increase, Abel yelled. Damage increase was a type of spell with a powerful and confusing ability that could speed up the damage of any wounds. Even a normal attack could rot the wounds of your enemy. Its effect could lower your enemy's physical impact. Resistance by 100, which basically meant any physical attacks were very serious. If Abel's summons could not move in a flash, maybe most of them would be whipped out by these dark archers' arrows. But for now, they still couldn't do much to Abel's summons since they couldn't unleash their powerful attacks even with the damage increase spell. It was because of this attack. It exposed where the dark gold archer was hiding. In a time span of a single breath, Black Wind arrived next to that dark gold archer and viciously struck down with its sharp claw. Abel also struck out the magic knight spear in his hand. He couldn't give this dark gold archer a chance to attack. These two attacks were too powerful, and a large amount of combat Kai could explode if it had the slightest time to recover. The dark gold string of combat Kai on the tip of the magic knight's spear directly penetrated the dark gold archer's body. A powerful force tore a big hole in its chest. It screamed in agony as it frantically struck back with its bow. Abel gently blocked with his pelta lunata. Under the dark gold archer's aura enchantment, its resistance was so powerful it almost scared Abel. However, this was the last bit of insanity unleashed by the dark gold archer. Abel continued to strike with its night magic spear, and after countless knockback effects, the dark gold archer could just accept its fate. Under the loud scream of agony, the dark gold archer fell to the ground. Afterward, a golden half-transparent shadow flew towards Abel's right arm. Seeing a gold color potion in his Horadric cube, Abel couldn't help but mumble to himself, "It's a power potion." Abel never expected to gain a power potion from a boss-level hell creature. It was a welcoming surprise. This thing didn't even cause him that much trouble, and it had given him such a big reward. He then put away the power potion and rejoined the Dark Archer massacre. With spells on his left hand and golden combat Kai's string on his right, in almost no time, all the other Dark Archers were whipped out as well. Just when Abel was about to leave, he noticed the armor on that dead dark gold archer was not rotten. Instead, it was still shimmering in dark gold like before. It was a dark gold-level armor. Abel jumped down from Black Wind and snatched the dark gold armor from the dark gold archer. This was studded leather dark gold armor, which was quite rare in the dark world. Twitch throw. Abel mumbled the name almost subconsciously. As soon as these words landed, the studded leather armor began to glow. All of a sudden, the dirty armor became clean as new. Twitch throw. Defense 60. Durability 32. Required strength 27. Plus 20 increase attack speed. Plus 20 increase hit recovery. Plus 25 increase chance of block. Plus 25 defense. Plus 10 strength. Plus 10 dexterity. The studded leather armor was quite nice. To a knight, plus 20 attack speed was practica. Plus 20 hit recovery was also useful in the dark world since most of the hell creatures had that annoying interruption ability. Even normal ones had a chance of interrupting your spells. If you were surrounded by hell creatures and an interruption effect had occurred, you couldn't lose your defense. If you did, you might keep getting interrupted until you lost your ability to move. Plus 25 chance of block could basically make Abel immune to the attacks from low-level enemies, especially after having the blocking attribute on his pelta lunata. Abel put on this twitch throw underneath his black armor. Although only the attributes of the armor closest on his skin would be recognized. This armor shimmering in dark gold was too eye-catching. He had to cover it up with something. The next batch of hell creatures Abel ran into was devilkins. Although they were more powerful than carvers, they would still run in paranoia after one of their teammates was killed. Therefore, cleaning them up was quite easy, not too dangerous. It was like Abel had run out of good luck. He had already arrived at the entrance to the 3rd floor without running into any dark gold boss. He didn't find anything inside the coffins, and even barrels that he had the highest hopes for were useless. The 3rd floor was just the same, if not even more lifeless. Abel only ran into a small amount of devilkins and ghosts. The entrance to the 4th floor was easy to find. It was in a room next to the exit. The 3rd floor in the dungeon was designed to be a passage. Maybe it was where the guards were living back in the days. Abel saw fire as soon as he entered. It was a giant 5-star pattern made up of the relentless infernal flame. There were countless devilkins roaming around since they were basically immune to it. The Spirit Guardian Knight's captain began to change, glowing from blue to red. The magic sword in his hand had also changed from an ice magic sword to fire one. By this point, it gained an extra 75 fire attribute. Also, with the defense strength of its gear, fire could no longer do anything to it. It ran into the giant flaming 5-star pattern and began massacring devilkins. Meanwhile, the other 4 Spirit Guardian Knights held their hairy bow and shot devilkins down one by one. The Spirit Wolves and Poison Creeper couldn't go in, so they just waited for remaining enemies to come out. Only the ravens flew amongst the flames and started picking out the devilkins' eyeballs. Now Abel had arrived by the side of that giant flaming 5-star pattern. He unleashed a charging bolt, and a sea of lightning roared towards the center of the flames like a tsunami. In almost no time, all the devilkins were killed. The Spirit Wolves and Spirit Guardian Knights smoothly flashed to the other side of the flames. Abel retrieved his Oak Sage and Poison Creeper, and he moved in a flash to the other side. Then they ran into another group. 300 devilkins appeared in front of them, a massive amount for a dungeon. Abel's charging bolt could do a lot of damage. A wave of lightning raced, and a small number of devilkins dropped dead. As they all ran in paranoia, Abel's summons started to massacre them. However, Abel realized there was one devilkin amount in the group who was unaffected. Instead, they speeded towards Abel in flying speed and struck down with its blade in mid-air. Of course, Abel would not give it a chance as he lifted up his Pelta Lunata. Although Abel had blocked the strike, he immediately felt a chunk of his mana was drained. While he was still confused, another struck down. Black Wind quickly moved back, and the devilkin's blade lightly brushed Abel's leather boots. Although he wasn't hurt, he felt another chunk of his mana taken away. It's a dark gold level. It has a mana-draining attribute. Abel mumbled as he threw out an ice bolt. It had directly smashed on the dark gold devilkin's body, but the spell effect was completely useless. It didn't even slow it down a single bit. With a flick of a hand, Abel swapped to an ice magic sword. He viciously slashed a string of combat kai towards the dark gold devilkin, but it didn't even make a dent on its skin. It was like hitting a tree with a stick. Skin enchantment. After many attacks, Abel could guess what attributes this dark gold devilkin had. He swapped to a Jade Tandu in his hand. With the plus 20 attack speed, Abel's hand had turned into a mere shadow in mid-air. At the same time, as the Jade Tandu struck down, a Poison Creeper emerged from under the dark gold devilkin and locked it down. The dark gold devilkin began to turn green as a large amount of poison was injected into it by the Poison Creeper, as well as Abel's Jade Tandu. In the face of this turtle shell-like defense, Abel could only use poison attacks with a poison element with his current level. By this point, the dark gold devilkin could no longer strike back. It could only slowly accept its fate and die. As Abel continued to think about the dark gold devilkin's attributes, he kept striking it with the Jade Tandu in his hand. Although it didn't create any wounds, the poison could still show its power. He was sure that this thing had some kind of mana burn enchantment when it was still attacking. Mana burn could remove your opponent's mana in the equivalent of its minimum or maximum damage times 4 and deals it as additional damage. Plus 100 attack rate, plus 75 mana resistance. Abel continued to analyze. Since his spells didn't do any damage, even at his level, it must have mana resistance enchantment. Mana resistance enchantment could plus 40 fire resistance, plus 40 ice resistance, plus 40 lighting resistance. That was why it could counteract all of Abel's lighting and ice spells. If hell creatures could incorporate their attributes well, they could unleash some extremely destructive power. Abel's combat Kai string could not damage its skin. Because of the skin enchantment. Skin enchantment could plus 80 physical impact and plus 200 defense. These three types of enchantments had transformed this weak little devilkin into some kind of super turtle. If Abel was not knowledgeable enough when it came to attributes and stuff, finding out its weakness would have been difficult. Although the poison that actually entered its body had been decreased by 75 points, after countless attacks, it was still enough to clear out the low amount of vitality in this devilkin. Afterward, a ghostly dark gold shadow flew out and entered the Horadric cube on Abel's left arm. Abel never expected to find 2 bottles of power potion before he even met the Countess. Those things were essentially a shortcut for his summons to level up. In order to increase the ability of those dark gold boss, Hell had developed many different enchantments. Each of them focused on a particular skill, and it could even level up alongside the creature. Now the entrance to the 5th floor was just in front of him. Abel wasn't planning to use the power potion yet. He had already spent so many days here, and he didn't want to wait any longer before seeing the Countess. The weird thing was, Abel didn't see a single hell creature on the 5th floor after he entered. It seemed like an empty dungeon, but it had a thick scent of fresh blood mangled with the wave of heat in the atmosphere. As Abel kept moving forward, he came across a big metal wok filled with red liquid. Abel gave it a little sniff, and he could tell it was fresh human blood. However, all humans had vanished in this world. Abel had never seen one ever since he arrived, so where did this blood come from? If Abel was a deity or an alchemist with deep knowledge of blood, he would know all of this was actually the blood of a female virgin. After a few turns, the last room was right in front of his eyes. Abel could sense waves of heat coming from within. Unlike other ones, this room was glowing in red flame. Abel let his spirit guardian knight captain stand in front since it had the strongest fire defense, while the other 4 guarded by the side as he stepped in the room. How many years has it been since a guest has visited? A sighing female voice emerged amongst the flame. Afterward, Abel saw a middle-aged woman wearing a luxurious noble long dress in the middle of the room with 7 female servants bowing by her side. Abel did not expect the Countess to speak like this. He thought all hell creatures, souls and bodies were consumed by hell. How could they have any thoughts? This was too weird, but Abel just needed to confirm if she was really the Countess. Are you the Countess guarding this place? Abel saw that she was wearing a long noble dress, so he bowed perfectly and knightly. Countess, no one has addressed me like that since I got trapped here. It had probably been millions of years. I almost forgot about this title. The Countess mumbled to self, trying to recall the distant past. The moment she confirmed she was the Countess, Abel had already got all his gears ready. He held the Bane Ash, a gold magic staff, in his hand. It had the attribute of plus 50 fire resistance. It was the strongest fire resistance thing he had. Brave adventurer, can you listen to my story before we fight? I know this place is no longer supported by hell. Before, I could die countless times before being reborn again. Now, I can no longer do that, so please listen to my story. Even if I fall into a deep, endless sleep after this, at least someone in this world will know about my past, the Countess asked with a gentle voice. She stuck both of her empty palms to show that she had no intention to harm him. Speak up. Abel didn't put away his Bane Ash. He only held down his summons to guard him by his side. Adventurer, I saw that you just did a knight's bow. This reminded me of my husband long ago. He was a knight as well. A spark of joy emerged on the Countess's face. Although it only lasted for a split second, Abel could see it very clearly. A knight is destined to die in a battle, and he was no different. The only thing I could do was to preserve his favorite thing, my beauty. Because of this, I found Countess experts and alchemists. At last, an alchemist from the city palace told me that virgin blood could help preserve my beauty forever. Upon hearing this, Abel automatically thought of that big wok of fresh blood in the hall near the entrance. Through all kinds of exchange and bribery, I accumulated a large bucket of female virgin blood and placed them into a container with a magic circle made by the alchemist. He said it could preserve its freshness forever. However, what awaited me was not endless beauty, but a disgusting betrayal. The countess grew ferocious, as though she had been destroyed. She then followed. Many people were jealous of my wealth, so they set this trap up after my husband died. Countless evil people rushed into my house and locked me up in the dungeon. They didn't find my rumored wealth, so they burned my house down. Just like that, I died in the dungeon. By this point, the countess's voice became sharp, as she said in anger seconds before I died, I made a deal with hell. I needed revenge, and I sacrificed everything I had. Just like that, I had become a member of hell. Maybe my grudge is even bigger than the contamination of hell, so I can preserve my consciousness. After many years, hell and heaven entered this world together. Everything I've ever known vanished alongside my enemies and relatives. I hate humans, they made me like this, but I hate hell even more. It has locked me up half dead for tens of thousands of years. I've driven all the hell creatures to the other floors and only left some devilkins on the 5th floor to clean up for me. I don't want them here in my home, my only home. The Honorable Countess, I believe everything you said, but no matter who's right or wrong, it's all in the past. Abel found her situation difficult. Since gathering human blood was forbidden, she would probably be round up and attack as well if she did the same thing in the Holy Continent. Young knight, where do you come from? Knights faded away long ago, according to my memories. Although there are still religious holy knights, you don't have a religious scent on you. You are a real knight. It was only after the countess said what she wanted to say, she noticed this human in front of her was different. Why don't you think I'm a challenger? Abel asked. Simple, you don't have any scent of heaven or hell on you, so you are not one of the challengers. Also, it had been countless years since heaven or hell visited this world. Maybe a lifeless world like this is not worth the attention, the countess replied. After a bit of hesitation, Abel said, I'm an outsider, but he was not sure if she understood what this meant. You come from another world. The countess's eyes suddenly began to sparkle. Yes, I come from a place without the scent of heaven nor hell, Abel said with a nod. If, is there any chance you'd want a steward, a well-trained noble female steward who grasped fire elements and battle techniques? The countess didn't want to miss this rare opportunity, so after a bit of hesitation, she let Abel know her heart's desire. Abel was confused why this countess would ask such a question. The 7 elite female servants next to her had already held up their blades and started to strike towards the countess. The countess sighed coldly and quickly jumped back. In a flick of a hand, a wall of flame appeared. The elite female servants kept running, but they all started to scream of agony when they made contact with the wall of flame. How can you guys even have fire ability without my enchantment? Said the countess with a cold laugh. It was at that exact moment the countess' long dress dropped, revealing a light body of armor and a long blade. In a blink of an eye, this middle-aged woman had transformed into a female warrior. Although the countess sounded like she didn't care, her face was serious. He knew exactly how powerful these 7 elite female servants were. Although they were supposed to listen to everything she commanded, they would turn into her enemy immediately as soon as she betrayed hell, just like now. Of course, those 7 elite female servants weren't too smart. They instinctively knew the countess was afraid of close attacks. Since they only had a blade on them, close body attacks were the only thing they could do anyway. So, those elite female servants did not stop, as they continued to ruthlessly run towards the countess, not giving her a single rest. The countess kept unleashing walls of flames in front of her. The place was now filled with fire, but the countess herself didn't seem to be bothered by it. She swiftly moved within the flames. The servants kept screaming as they ran after the countess amongst the flames. Just Abel thought the countess was about to win. An elite female servant suddenly increased her speed viciously and ended up behind the countess like a shadow. She stuck down and a broken effect occurred. The countesses stopped moving. The other 6 elite female servants also rushed forward and surrounded the countess. They ruthlessly struck down on the countess with their blades, and the countess was helpless. Suddenly, a thin protective shield emerged around her, but it didn't seem like it was going to last long. I never thought it would be the knight skills I taught you guys that would end my life, said the countess. But she didn't seem sad at all. Instead, she looked a little relieved. The moment before her protection shield shattered, Abel's 5 spirit guardian knights and spirit wolves began to attack the 7 elite female servants. Meanwhile, Abel's gaze remained on the countess, just in case something happened. The female servants were very strong, even without the fire enchantment. Other than the spirit guardian knight captain, all the other summons had a hard time against this 10 vs 7 battle. The spirit guardian knight captain was the first to put an end to this. As his body started to glow in red, the fire magic sword in his hand struck down. Under this fire enchantment, those fire defenseless servants were chopped up one by one. The honorable knight, every single hell creature in here has now turned against me ever since my heart had betrayed hell, so I will be your most loyal steward. The countess's voice was filled with yearning. She always wanted to escape, but it had been too long since an adventurer had visited. At first she had already given up this hope, but Abel's arrival had brought a ray of light on her once again. The moment when she realized Abel had come from another world, she was ready to give up everything. She just wanted to live a new life, maybe even death was a type of escape. Abel was a little hesitant. The countess was a dark gold boss from the dark world. Would it be a problem if he wanted to keep her? Don't worry, I can sign a soul contract with you. The countess's eyes were filled with excitement, but her voice still sounded very certain. You need to give me some time, maybe a few hours. I need to prepare. Abel didn't have any objections when the countess offered to sign a soul contract with him, but at that moment, his soul didn't have any room to sign another contract. I had already waited for tens of thousands of years. I can wait another few hours, the countess said in a joyous voice. As they were still speaking, the spirit guardian knight captain had already returned to the side of Abel with the other summons after killing all the female servants. You wait here, I'll be back in a moment, Abel said as he quickly exited the forgotten tower following where he had come from. As soon as Flying Flame saw its owner coming out, it quickly flew down from the top of the tower. It roared in excitement, but then it seemed like something had popped into its head. It gazed at its owner with desire. And after its owner nodded, it roared again. Abel then took out his intermediate protection circle. He said to Flying Flame as he was setting it up, Flying Flame, you and them will need to protect me. I need to train for a while. Flying Flame was very confident in this mission. It nodded and immediately flew back up in circles, patrolling the place. Abel's summons also began to surround the magic circle as Abel sat within it. He took out a bottle of soul potion from his Kong spirit portal bag and swallowed it down. However, this time, he didn't use his mind. Instead, he emptied his thoughts. In this state, the soul potion began nourishing his soul. He needed no energy for his mind. It had taken him more than an hour until the soul potion was fully absorbed. Afterward, Abel took out another bottle and another bottle. Since the effects of these soul potions would not wear out, his soul had finally gained enough space for another contract after 6 bottles. Abel would probably be the only person in the entire holy continent who could do this. The soul was a mysterious thing, so every potion that could increase its capacity was priceless. If these kinds of potions were not the products of the Horadric Cube, there would be devastating side effects. Therefore, other than Abel, no one could increase their level by drinking down these soul-enhancing potions like water. After 6 bottles, his will attribute had reached 70 points, mana had reached 80 points. When he held up his Pelta Lunata again, his will attribute shot up for another 10 points. Without the guidance of any teacher, no one could tell if Abel was wrong or right for what he was doing. He always thought that higher will was better, so he always kept trying to strengthen it like crazy. Abel stood up and gave his stiff body a little stretch after sitting for hours. He had drunk 6 bottles of soul potions at once without using his brain. Although his increase in will was just the same, his soul was noticeably better. It would have probably taken him 10 bottles for his soul to reach this level normally. After Abel put away his intermediate protection circle, he let Flying Flame know and went back to the 5th floor of the dungeon with his summons. The countess was sitting there quietly. She no longer had the vibe of a dark gold boss as she put on her long, noble dress again. Instead, her expression seemed very formal and respectful, just like a noble female steward. I'll sign the soul contract with you now, don't resist, Abel said gently. Yes, master, I'm ready. Excitement flashed within the eyes of the countess as though she had already become Abel's steward. The only way Abel knew how to sign a soul contract was the mount enchantment. It was a mysterious and ancient way of signing a soul contract. As Abel said the spell, a cloud of green light appeared and surrounded the countess. Just when Abel thought the contract would be complete soon, a dark scent of hell flew out from the Countess's soul straight towards his soul. Before this scent even reached his soul, Abel could sense its evil. The scent was soul pollution. Abel didn't know signing a soul contract with a member of hell was basically stealing someone from hell. This pollution was what allowed hell to control its members. Although the Countess's soul remained an individual, it was still affected by this pollution. Therefore, when Abel connected his soul with the Countess, this pollution had also entered his body. Abel felt his heart drop. If his soul was polluted, maybe he would become a member of hell as well. The Horadric cube on Abel's right arm began to glow dark gold and sucked the pollution away from his soul. Before they even had time to contaminate his soul, the Countess's pollution was sucked into the Horadric cube. Abel let out a long breath of relief. He sensed his soul contract had been signed. It was only his first time, and he had been attacked. Now he knew how risky it was to sign these kinds of contracts. "Master, I didn't know things like this would happen," said the frightened Countess with a bow. "No worries, I just underestimated the remaining power of hell," said Abel. Afterward, he felt a little bit scared as he thought about the aftermath of his soul being polluted. It was the first time Abel had signed a contract with another intelligent being. At least it was a human before becoming a dark gold boss. Since this contract was designed for a mount, it almost agreed without even thinking. "What's your name?" Abel suddenly realized he would drive those nobles back in the Holy Continent insane if he called a countess a steward. "Master, my name is Bardali." The countess's eyes looked extremely bright. It seemed like she had changed a little after all the pollution had been sucked away. "Nice, I'll call you Bardali from now on," Abel said with a nod. "Master, this box contains all your rewards for winning a battle against me. Have a look, and feel free to take anything if you want," said Bardali, pointing towards a box. "What's inside?" Abel curiously looked at this legendary hell treasure box guarded by the Countless. "I don't know either, since I couldn't open it. Before, different things would come out every time a challenger successfully killed me. But ever since hell had left this world, I don't know what changes had occurred in this box," Bardali explained with a soft voice. Abel bent down and examined the box. There wasn't a lock. When he reached his hand towards the box, the lid automatically swung open, exposing the things inside. First was a magic staff. After he threw it in his Horadric cube, his jaw dropped with a face full of shock. As he focused his power of the will on the magic staff in his Horadric cube, its attributes appeared. Battle Staff. 2-hand damage, 614. Durability, 4646. Plus 15% increased damage. Plus 3 to fire enchantment. Plus 3 to fireball. Plus 3 to warmth. Increased durability by 15%. Plus 50% damage to undead. With socket. The first thing that came to Abel's mind when he saw this magic staff was the rune word leaf. This was the perfect ingredient for making a leaf. Magic staff. Rune word leaf. 3 tar rune plus 8 ral rune. Plus 530 fire damage. Adds 530 fire damage. Plus 3 to inferno. Plus 3 to firebolt. Plus 3 to warmth. Plus 2 to mana after each kill. Ice defense plus 33%. Plus 2 198 defense. Abel didn't know if the rune he made would have an effect this rune word weapon's ability, but he had no other choice. Rune word weapons were extremely rare in the dark world anyway. The second item was a rune. Although the sign on it was no longer visible, Abel was sure it was an extremely high-level one. He threw it in his Horadric cube and it spat out a result. Rune Pull. Plus 30% increased defense. Abel started to wonder if the longer the box stayed closed, the better the value of the rewards. How was it possible such a high-level 1 rune would appear here? Abel was about to reach for the third object. He realized it had already disintegrated. However, Abel could still make out from the remains that it was an attribute-less white quilted armor. Maybe that was why it had disintegrated during this time. The hell treasure box was emptied, but Abel was already very satisfied. Both the double-socket magic staff and the pull rune were extremely rare. Especially that double-socket magic staff. It was currently the best thing to help him increase his power. Abel put away the magic staff and rune. He then looked around this empty room. He wondered how Bardali could survive in here after all these years. Bardali, let's get out of here. Abel knew how torturous it must be to live in such an environment as a hell creature with consciousness. Maybe that was why Bardali would die to get out of here. Yes, master. Bardali's voice sounded a little shaky since she was about to leave this dungeon, which she had been trapped in for tens of thousands of years. She regained her blush after all the pollution on her had been cleared out. Abel exited this empty room riding black wind. He was totally unaware of how excited Bardali was as she approached this normal-looking door. Although she was the ruler of this forgotten tower, she had never left this room. That was the rule of hell. She was bound to guard this hell treasure box, waiting to get killed by the next challenger and get reborn again. This cycle seemed to be endless. By this point, all the hell sent on Bardali had vanished. It was like her soul was cleansed. She never felt so clean before. Even the grudges she held in her heart so deeply were gone. No longer bound by grudges, the rule of hell, and the constant contamination of pollution from hell, she felt reborn again. She only needed to take one step, and she was out of this room. It was almost like the lock on this door was cursed. Since she hadn't tried escaping for tens of thousands of years, anxiety began to build up with every step she took. It reminded her of the torture her soul had gone through when she first got locked up in hell and tried to escape. As soon as she stepped her right foot out of the door, she started crying and fell on the flood. She had totally forgotten all about her countess identity, her dark gold boss identity. At this moment, she just wanted to cry out her tens of thousands of sorrows. Black wind stopped as Abel quietly watched this noble lady in a luxurious dress, crying loudly like a child. He didn't step up and comfort her. Maybe it was best to let Bardali have this time to herself. Afterward, Barlodi stood up again, wiping the tears off her eyes. She didn't care about the dust on her clothes or the remaining tears on her face. Tears were a luxury to her back in the days. But the moment she looked at Abel gratefully and gave him a 90-degree bow. Bardali, let's go. Abel bowed back and said softly, "Yes, master." After letting out all her emotions, Bardali's voice became very faint. It was almost like she had become a different person. Bardali came across the big metal walk of fresh blood as she came across the hall. She shook at the sight. She had lost everything because of these maidens' blood. Now it just seemed like a big joke. In a flash, a ball of fire appeared in Bardali's hand as she boiled the fresh blood into steam. She mumbled, "From now on there is no more countess in this world, only the master's steward Bardali." A new smile appeared on Bardali's face under the glow of the fire. The smile was so pure, she almost looked like a child. Afterward, she turned to Abel and said, "Master, I'll lead the way for you." Bardali placed her foot on the stairs to the 4th floor. It was at the exact moment screaming began to emerge from all directions. Abel's face changed. It was the sound of devilkins, but he had never heard them scream like this before. They sounded were extremely angry. A large number of devilkins rushed out from all the rooms. Luckily, Abel had already killed a lot of them when he first arrived, but there were still around 200 of them, and even more were on their way. With the sword of victory in his right and charging bolt on his left, Abel and his summons charged towards the devilkins. Bardali gently flicked her hand, and a wall of flame emerged in front of the devilkins. They screamed in pain but oddly didn't stop. They didn't seem afraid of dying at all. Abel's charging bolt also unleashed a sea of lighting towards the devilkins, as the combat Kai string on the top of his sword of victory kept chopping the life out of them. However, Abel also realized something weird was going on. These devilkins had gone insane. Their only target was Bardali. They didn't scatter in paranoia even if their teammates were killed. The devilkins trampled on their teammate's dead body as they kept running towards the lightings and wall of flame. Since they were all quite weak in the first place, they almost died immediately as they made contact with the lightings and wall of flames. By this point, Abel's summons had also started their massacre amongst the devilkins. Since Bardali had signed a contract with Abel, her wall of flame could no longer do anything to Abel's summons. Soon all the devilkins dropped dead. Now only sounds of burning flame remained on the 4th floor of this dungeon. Abel unleashed all his senses. He couldn't sense them anymore. Abel confusingly gazed at Bardali, and Bardali gazed back in confusion while shaking her head. It was the first time she had seen something like this as well. They walked towards the third floor, but this time Abel no longer let Bardali lead the way. Everything seemed normal, the place remained silence. However, Abel and his team still remained in their battle formation and ready to fight. It was at that moment Bardali stepped her foot on the third floor. Suddenly, the Devilkin's screaming emerged again. The third floor was very small, and Abel was sure he had cleaned up most of it. Around 40 Devilkins ran out. Their eyes were completely red as they frantically speeded towards Abel and his team. Abel is lighting, and Bardali unleashed her wall of flames, but the Devilkins did not slow their strides. They all ran into it. All 40 of them dropped dead immediately. Afterward, Abel looked at Bardali and said, "You are cursed. If this curse was targeted towards all hell creatures, more of them will start to attack us on the next floor. Maybe this is the price of betraying hell. Even though hell had given up this place, its shadow still lingers." Bardali's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. She thought she had already escaped the torture of hell, but the reality was just as cruel. "Don't worry. There weren't many hell creatures left anyway. We can do it," Abel said with a heart full of confidence. "Master, even if we can get out, there are endless amounts of hell creatures in the open field. My curse will attract all of them to attack us, so just leave me here to die. I'm a burden. I lived for too long anyway, I don't want to drag you down," Bardali said with a bow. After a roller coaster ride of emotions, it seemed like Bardali had become numb to life and death. "Open field," Abel said with a weird look on his face. "Don't worry, we will be safe once we leave the Forgotten Tower. If I don't have teammates waiting for me outside, I can just bring you straight back to the rogue encampment with the Scroll of Town Portal." "Oh, you have the Challenger's Scroll of Town Portal. Then I don't have to worry," Bardali said as though a huge rock had been lifted off her. She knew the purpose of a Scroll of Town Portal. As long as she can reach the rogue encampment, she couldn't care less if all the hell creatures in Bloodmoor was surrounding her. Those hell creatures' levels were way too low, no way they could break through her defense. By this point, Abel realized Bardali's curse was basically baited for hell creatures. He didn't even need to find them, and all of them would just madly rush towards Bardali. All Abel needed to do was to set up his battle formation and get ready to whip all of them out at once. Abel immediately heard Flying Flame's dragon roar as soon as he stepped out of the Forgotten Tower, but when Bardali stepped out, dark energy began to emerge from the sky. This 10 meters tall dark energy stopped on top of Bardali and kept sending out some kind of message to the surrounding. Abel could sense a strong loath towards Bardali coming from the entire Black Marsh, and this dark energy was a clear reflection of that. "Let's get out as fast as possible. It's not safe here," Abel said desperately. However, just when he was about to open the Scroll of Town Portal, he realized this place was locked. Under the influence of the dark energy, his Scroll of Town Portal could not be used. "This is exactly like an apocalypse movie," Abel said, shaking his head. Hell was so mean to its traitors. If he didn't have any backup, how could he find any way out of this? As Abel was still lamenting, he felt the ground shaking. Countless hell creatures were rushing towards him from all directions. The sky was filled with a red cloud of blood hawk, and the ground was filled with Night Clan creatures such as Wendigo and Carvers. The scene was almost like tens of thousands of horses running at once. It would be a big problem if Abel was surrounded by this seemingly endless sea of hell creatures, so he quickly gathered up all his summons in one spot. He retrieved his 5 spirit guardian knights, 5 spirit wolves, poison creepers, and black wind in his monster portal ring. However, when he wanted to retrieve Bardali as well, a problem had occurred. The dark energy above her had locked her down. "Flying Flame, come!" Abel yelled as Flying Flame immediately started to descend. By this point, Abel had no choice. He grabbed Bardali by the hand and ruthlessly jumped onto the back of Flying Flame. Afterward, he gently threw Bardali behind him. If Bardali was a human wizard, this would definitely have broken her arm already. But she could still withstand it as a dark gold being. Afterward, she immediately wrapped her arm around Abel. Flying Flame really didn't like an extra person on its back as it kept 2 hits. It only claimed down a little after Abel gave it a little pad. However, when it saw the sea of hell creatures on the ground, it grew interested. After usual dragon roar, a large amount of fire element began to farther in its mouth. Afterward, a white fireball violently struck down. The white fireball exploded silently in the area with the most concentrated amount of hell creatures. The place was now a patch of white flame. All the hell creatures around 10 square meters had turned into ash. By this point, Bardali's face had grown pale. She was a human wizard expert in fire, so of course, she knew how powerful a flame needed to be to turn white. It was beyond her imagination that her owner's flying mount had reached this level. Dragon was only a legendary creature in the dark world, so Bardali couldn't recognize what flying flame was at first. It was only when it started to unleash its power, she realized how scary this thing was. White fireballs continued to strike down, and the place had turned into a complete sea of flame. If those hell creatures below could still think for themselves, especially the carvers, they wouldn't follow under flying flame, brainlessly waiting to die. Abel was not in a hurry. Flying flame had just leveled up. Oh, it needed some time to practice his new skills. Now it was the perfect opportunity, and it could also give Abel even more soul potion. Around 30 white fireballs had brought Abel a few thousand souls from those hell creatures. By this point, flying flame had also lifted its head in satisfaction and flew towards the rogue encampment. If Abel wanted to walk back to the rogue encampment, he would still need to go through that underground tunnel in the dark forest. However, there was no need for flying flame. It had the ability to track down the rogue encampment in its head. P-Alpha-Dalpha Nanura 1SOM. In almost no time, flying flame was above the dark forest again. However, at that exact moment, another cloud of dark energy emerged above Bardali again and started to track her down. Every single hell creature in the dark forest has gone insane, but that place was a natural maze. Most of the carvers were trapped, so not many hell creatures were actually chasing after flying flame. Flying flame was too fast. It had exited the dark forest in under 2 hours. Just like that, the dark energy above Bardali faded once again. Flying flame continued to fly. It came across the stones field and cold plain. As the dark energy above Bardali appeared and disappeared again. At last, Abel finally saw the shadow of Bloodmoor. Flying flame, you don't need to roar up front anymore. Abel patted its neck. Flying flame was starting to get a little annoyed by Abel's constant reminder through the soul chain. It remembered very well no more reminders were needed. After they entered Bloodmoor, the sky began to gather the dark energies again. Abel sighed. He would not be able to bring Bardali back to the Holy Continent if this kept happening. Did he really have to leave Bardali in the dark world? As long as there was dark energy above Bardali, Abel could not ignite a scroll of town portal next to her and enter the portal door with her. Soon flying flame had arrived at a place not far from Bloodmoor. There was a huge oak tree there. As soon as Abel landed, he wanted to connect with the oak tree, and the oak tree understood his situation as well. The huge oak tree began to shake, and a mystical green beam shot up to the sky. The entire sky was now filled with green lights, turning Bloodmoor into a haven of green. As the sky was covered in green, the dark energy above Bardali disappeared. Abel didn't know how long the oak tree could sustain this, so he quickly yelled, "Flying flame, quickly go back to the rogue encampment." Flying flame realized time was running out, so he accelerated even more. In a few short breaths, they were back at the open field of the rogue encampment. Abel jumped down and took out a scroll of town portal from his Horadric cube. After it was ignited, a watery blue portal door appeared in front of their eyes. "Bardali, get in quick," Abel yelled, but this point the sky was filled with tension. It seemed like the cloud of dark energy was about to penetrate the lockdown of the green beam. Bardali quickly jumped down from flying flame as well and speeded straight towards the portal door without hesitation. As Bardali exited, the dark energy in the sky disappeared. Abel let the oak tree know through the soul chain, and the green beam began to retract back towards the direction of the oak tree in a blink of an eye. What did I actually do? Abel basically had no knowledge when it came to oak trees. There was only information about druids in that book, and it rarely mentioned anything about oak trees. Since Abel didn't know much about druids in the first place, of course, he wouldn't know what just happened. The oak tree had just defied the law of Bloodmoor, which sent chills down Abel's spine just thinking about it. How could laws be defied? This oak tree was quite young too. What could it become in the future? However, when Abel looked at his soul chain, he calmed down a little. This oak tree was personally cultivated by him through the druid's soul cultivation technique. This soul was almost entirely made up of Abel's power of the will, so this was the closest form of contract. It would not betray him even without the soul chain. Too bad the elves had forbidden too much stuff about the druids. They had already given Abel a lot of face by providing him with a training guide, which made sense considering how much Abel had contributed to the elves, especially the ones in Angstrom City. It seemed like it would be very hard if he wanted to take a further dive into the knowledge of druids, so maybe he would need to seek knowledge about oak trees by himself. As Abel was still distracted by what was happening in the sky, he realized the portal door had already disappeared. Without another choice, he had to ignite another scroll of town portal and return to the Holy Continent with flying. Flame. As soon as Abel stepped out the portal door, he heard the excitement-drenched voice of Bardali, Master. Her voice even sounded a little bit shaky. Bardali, this is the world I live in. It's called the Holy Continent. Since you didn't know a single thing about this world, I'll organize someone to explain everything to you after we return to the human world," said Abel with a smile. He understood Bardali's feelings. As a free-thinking individual being locked up in hell for tens of thousands of years, she could finally become a human again. In a gentle flick of a finger, a magic staff with a spirit transferability appeared in his hand. After a few flashes of lights, the protection circle of Dark Valley had been put away. You need to learn how to set up a magic circle and protection circle. You have to protect this place when I leave again in the future," Abel said as he was putting away the protection circle. "Yes, Master," Bardali said with a bow. Afterwards, Abel looked at Bardali's dress. Although it looked like a noble dress, its style was completely different from the ones that humans wore at the time. He needed to buy some new clothes for her in the next city. "Master, careful." Suddenly a spark of fire emerged from Bardali's hand, and a wall of flame was about to shoot out. "Stop, that's my contract beast," Abel quickly shouted. The stone giant happily ran to Abel's side. It carefully gazed at flying flame and stuck its hand out to show its owner what it had found. There were tens of red gems, green gems, and blue gems. Although they were all tiny compared to its giant hand, they were still shining in immaculate colors. Of course, Abel didn't really care about just a few gems. But he had never given Johnson any gems before. He must have found them itself. Could this place be a gem mine? "Master, are these things useful?" Johnson asked Abel through the soul chain like a little kid handing over their test results to his mum. "Of course, where did you find them?" Abel asked back through the soul chain. "Down there, there's a lot," it pointed with its giant fingers. How deep was it? Abel didn't have time to bother with gems, but he wouldn't mind taking some home if the mine was shallow. If it was deep, he would just leave it for the future. Johnson was having a hard time responding. After half a day of thinking, he pointed at its own body and said, "2 Johnsons tall." Abel almost immediately gave up on this idea. Without a large team of people, no way he could dig for 20 meters by himself. "Master, if you want, I can help you summon them," it continued. "Fine, I'll stay here for a few more days anyway. Just get as much as you can," said Abel as he tied an empty portal bag around its hand. Then Abel explained the purpose of a portal bag through the soul chain. After it learned how to use a portal bag, it started to keep putting stones inside and taking it out again. It seemed like it was having the time of its life. After a while of playing with the portal bag, it fully grasped how to use it. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot out from its body towards the ground. The rocks on the ground began to shake and opened up a road for it. Soon, pieces of natural gems began to fly out from the gaps on the ground and went straight towards the giant's palm. Abel couldn't help but admire this stone-controlling ability. Although he had more than enough money to buy gems, he would still attract a lot of attention if he bought too much of it at once. Therefore, he always had to buy them in separate batches. Abel returned to the Holy Continent, so he decided to do some night training. Bardali quietly looked by his side, her gaze filled with questions. When Abel stopped waving his sword around, Bardali asked with a soft voice, "Master, are you the strongest knight in this world?" "No, there's still the head commander. I don't know, there might be some even more powerful ones," Abel said with uncertainty. The ranking in the Holy Continent was so vague, it was almost like it was buried in a layer of sand. Master, my husband was a knight. His training looks different from what you do. Although his family's inheritance faded, I still remember. If you want, I can write it out for you, Bardali said with a bow. Since she had become tied up with Abel, all she wanted to do was help her owner level up. Bardali could see that her owner could freely travel between two worlds. Although she was not sure how safe the Holy Continent was, she knew Abel might run into some big trouble with his current. So, she just wanted to help as much as she could. Thank you, Bardali. I already reached the peak of my own knight inheritance, so it would be amazing if I could learn more. Afterward, Abel took out a portal bag and threw something inside. He handed over it to her, Bardali. This is a portal bag. It has everything you need for now. Thank you, Master. Bardali took the portal bag and opened it with her power of the will. It was a 1 square meter portal bag. There was an ink pen, some lamb skin parchments, and a magic circle handbook inside. It will still take some time before I can get gear for you. There aren't many in the Holy Continent, and their quality is so bad compared to the ones in the Dark World. Just remember, never mention anything about the Dark World here. Just say you are a homeless wizard, said Abel. Bardali didn't want to disappoint her owner, so she replied with a soft voice, Master, I don't really need any gear. I've been altered by hell, so I can unleash unlimited amounts of firewall. Although the Countess was very well known in the Dark World, it was only a low-level dark gold boss at its core. If it didn't have a full body of fire resistance gear, her ability could not be pushed to the max. Bardali did not know that only intermediate wizards could unleash firewalls in the Holy Continent, and that endlessly unleashing it could reflect that she didn't need to sacrifice any mana. I will find some gears to increase the power of your firewall. Also, try to see if you can level it up. Abel knew how scary her firewall was, and it could do quite a lot of damage to him, but still, to elite wizards, it might be a bit weak. Master, I feel like my firewall can level up ever since I escaped from hell, but it might take a long time, Bardali replied carefully. That's great. As long as you can level up, you'll get better. Time isn't a problem. Abel replied excitedly. He could accomplish a lot more things with a trusted wizard by his side. In order to increase the spell's strength, he needed some gear that could increase warmth and inferno. Of course, it was best if he could find one that directly increased firewall, but it was very hard for Abel to come across such a high-rank gear. Too bad Bardali could no longer go back to the Dark World. Although Abel didn't know what sacrifice the oak tree made to unleash such powerful force to alter the laws of Bloodmoor, he knew it couldn't do this often. Still, it was still nice to have another person to help him out in the Holy Continent. Suddenly Abel thought of something important. Bardali. Can you cook? Since Bardali had escaped Hell's control, she needed to eat like a normal human. If Abel was the only one cooking all the food, it would be too depressing. Master, I learned cooking from my noble training. I'm just not sure if it will fit your preference, Bardali said with a bow. Amazing, Abel said as he quickly took out his full set of spices and handed them over to Bardali. He continued, only me, you, Black Wind, and Flying Flame need food here, so I'll leave our food preparation to you from now on. Oh right, Black Wind, Abel's face palmed himself. He suddenly realized Black Wind was still in the monster portal ring. He quickly let him out. Flying Flame, go find some food. Today Bardali will cook, Abel commanded. Since Flying Flame was the fastest and it had already scared off all the surrounding creatures, it made sense to let it go hunt. Flying Flame gently roared as a reply and flew away. Afterward, Abel yelled at the sky, White Cloud, and a giant sky sparrow flew down from the sky. White Cloud greeted Abel intimately by sticking its head towards him. With a big smile on his face, Abel began to pet it. This is White Cloud, my partner. It is also the Prince of the Sky. It can stay there forever. Abel introduced White Cloud to Bardali. Hello, White Cloud. Bardali spoke gently, and White Cloud responded with goo. Goo. White Cloud, this is Bardali. She is our partner too. Abel also introduced Bardali to White Cloud formally. Bardali could tell White Cloud had an important place in her owner's heart. They had a giant wild bull for lunch. Abel and Bardali shared the back of the bull. The 4 legs was shared by Flying Flame and Black Wind, while all the leftovers were picked up by White Cloud. Bardali's cooking skill was nothing extraordinary, but Abel was not too picky anyway. It was already amazing that she could still remember her recipes after tens of thousands of years, and Abel believed she could get better with time. The greatest thing was that Bardali had learned the fire spell cooking technique Abel had invented. Although Bardali's firebolt was unleashed by a magic staff Abel had given her, there might not be a single person in this world who had more than tens of thousands of years of fire spells knowledge like Bardali. After lunch, Abel shouted at Johnson, who was still picking the gems, "Johnson, be careful." Johnson roared to show that he understood as he kept picking up the gems. Abel couldn't help but mumble to himself, "What an honest bastard." Upon hearing Abel's compliments, Black Wind gently nudged Abel with its head. It wanted some compliments as well. "You also did amazing work today, Black Wind." Of course, Abel did not shy away from complimenting Black Wind. It had saved Abel from danger without even caring about its own safety too many times. Black Wind shook its head in satisfaction and gave Flying Flame an arrogant look. Suddenly, Flying Flame ran towards Abel with its 4 little legs and gently bit Abel's armor. It was not going to let Abel go until it was complimented as well. Abel's face palmed himself. Ever since he had connected with Flying Flame through the soul chain, he realized it was actually still a youngster compared to other pseudo-dragons, and since it didn't have any parents, it still yearned for love like a child. On the other hand, Black Wind was only 2 years old despite how enormous its body was. So it wasn't surprising that it acted like a kid. "Flying Flame, you are the most powerful flying dragon," Abel said with a certain tone. After Abel calmed his mounts down, he turned to Bardali and said, "I will now set up the protection circle of Dark Valley. You can watch and learn from the side. When I go in the future, I will leave the magic circle control card to you." "Yes, master, I will learn it," Bardali quickly nodded. She knew this was the first time she would come into contact with a Holy Continent's magic circle, and her owner would be teaching her personally. Abel then took out the 36 magic cards and began to explain the laws and formulas to set up a Holy Continent's magic circle. By himself, Abel only needed a few minutes to set it up, but since he was teaching Bardali, it had taken them a whole hour. At last, Abel shared the right to control the protection circle of Dark Valley with Bardali, so she could open and close it. Within the protection circle, Abel unleashed all his summons and took out the 2 power potion he got today. He needed to divide them so his summons could level up faster. The first bottle was from the Dark Gold Archer. Its abilities included Special Curse, increased damage, lower enemy resistance to physical impact by 100, which makes the enemy lose resistance to physical impact. Aura Enchantment. Strength Aura increased the strength of your teams. This strength depended on the level of the aura. Since he had killed the Dark Gold Archer quickly, it didn't even get the chance to use all its abilities, so Abel only knew about these 2. Still, these 2 abilities were extremely powerful. Abel decided to give this potion to the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain. The Spirit Guardian Knights were already Abel's most powerful summons. They had the speed of a spirit wolf and powerful gears to support their strength. Both of these abilities could do wonders for the Spirit Guardian Knights. As Abel was still thinking, he handed the bottle of power potion to the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain. He could clearly feel how happy and thankful it was. Spirit Guardian Knight Captain had become more and more human-like lately. Unfortunately, Abel's current rank as a wizard could not push the skeleton resurrection spell beyond level 10. He could only do that after he became an official wizard. Until then, his Spirit Guardian Knight Captain could not truly become the leader of a powerful little team. The Spirit Guardian Knight Captain poured the power potion in its mouth and carefully handed the empty crystal glass back to Abel. This small action showed how intelligent it had become. It could even tell that a crystal glass was a luxurious resource. The golden liquid traveled down the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain's throat. Slowly, it spread through its body and the spirit wolf it was connected to. Now, they could only wait and let fate decide. After half an hour, the gold on the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain slowly began to fade. It didn't even need Abel's command before he started waving his ice magic sword around. It then used the most gentle force to strike upon another Spirit Guardian Knight. As soon as their swords made contact, red dark cloud emerged from the other Spirit Guardian Knight. Red raindrops made out of cursed energy began to rain down, and a red sparkle of fire started burning on top of the Spirit Guardian Knight. Damage Enchantment. Abel's eyes began to sparkle. Originally, he had regretted not learning this spell from a deity, so his spirit guardian knights could not unleash their full potential. However, now it seemed like it was no longer necessary. Now his spirit guardian knight captain could unleash it any time, and it didn't even need to consume his mana. Although damage enchantment could not directly increase the impact of a strike, it could take away all the resistance to physical impact from your enemy. This was even more effective since the Spirit Guardian Knight's attacks were an abomination of death Kai and physical impact. Maybe it wasn't too surprising. This spell was developed specifically for Skeleton after all. Abel looked at the Spirit Guardian Knight captain in satisfaction. It was only an enchantment, but it had basically doubled its actual strength. The increase would also do wonders for the entire team, so it really helped a lot for Abel as an impersonated commander. Abel's combat Kai string was basically a type of physical attack. Its power would multiply if his enemies didn't have any resistance to physical impact. Abel took out the second bottle of power potion, taken from the dark gold Devilkin. He was sure this Devilkin had 3 abilities. Mana Burn, remove your opponent's mana in the equivalent of its minimum or maximum damage times 4 and deal it as additional damage, plus 100 attack rate, plus 75 mana resistance. Skin Enchantment, plus 80 physical impact and plus 200 defense. Mana Resistance Enchantment, plus 40 fire resistance, plus 40 ice resistance, plus 40 lighting resistance. Abel started to get greedy and thought to himself, if he could have all 3 of these abilities, he would become an immensely powerful defender. Then no spells or physical attacks could do anything to him. Sadly, the power potion could only give him one of these abilities. Actually, every single one of Abel's summons could use this kind of power potion, but he wanted to make the already powerful even more powerful. Of course, it would be best if he could use it on himself, but he wasn't willing to take the risk. The Horadric Cube stated these kinds of potions could only be given to summons, and Abel trusted his Horadric Cube with all his life. That's right, Johnson, Abel thought to himself. As long as it had any one of these abilities, its power would increase dramatically. He wanted to give Johnson this potion not because he wanted it to fight with him in the dark world. Rather, he wanted to be safe in the Holy Continued, so he needed some fighting power to stay when something unexpected happened. With Bardali's fire attacks and Johnson's powerful defense, they were strong enough to withstand the attacks from a normal elite wizard. Up to this point, Abel was certain of his decisions. He then turned to Bardali and said, "Call Johnson here." Bardali had gone off to call Johnson. Abel noticed Black Wind and Flying Flame acting in a very agreeable manner. They did not nudge him for the power potion. They were not stupid. They knew these gold color potions were not normal. They were very rare and powerful, and both Black Wind and Flying Flame knew that Abel would give it to them if it was suitable. Soon, Johnson entered the protection circle. Thankfully, this was an intermediate circle. If not, it might not be able to hold Johnson's enormous body. "Johnson, drink this," Abel said as he placed the bottle on Johnson's giant hand. Johnson stared awkwardly at the little bottle. How could he open it without breaking it? At that moment, Bardali stepped up and opened it for it. Although at first, the golden liquid looked like nothing as it traveled down its throat, soon, its entire body was wrapped in gold. After it waited patiently for half an hour, the gold on its body faded. Since Johnson was already smarter than the Spirit Guardian, it just opened up to its owner through the soul chain about what had happened to its body. This was trust in its purest form. It allowed Abel to see every single secret of a spiritual beast. The only crucial part of Johnson's body was its head. Everything else was bound by a strange energy from its head. There was also a strange floating pattern inside its head. Abel focused his power of will onto it, and a message was reflected in his brain. Johnson got the Mana Burn ability. It could target wizards since it could dramatically hit both a wizard's attack and defense, especially in the Holy Continent. Since there weren't any mana replenishing potions around here, mana was precious to wizards. Once their mana was gone, they could no longer fight, so at that point, they were basically hopeless. Johnson itself didn't know it had become a wizard killer. All it knew was that it had gotten more powerful. This alone made Johnson very happy. Normally took a long time for stone giants to increase their ability, since they could only gain the energy they needed through sleeping in stones. Especially when it came to gaining a specific ability like this. This would normally only occur during a crucial level up. Since Johnson had lived in Lila Valley, he only experienced this kind of crucial level up once. When it first awakened from its deep sleep, it was still a normal spiritual beast-level rock. It only became an intermediate spiritual beast. After countless years of training, this level up turned it into an official spiritual beast and gave it the ability to control other rocks. And it could merge them into its body, which was quite rare since the other spiritual rocks could only have a little bit of control over other rocks at most. Now he had gained another ability after just following its owner for a few short days. Johnson's loyalty to Abel had deepened dramatically. Next, Abel needed to examine some runes, and he didn't want anyone to distract him, so he assigned all his summons with a task. Johnson, you help guard the protection circle from outside. Bardali, you control the protection circle. Everyone else, guard the protection circle from the inside. Johnson's giant body gently bowed down with respect. It had just learned this from Bardali. Afterward, it walked out of the protection circle under the Bardali's guidance and started to guard the circle. Abel took out Akara's tent and walked inside. This tent was personally made by Akara. Other than being a portable accommodation, it had a full set of alchemy equipment inside. After using the tent countless times, Abel also realized it really helped with his concentration as an alchemist. This state of mind could dramatically increase the success rate and creativity of an alchemist. So Abel would go inside his Akara tent every time he needed to do important training or experiment. Took out a compounded blue howling rabbit crystal core from his personal storage box. He was really to make a 8-al rune, the last one he needed for his rune word leaf. The rune world leaf was made up of the 3 tur and 8-al rune. Since he had a power double socket magic staff and the 3 tur rune, he just needed a 8-al rune and install the runes onto the magic staff in order. Abel was familiar with the 8-al rune. Although the one on an actual rune was a little bit different from the one he knew how to draw, he was still very confident. The dark gold blue howling rabbit crystal core he just took out was still in its silvery liquid form. First, he poured the liquid into the trapezoid-shaped mold he had prepared. Then, he waited for it to solidify for 2 hours. He repeated this process 4 times and solidified 4 blue howling rabbit crystal cores. He needed to get the shape just right, so this could minimize his chance of failure. Afterward, he needed to prepare the rune ink, which included some blue attribute-less rune ink, gold attributes-less rune ink, and dark gold attribute-less rune ink. Although he had deeply examined the 3 tur rune and used the soul potion to help him speed up the process, runes was still inherently a mysterious thing. Their formula had been lost, so Abel was not really satisfied with the knowledge he gained from it. So it made sense to prepare so many powerful rune inks, especially since it was his first time making an actual rune. Of course, Abel would use his dark gold Akara pen to help him draw the rune. It could correct him if he made a mistake, and played a huge role in Abel's success in making magic gear. While he waited for the crystal cores to solidify, he entered a room within the Akara tent and lay down on the meditation jade tiles. He wanted to be in the calmest state possible before he started. The rune word leaf was the most suitable weapon for Abel to increase his power currently. Ever since he entered the dark world, he wanted to make a rune word, but none of them ever came close. If he knew the formula for making rune words, he could make even more powerful rune words. Maybe even those legendary, immensely powerful gear. Since this was crucial for his future, he needed to clear all his unnecessary thoughts before he began. 2 hours passed by in a flash, and Abel reopened his eyes filled with confidence. This confidence came from his drawing experience, his powerful dark gold gears, and most importantly, his heart. If his past blacksmith master's ability still held true, his current level was already miles ahead of any other blacksmith master. He arrived in front of his alchemy bench and picked up one of the already solidified blue howling rabbit crystal cores. He expanded his power of the will and took out the 3 tur rune to compare it in detail to make sure its shape and materials of the base were the same. Maybe back in the days before the dark world was invaded by both heaven and hell, there were also some powerful spiritual beasts roaming around. He just didn't know how those rune-making masters back in the days got these materials. Did they combine it like Abel, or those spiritual beasts were naturally born with an immensely powerful crystal? He didn't think you would ever know. Too bad Countess Bardali wasn't an alchemist. If she was, a large amount of lost dark world alchemy formula would be revived again. Abel shook his head, trying to get the unrealistic thoughts out. Afterward, the rune base held all of his attention. He picked up the Akara pen with his right hand and secured the rune base with his left. Carefully, he dipped the pen in some blue attribute-less rune ink and began his first attempt. 8Al was the first rune Abel had learned how to draw, so he felt some bone-chilling familiarity with it. He began to draw, face filled with confidence. From start to finish, the Akara pen didn't even need to correct him a single time. This meant that Abel had drawn the rune perfectly. As soon as his rune pen made the last stroke, he locked on the rune base attentively. The rune base remained still. It looked like nothing had changed, but Abel could sense the rune he just drew slowly merging with the base. After 30 seconds, they had fully merged together. The rune base began to glow dark gold. But at that moment, Abel noticed something wrong. The rune he had just drawn began to melt, and the dark gold crystal core rune base was too powerful for the blue rune ink to handle. Abel's face soured. He failed. In a flick of a hand, the dark gold rune base vanished. Abel did not give up. Failure was expected. If not, he would not have prepared 3 types of rune ink for the experiment. Without a single break, Abel snatched the second dark gold crystal core rune base and unleashed his power of will onto the Akara pen on his right hand. In a split second, all the remaining blue rune ink inside was expelled. Afterward, he dipped it into the gold rune ink and started drawing carefully again. His previous failure did not deter him. The rune he drew was just as perfect and did not need the Akara pen to correct him. But after 30 seconds, the rune on the base also began to shake viciously. The dark gold crystal core and the gold rune ink were exchanging energy, but it continued to intensify until the energy almost lost control. Just as he had expected, a dark gold beam of light suddenly emerged from the rune base, and it slowly scattered to the floor like little stars. Afterward, it too had vanished. Abel did not give up. He still had one last hope, the dark gold rune ink. In no time, he drew another perfect rune. Now he just needed to wait for 30 seconds. But after he waited for 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 1 minute, even 10 minutes, nothing had happened to the rune base. Abel could clearly sense with his power of will that they were exchanging energy, but every time the dark gold crystal core made a move, it was held down by the dark gold rune ink. Although it didn't explode, the rune was basically useless. The strokes just wouldn't line up with the energy of the crystal core rune base, so the power couldn't be ignited. He failed again. Disappointment raced up within Abel. Abel was almost always successful, whether it be from making magic weapons, rune signs, or even potions. He had not failed in a long time, so this really hit him hard. However, Abel did gain some knowledge after failing. Suddenly, he looked confident again. He pushed upon his snake ego belt and cleared out a soul potion. All of a sudden, an alchemy bench appeared in his mind. Everything was the exactly same, other than the fact that he had unlimited resources to do unlimited experience in his mind. Since his mind was basically a computer, his thoughts were quick and countless inspirations popped up as he started his experiment again. Back in reality, Abel remained still in front of his actual alchemy bench. An hour had passed just like that. Suddenly, his eyes popped open, purple flashing within them. His mind was still operating like a computer. The effect of the soul potion still hadn't worn off. In a flick of a hand, a cloak appeared on Abel's body. It was the invisible cloak he took from assassin Arvid. However, Abel was only using the power of the will expansion crown on top of the cloak. He didn't really want to disappear. Although Abel's body had slowly disappeared as he put this cloak on, his power of the will had almost doubled. Everything in the world had become much clearer to him. Afterward, Abel picked up the last crystal core rune base. In a dark gold color flash, all the rune ink was expelled from the Akara pen on his right hand, and its tip had turned pure white once again. Abel gently dipped the Akara pen on the gold rune ink. He paused for a little before the pen made contact with the crystal core, but then the Akara pen began to move at an immense speed. It was almost like it had turned into a shadow. There was no way Abel could draw a rune this fast without the soul potion and the mysterious crown to enhance his power of the will. Since every stroke of the rune needed to be the exact thickness, he would have to start all over again from even a slight mistake. Normally, it would take Abel a few minutes to draw a rune, but this time it had only taken him 20 seconds. Before the crystal core base even got the chance to merge with the rune ink, Abel flashed his Akara pen and all the gold rune ink was expelled. He immediately dipped it in the dark gold rune ink and started drawing it again. The crystal core rune base had already started changing, but it was then quickly covered up by the new layer of dark gold intermediate rune ink. Anything could happen by this point. After another 20 seconds, Abel stopped his. He was clear-headed from the effects of the soul potion, and he stared at the rune in his hand with yearning. The rune base continued to fuse from beginning to the end of the rune, but then it was held back by the dark gold rune ink again. After around 30 seconds, a layer of dark golden glow wrapped around the rune. Just when he thought he failed, the glow disappeared. The rune did not scatter, but instead it remained intact on his hand. Abel focused with his power of will. Although it looked very peaceful, there was massive amounts of energy roaring inside, just like that 3-tur rune. He had succeeded. Abel was very satisfied. He understood why he had failed so many times. By this point, he had not even met the basic power of the will and grasping that was required. If he was going to make another actual rune, he still wouldn't be able to do it without talking about soul potion. Rune needed to be drawn under 20 seconds. That was quite a dramatic shift, since it would normally take Abel a few minutes to draw one. This alone just showed how dramatically different the rune knowledge of the Dark World and the Holy Continent was. Abel was always proud of his rune drawing skills, but he still had a long way to go. Since he knew his weakness now, he could improve it. As his wizard rank continued to increase, his power of will would too. As long as he kept drinking the soul potion, one day he would reach the level required. As for his speed, his intuition told him he would only achieve it once he became a head commander. Speed was always the Achilles heel of knights. Since their speed relied on their mounts, they only needed to focus on developing their strength and defense. That was the case for Abel as well. Abel shoved his successfully made 8-al rune in his Horadric cube to examine it. Through the Horadric cube, Abel could tell if this rune was accepted by the Dark World. He then focused his power of will on to the Horadric cube and some stats appeared. Rune Alt can be placed on weapons with socket. Weapon increase 530 fire damage. Armor fire resistance plus 30%. Helmet fire resistance plus 30%. Shield fire resistance plus 30%. This rune that Abel personally created with his own hands had been accepted by the Horadric cube. This meant that Abel had the ability to make the most powerful weapons in the Dark World, rune words. Abel realized the 21 pull rune he had was different from the dark gold crystal core rune base he had combined. The energy within the 1 pull rune was even more powerful, but that was too much for Abel right now anyways. He remembered his teacher Wizard Morton had told him that he could only draw a rune beyond 10 after he became an official wizard. Although Wizard Morton was talking about making rune signs, Abel guessed that making actual runes would be just the same. The next step was to put the rune word leaf together since he had everything he needed: a double socket magic staff, 3-tur rune, and 8-ral rune. Abel took out the battle magic staff and focused his power of will onto it. All of a sudden, 2 complicated sockets appeared in front of his eyes. The first socket seemed normal, and he already grasped the formula to make it. However, the second socket seemed almost unreal. Even a fast learner like Abel began to scratch his head. It was beyond any he knew at the time. At first, he thought about examining the staff before he turned it into a rune word, but now this task seemed daunting after seeing the second socket. Without any fundamental knowledge about it, Abel didn't even have the confidence to examine it with a soul potion. Maybe he was a little greedy anyway. While Abel was still thinking, he carefully placed the 3-tur rune onto the first socket. After he secured it, the socket automatically began to seal up. Then he placed the 8-ral rune in the second socket. After it merged with the socket, the battle magic staff began to glow dark gold. This glow surrounded the magic staff. A large amount of energy was then expelled from the 2 runes and mangled together during the process. The word tur appeared within the dark gold glow, followed by the word ral. These 2 words merged together, forming a new word. The gold glow got brighter and brighter until Abel couldn't even open his eyes. But he didn't want to miss this chance of igniting the rune. so he used his power of will to focus on it instead. The dark gold glow was then sucked into the word Turl. This word then began to swirl around the magic staff and merged with it as well. Just like that, this strange scene had ended. This magic staff looked just like a normal magic staff. It wasn't glowing and didn't have an eye-catching shine like the dark gold ones. Still, you could immediately feel how powerful it was when you held it in your hand. Although Abel already knew a thing or two about this leaf. Rune word. He still connected his power of will onto it to examine its attributes. The word Turl appeared on the body of the magic staff under his power of the will. After he focused on it, some stats appeared. Leaf. Battle magic staff. Turl. Double hand damage 614. Durability 4646. +3 fire attribute. +15% increase damage. Increase 530 fire damage. +3 fire enchantment. +3 fireball. +3 inferno flame. +6 warmth. +3 fire bolt. +10 defense. Ice resistance +33%. Plus mana with every enemy killed. Increased durability 15%. +50% damage to undead. Has a socket. This long string of attributes almost made Abel dizzy. It was too powerful. The magic staff had gathered almost all the low-level, beginner, and some intermediate wizard spells in one place. Since wizards had different attributes, these spells could also enchant each other's strength of each other. Therefore, this magic staff was an immensely powerful weapon for wizards with fire attributes. Fire enchantment immediately increased fire damage on weapons. You could use fire enchantment on your teammates, and you could even change your weapon after you unleashed the spell. They would still retain fire damage increase. Fire enchantment can also generate an effect on a spear, so they were great to use on archers. This spell was extremely useful to Abel, considering how many summons he had. It would dramatically increase the fighting power of all of his teammates by giving them more fire damage. The increase in fire damage from a fire enchantment depended on the level of the person who unleashed the spell. It also had to do with the level of their warmth spell. Each increase in level of a warmth spell could increase the power of the fire enchantment by 9%. With Abel's current level 5 warmth and the level 6 warmth spell on the leaf magic staff, on top of the extra 3 levels added by the fire enchantment, Abel's warmth spell was now level 14, which could give him a mana recovery rate of 186%. Fire enchantment could also increase fire damage by 3 points. So, if Abel had his Pelta Lunata on his left and Jade Tan Dew in his right, he would have some powerful poison and fire attacking power, which could increase his immediate attack strength to 0 for 7 points. Since these attacks were based on attributes, it could make his summons a lot more powerful. Especially in the Holy Continent. Their fire attacks were a lot more powerful than the Dark World. Also, the level 6 Inferno Flame had made his Dar Fire magic staff obsolete. Inferno Flame could be enchanted by warmth. So, every level of his warmth would add an extra 14% fire damage, giving Abel's Inferno Flame 97,188 points of damage every second. If the Inferno Flame was not a sustainable short-distance spell, it could become Abel's main spell. Luckily, the Leaf Magic Staff had also given him a Fireball spell. Fireball generating a fireball, exploding when impacted. Fireball spell was a mass attack spell. It could only be grasped by intermediate wizards. But now Abel could also use it with the Leaf Magic Staff. Although it wouldn't cover as big of an area as his charging bolts, it compensated with its destructive and exploding power. Since Fireball was fast, it had become the #1 choice for wizards with fire attributes. Intermediate wizards also attacked with it. With the level 3 Fireball on the Leaf Magic Staff on top of the 3 levels added by the fire enchantment, Abel could now unleash a level 6 Fireball with this magic staff. Meanwhile, his original level 8 Firebolt spell had also been raised to level 14 because of the Leaf Magic Staff. Not only that, but every Firebolt could enhance a Fireball by 14%, which gave his Fireball 81,109 points of damage. The staff had elevated Abel's attack power to the level of an intermediate wizard just like that. But at the same time, it was also a bigger toll on his mana. By now, Abel looked desperate. He wanted to try this leaf magic staff out on someone immediately. He stepped out of the Akara's tent and shoved everything back to his personal storage box. Bartali saw Abel with a smiling face holding a magic staff in his hand, so she quickly stepped up and bowed. "Master, you are back." "Bartali, keep taking care of the magic circle. I want to go to Black Marsh to try out my new toy," Abel said with a smile, waving the leaf magic staff around. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He reached his hand in his portal bracelet and took out the dark fire magic staff. Afterwards, he handed it to Bartali and said, "I made this dark fire magic staff myself. Although it can only enhance Inferno, this level 6 Inferno can still increase the damage of your firewall by 6 points. Just use it for now. I'll change it for you when I find a better one." "Thank you, Master." Bartali took the magic staff with both hands. Although she had seen many magic staffs throughout her life, she could never use one because of the constraints of hell. Now that she had escaped, she could finally have her own magic staff. Only a wizard with a magic staff could be considered as a real wizard. Abel brought all his summons and Black Wind back to the rogue encampment again and headed straight to Black Marsh using the little portal. Black Wind sped along the Black Marsh as flying flames swirled above them. The 5 ravens were patrolling around the sky while the spirit wolves and spirit guardian knights ran by his side. Every time they fell behind, they would flash forward again. The oak sage was also beside him, and the poison creeper was underground. Abel's team was in formation, but the 5 spirit guardian knights level was still too low, so they couldn't unleash the full potential of a skeleton. In regards to the summons unleashed by his druid soul, they could only be helpers at most, so Abel wasn't planning to spend too much effort on them either. Abel had gotten his druid ability unexpectedly, so he would need to dedicate a massive amount of time if he wanted to level it up. However, his main task at the moment was to strengthen his wizard spells. His druid soul was already busy unleashing wizard spells, so there was no more time for him to practice his druid abilities. The ravens began to screech, warning Abel there were hell creatures up front. The first thing he did was stop Flying Flame from attacking first, since he wanted to test out his leaf magic staff. "Flying Flame, don't attack," Abel commanded through the soul chain. Flying Flame hummed with dissatisfaction, but he still listened to Abel. He flew forward and swirled around in the sky, waiting for Abel's next command. Abel held the leaf magic staff in his hand and pointed at the 5 spirit guardian knights with it. A magic pattern appeared with every point. Afterward, a beam of red light shot towards each of them. Those spirit guardian knights were covered in flames, but soon their weapons absorbed the flame and gave them a fiery red color. This took up a lot of mana," Abel sighed. Afterward, he pointed at the 5 spirit wolves. And all of their claws had gained some fire attributes. The level 6 fire enchantment would normally only take up 30 points of mana, but Abel had not fully grasped this spell. He could only rely on the leaf magic staff, so it had doubled his mana consumption. Just like that, Abel was down 60 points of mana. After he had fire enchanted the 5 ravens as well, a large chunk of his mana was gone. Still, Abel couldn't care less. He had the full recovery potion, so he could easily recover all his mana. "Attack!" Abel saw a large formation of around 100 Wendigo rushing towards him. They looked vicious and speedy. Abel did not wait for them to come to him. Instead, he rushed towards them as well. The 5 ravens made contact with the Wendigo first. Their fiery beaks began to make marks on the Wendigo's head. Previously, the ravens were so weak they couldn't even penetrate the skin of a Wendigo, but this time, one of them had put a hole in a Wendigo's head. Although it didn't knock it out, it still hurt it. Just like that, a simple fire enchantment turned the ravens, with only blinding abilities, into powerful attackers. Afterward, the spirit wolves and the spirit guardian knights entered the Wendigo's formation. As the fire magic sword of the spirit guardian knight captain struck down, a cursed red color started to glow above the Wendigo's head. Meanwhile, those spirit wolves began wiping them out with 2 or 3 slashes. With the damage increase curse on top of the physical impact of the spirit wolves, they destroyed the Wendigos in no time. Afterward, another magic pattern flashed in front of Abel's leaf magic staff, and a giant fireball shot towards the center of the group of Wendigos. The fireball landed on the body of a Wendigo and exploded. The 40 or so Wendigo around it were engulfed in flames. They all screamed in agony and dropped dead. Almost half of the Wendigo was whipped out with this explosion, and the others were badly injured. This fireball was so powerful, Abel had become a little addicted to using it. Those giant fireballs continued to fly out from the leaf magic staff, and so did the explosion. Now a large field of Wendigo had been mowed away like grass. It was so fun to be a wizard, Abel thought to himself as he kept mindlessly unleashing fireballs. Suddenly, his body began to get fatigued. All his mana was used up. Abel had become clear-headed again all of a sudden. The state he was just in was not like himself at all. He was a wizard that used every bit of his mana carefully, not a cannon. The fireballs were so powerful, it had made him lose himself and his calmness. Could this be the danger of jumping 2 ranks? Abel didn't have a teacher to give him an explanation, so he could only find it out himself. With his current rank, it was still better to avoid using such a powerful spell as much as possible. He was lucky since these hell creatures were not really a threat to him, but if he was facing a powerful enemy back in the Holy Continent. Unleashing spells like crazy meant that he had lost his battle strategy. By that point, he would be no different from a spiritual beast, and his enemies would have countless opportunities to strike him. His power of the will brushed upon his snake ego belt and emptied out a full recovery potion. Immediately, his mana was full again, even his fatigue had vanished. The reason no wizard had used a spell 2 ranks above them before was that it would directly impact the soul. If Abel's soul had not been strengthened so much by those soul potions, he would basically have become a mana-less disabled person already. Good control was necessary for a powerful magic weapon, although only a genius could control a magic weapon that was a rank above them. You would be an idiot if you decided to control one that was 2 ranks above them. Abel was only rank 3 when he left the magic tower, and the departure was quite abrupt, so Wizard Morton didn't have time to explain all of these to him. Flying flame, attack, Abel shouted to the sky. Immediately, flying flame roared down from the sky, and balls of white flame struck on the ground. The place had turned into a patch of fireworks, and all the Wendigo were burned to ash immediately. Flying flame seemed like he had become way too bored in the sky. But of course, even though it was a natural battle addict, it still wouldn't dare to pick a fight with the dwarfs by himself. Now Abel could only behave himself and unleash some fire bolts from a side, while keep replenishing his fire enchantment on his summons so they could maintain their powerful formation. The battle had quickly ended, and Abel was still very satisfied just from the fire enchantment alone. For now, Abel didn't stress too much about the downside of using those fireballs. He was confident that his rank 5 wizard pattern would be fulfilled in a few days. As long as he could become an official wizard, this downside of raising 2 ranks would disappear automatically. By that point, he could use as many fireballs as he wanted. With flying flame and the fire enchantment on Abel's new leaf magic staff, the power of his little team had now swept across the entire Black Marsh. Every night Abel would go back to the intermediate mana, gathering circle in the rogue encampment for meditation. Just like that, another day had ended. Abel had grown desperate. 8 days had passed in the Holy Continent. If you counted the time he entered the Dark World and meditated in the argument encampment every night as well, he had basically stayed in the valley for 80 days. During these days, Abel had cleaned up the entire Black Marsh and discovered the Tamo Highland. He had more than 50 bottles of soul potions stocked up, and his skeleton resurrection had reached level 10. Abel's rank 5 wizard pattern had already been fulfilled 2 days ago, but he didn't feel any level-up sensations. He had become desperate. He never thought he would hit a bottleneck as a wizard. But now he was exactly trapped in the state of fulfillment. What was he lacking? He had done everything a novice wizard needed to do as far as he knew. Abel was the strongest wizard in terms of his body. Normally, their body would become extremely weak after years of being consumed by mana, and it was the main reason why most of them got stuck and couldn't become an official wizard. However, Abel was different. His deformed golden combat kai could not only make his body immune to mana consumption, it could even maintain his strength as a normal commander. In regards to the power of will, even some intermediate wizards were not as strong as Abel, let alone beginner wizards. Therefore, Abel was definitely very confident when it came to this. According to this logic, the countless soul potions he had consumed had basically pushed him to the pinnacle of his current rank. Abel had met every condition, so why was he stuck? This made no sense. Today Abel no longer had any motivation to kill hell creatures. He was irritated after his meditation last night. Was there any problem with his meditation? After giving his body and mind a close examination, everything seemed normal. At this point, he could only crouch up in his mediation jade pillow to distress himself. He didn't know what was happening to him or what the problem was. As he sat in the mana gathering circle in the rogue encampment, those waterfalls could no longer enter his body. No matter how hard he tried to meditate, he just could not increase his mana anymore, not even by a single bit. No one was there to answer Abel's question. If he didn't have the meditation jade pillow to calm him down, maybe he had become insane already. Normally during a critical level up like this, wizards needed to lock themselves up for a long period of time to slowly adjust their body, slowly search for a little bit of leveling up opportunity. None of them would go for a killing spree like Abel. But Abel didn't know that. On top of that, Abel had almost lost control of his spell a few days ago. This took a toll on his leveling up, since becoming an official wizard was a dramatic and high-risk change from the person's core to the will. Although Abel had the meditation jade to help him turn off all the murderous scent he got from killing hell creatures, it still had a mysterious effect on the soul. On top of that, Abel had leveled up way too quickly. Normally, wizards would need more than 10 years to reach this level, and Abel had achieved it under 100 days in the Dark World. Although it was good to level up faster, such an extraordinary speed still took a toll on Abel's leveling up. His current irritation was caused by his murderous scent holding him back from staying calm. All Abel needed to know was to calm himself down, then lock himself up in some quiet place to enter a state where he would be ready to level up. However, Abel didn't have any teacher to tell him this. Abel spent the night struggling in this irritated state, and it only deepened the impact in his soul. He seemed like he was going to lose control again, like the day he mindlessly unleashed spells. "I can't continue like this," Abel mumbled to himself as he stood up. He would not let himself waste his life waiting. He had so many ideas, and souls could not be held up like this. He walked out the mana gathering circle, exited the rogue encampment, and began to approach the oak tree not far from the rogue encampment. All of a sudden he felt refreshed again. A large amount of stress was lifted off him. Abel felt like his heart brightened. This giant oak tree was Abel's most mysterious summon. It might look weak since it could not move or attack, but it could hold immense power, so powerful that it could change the laws of the place. The oak tree must be able to help me. Abel had become more certain of this idea as he continued to run towards the oak tree. He did not bring black wind nor flying flame. Running on his own 2 feet made him feel even more in control of himself. He felt more and more stress lift off him with every step he took towards the oak tree. When he arrived in front of the oak tree, he saw the large patch of blue howling rabbits surrounding it. When they saw Abel, they did not become frightened, which completely defied their nature. However, Abel couldn't care less. All he knew was his soul felt extremely calm under the leaves of the oak tree. The oak tree had grown a lot during this time, and it didn't seem like it was going to stop. By this point, its height had reached 60 meters, and its width had reached 70 meters. Abel leaned against the trunk of the oak tree and sat down. Waves of peacefulness emerged from his soul. In order to communicate with the oak tree better, Abel switched to his druid soul. All of a sudden, his feelings were intensified by 100 times. It was almost like a separate dimension had formed under the cover of the oak tree. Green color energy was swirling around this place. They all seemed to be forming some weird patterns in mid-air. But as soon as they were formed, they would fly down towards a newborn blue howling rabbit. Abel realized this was how the oak tree controlled those blue howling rabbits. This place was basically a giant blue howling rabbit breeding ground, and every newborn blue howling rabbit was injected with a pattern that forced it to listen to the oak tree's command for the rest of its life. Afterward, Abel saw an old blue howling rabbit struggling to crawl under the oak tree. It slowly lifted up its little head and looked towards the tree. Shadow from the blue howling blue flew out of its body, under the guidance of a green pattern. Its life had come to an end, and its body was dragged down by a thick tree root. At the same time, its crystal core was separated from it, and now it was protected in the center of the tree. Everything was so machine-like. Ever since those blue howling rabbits were born, they were trained to become a powerful crystal core producers. They required a large amount of exercise so they could take up more of the dense mana here. The corpses of the blue howling rabbits became fertilizer for the oak tree, and the oak tree helped Abel preserve the crystal core at its center. Most importantly, the weak little souls of the blue howling rabbit didn't go to waste. They were absorbed into the oak tree. Maybe that was why the tree had become so powerful. Abel felt his soul at peace as he exhaled. He was still in his druid soul. Since the oak tree could calm him down, he would double down on it. Abel then quickly entered into the soul speaker state. Since his back was against the oak tree, soon he had become one with it. The oak tree showed no resistance as well. In fact, it kept opening up the barrier within it, so its owner could feel its presence more clearly. The first thing Abel felt was a tree heart located in its center. A tree heart was the tree's brain. Normally, tree hearts were simple and they could not do any complex thoughts, but the one that the oak tree had was almost like a human brain. With this, the oak tree was like a tiger with wings. Both the oak's soul and Abel's druid soul were bound together like a mother with her child. That was because they had a similar origin. After, Abel injected a large amount of his druid soul's power of the will into the center of the oak tree during its cultivation. The remaining power of will had formed a soul with this life-shifting oak tree. The oak tree's soul and Abel's druid soul sped up to the top of the tree. It was like a mother guiding her child. When Abel's druid soul sensed that it had reached the top, everything expanded. It was like everything 70 meters around him was in his control. The feeling was indescribable. This area was like a completely different dimension. It was almost as though he was being looked after by a spirit. Although it was not a big area, it was a place he felt like he was truly himself. It was at this moment he realized why he couldn't level up. While he tried to sense his body under the oak tree, even though he was surrounded in this separate dimension, he began sensing an instinctive hatred towards his body. Abel was certain of this. It was just like the hatred and frustration he had when something happened beyond his control. Still, the body still belonged to him, so his hatred had been suppressed to the max. Even the owner of this little world had loathed at him, so of course, the spirits outside in the dark world loathed him too. This hatred suppressed him, irritated him, and made him lose focus on training and kept him from entering a state where he was able to level up. It was like a huge error in the system. Abel's power of the will and strength was way too powerful. The potential he could unleash once he leveled up could hugely impact this system, so the world had been suppressing him. Since the owner of this little world was contracted with him, they were like family, which is why it tried to minimize his hatred and made him feel relieved. If Abel hadn't become one with the oak tree as a soul speaker, maybe he would be stuck as a novice wizard for his entire life, without ever knowing he had been suppressed by both the dark world and the holy continent. Abel carefully used his druid soul to adjust this world's view of him. The oak tree's soul also sensed this, so it also tried to help. Slowly, this little world began to accept Abel's presence. It was at this moment Abel's expanded druid soul felt his body slowly begin to float up in mid-air, and a strange scent emerged from it. It was the scent of leveling up. Abel was sure of that. He sensed this every time before he leveled up in the past. At that moment, Abel was only half conscious. The other half of his consciousness had fully combined with the oak tree after using the soul speaker's ability. Could there be a problem leveling up like this? He didn't know, so he had to get back to his body as soon as possible. Up to this point, he quickly began to retract his consciousness. His consciousness began to rush away like water from the tree branch, then to the tree heart. Soon it was back in his own body. The soul speaker state had ended, and he was back at his main soul from his druid soul. Abel's novice wizard pattern was bigger than any other novice wizard in this world. A wizard pattern was where wizards store their mana, so the size depended on how much mana a wizard had. The process of becoming an official wizard was to turn this non-physical wizard pattern into an actual 3-dimensional wizard core. This required all 5 levels of the novice wizard pattern to be dissected, detached, all while maintaining balance. This was why the 5 levels of novice wizard patterns could not be dissected individually. This would cause chaos in mind and provoke a break in the system. Therefore, a novice wizard needed to have a deep understanding of their wizard pattern and their body. This was a rare opportunity, and the consequences would be quite serious if they made a mistake. If they failed, they would need to spend a large number of resources. It was quite normal to take more than 10 years for a full recovery. Abel began to dissect the 5 novice wizard patterns according to the wizard book his teacher Wizard Morton had given him. Although this process was extremely high risk for other novice wizards trying to level up, it was quite easy for Abel. His power of the will was divided into 5 parts in his mind. Each of them had a different novice wizard pattern and started to dissect and detach it in unison. Once a little bit of the pattern was detached, it was sucked into the center. Normally, other novice wizards would carefully calculate the balance of each pattern. Afterward, they would detach a little bit of the first pattern, then move on to the second one, and so on until all of them had been detached. This required massive calculations. It was extremely easy to make mistakes. None could do it as effortlessly as Abel. As more and more novice wizard patterns had been detached, the point began to glow. Then, the cons of having too much power of the will began to surface. When Abel took a look at the energy concentrated by his wizard patterns in the center, he realized it was already many times more powerful than other rank 5 wizards. It was beginning to shake in instability, but he still had a large part of the pattern he hadn't dissected and detached. Abel never experienced this before, and the book didn't say any about this either, so he didn't know what would happen next. He could only continue what he was doing. Since Abel was inside the little world created by the oak tree could sense something wrong with its owner. Suddenly, some green energy from the oak tree flew inside Abel's body. This energy had a strong calming effect, and soon that shaking center calmed down again. Soon, all 5 of the novice wizard patterns had been detached into the center. The center point's white glow had become almost blinding, and the oak tree's green energy could no longer contain the explosion. Abel's body was still floating in mid-air. He could sense a scary heat wave coming from that vague white center point in his mind. Originally, this could only be felt through the power of the will and the soul, but since this center point had become more and more physical, even his body could feel the heat. Although his body was trying its best to withstand it, his skin had turned fully red. It almost looked like his whole body was burning. If he failed to withstand it, all the energy in that center point would be unleashed at once. By this point, Abel's main soul had already been knocked out by the immense heat wave. So his druid soul had automatically taken control of Abel's body after it sensed his life being threatened. The powerful fake commander soul had also been taken over by that ultra-logical machine like druid soul. What came next was totally unexpected. These 2 souls worked together so well first. The druid soul tracked down the source of the threat, and the fake commander soul would try to find a solution. Abel's face was drenched in sweat from the heat, but soon it had all turned to steam before they could even move. If Abel wasn't so strong, maybe he would have already died a few times. He had to find a solution quickly, or else he wouldn't be able to withstand it any longer. Afterward, his druid soul's power of will brushed his snake ego belt and a bottle of recovery potion had been cleared out. In a flash, Abel's body recovered, giving him more precious time. Afterward, his intuition directed the druid soul's power of will to take the giant crystal core from his Kong spiritual beast bag. It was an ice dragon core. As soon as it left the bag, a chill wrapped around Abel. The heat from the half-solid center in Abel's mind began to get compressed by the ice dragon core. Slowly, the heat wave had retracted from Abel's body back to his mind, and a palm-sized pentagon-shaped crystal began to form. Normally, Abel would completely level up when the pentagon crystal was formed. It just needed to absorb some more energy. Abel's pentagon official wizard crystal began to absorb energy. Normally, a wizard would stay in a mana gathering circle in a magic tower. They did so during crucial times like this so they would have enough mana to absorb. But the mana in Blood Moor was naturally more concentrated than any mana gathering circle out there anyway. However, Abel's body was wrapped in an extremely powerful ice force from the dragon core, and no mana could penetrate it to replenish his pentagon crystal. Abel's body was entirely frozen, and that ice force was reaching towards his brain. Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted within his mind, and this ice force turned into a strange energy. The pentagon crystal swallowed this energy like a person dying of hunger. This ice force continued to rush in from outside. and Abel's pentagon crystal continued to absorb it. It was almost like time had stopped. Abel's frozen body remained floating in mid-air, supported by the oak tree's green energy. The dragon core was above him was a dragon core, relentlessly gushing out a chilling force. Abel's pentagon crystal had been filled, but it didn't waste any remaining energy. Instead, it redirected the energy throughout Abel's body. Due to the strange energy, Abel's body just kept getting stronger under the ice. 5 days had passed. Abel reopened his eyes. He dreamt that he was a dragon. From its birth to its death in battle, every memory was clearly depicted in front of his eyes. It felt so real, and the weirdest part was that he understood how to speak the dragon tongue. I leveled up. Abel suddenly realized he had lost consciousness during leveling up. Did he succeed? He focused his power of will in his mind, and a palm-sized pentagon crystal shone in a gorgeous light. Why is it so big? Was the first thought that came into Abel's mind when he saw his wizard core. A wizard core was the official wizard's signature. It was only with a wizard core. A wizard could go beyond the limit of 1,000 spells per day and unleash even more powerful spells. The wizard core in front of him was like the size of a palm, but the one he saw in the books was the size of a fingernail. Did something go wrong? Abel looked at his body, and he realized he was still floating in mid-air, and the green energy supporting him had become extremely pale. The jade-like leaves on the oak tree had also begun to turn yellow, so Abel quickly connected to the oak tree through his druid soul. To his surprise, the oak tree's soul had become extremely unstable and seemed like it was going to fall apart at any moment. At the end of the day, this oak tree was still too young. Not long ago, it had already unleashed large amounts of energy trying to defy the laws of Bloodmoor, and now these past few days, it had relentlessly unleashed green energy to help its owner repair his body. So, by the time Abel had woken up, it had already used up all its energy. Abel then immediately used his power of will to brush his snake ego belt. A bottle of recovery potion was injected into the oak tree through the soul chain, and soon its leaves turned green again, but its soul remained weak. Abel quickly injected another bottle of recovery potion into the oak tree, and by this point, a joyous feeling emerged from the other side of the soul chain. The oak tree was singing in excitement. This level up had almost taken the life of Abel's most mysterious helper, the oak tree. This oak tree was responsible for providing Abel with endless crystal cores. If something happened to it, Abel would not have the luxury he had, and he would need to spend a lot of effort taking care of the blue howling rabbits. On top of that, Abel was very optimistic about the potential of this oak tree. It was still young, but it could already defy laws and create a little dimension. Who knew what it would become in the future? Abel sensed that the oak tree had now recovered, and he told it that it could put him down now through the soul chain. The green energy slowly retracted, and Abel was gently dropped to the floor again. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he discovered his body had changed dramatically. Knights always needed a good understanding of their own bodies. And as a fake head commander, Abel basically had perfect control of his body. This change was way too dramatic. First was his strength. He could feel immense power within every single muscle in his body. He casually picked up a random rock from the ground. With a light squeeze, the ancient rock turned into dust. Abel didn't even get the chance to use all his force on this rock, so he took out a block of metal from his portal bracelet. This was a leftover 130 skills iron base for his high-quality forgeries. They were extremely dense, but somehow it was almost like soft mud in Abel's hand. He could mold it into any shape, easily. This made no sense. Suddenly an image flashed in front of him through the druid's soul. He was floating frozen in mid-air, and a giant dragon core was above his head. A dragon core. Abel quickly examined his Kong spiritual beast bag. That giant dragon core was no longer there. No way did I eat it. Dragon core's power was extremely vicious. If Abel's own dragon energy couldn't harmonize with this dragon core's energy, just its chilling force alone was enough to freeze Abel's soul, let alone absorb it. Luckily, Abel had a huge wizard core. A normal wizard would probably explode if the dragon core's energy entered it. However, Abel's own dragon energy was basically the same as the one from the dragon core. Therefore, after it harmonized, it not only created enough energy for Abel's wizard core, but it also strengthened Abel's body from all directions. Abel took out that attribute sign he hadn't touched for a long time and placed his hand on it. Some stats appeared. Strength 50. Speed 50. Vitality 50. Will 50. Mana 130. His strength, speed, and vitality had all reached 50 points. His strength had almost doubled. No wonder he could easily shape the 130. Skill's iron base like a toy. His increase in speed was even scarier. His speed was his Achilles heel before, but now it had also reached 50. I was in a bottleneck, he thought to himself. He had been here before. This was all thanks to his fake head commander rank. 50 points for these three things were basically the limit that a head commander's body could withstand. And the Dragon Core had pushed Abel's abilities to the max. Abel never felt this powerful before. On his way back to the rogue encampment, he realized he left a deep footprint with each step he took, but as he got closer, his steps became lighter again. He was slowly grasping his new gained ability. By now, he no longer felt the suppression of the dark world. It seemed as though it had already accepted his presence. Back in the rogue encampment, Flying Flame was joyfully laying inside the intermediate mana gathering circle, bathing in the mana droplets. Black Wind was also sleeping, but Abel's arrival had scared them wide awake. Since they hadn't seen their owner for days, Black Wind immediately ran towards Abel and started complaining while Flying Flame looked suspicious at its owner's changes. Previously, Abel only had the scent of a dragon in his soul, but now the scent was spread through his body. He was basically like a human dragon. No human or any intelligent being had ever combined with a dragon core before. Its force was too vicious. Abel was only able to do it since his soul had unexpectedly combined with the energy of a dragon before, but no one knew what would happen to him afterwards. Abel realized the reason Flying Flame looked suspicious. After he connected with it through the soul chain, Flying Flame told him that his entire body was filled with a dragon's scent. Luckily, he hadn't exited the dark world yet. It might have caused chaos otherwise. Even a pseudo-dragon like Flying Flame had caused countless spiritual beasts to move away when it was passing through the double moon forest. He then ignited the transformation necklace with his power of the will, and all of a sudden, his dragon scent had vanished. Although Abel was now an official wizard, he still hadn't gotten the rank 6 wizard pattern. On paper, he was still not a rank 6 wizard. But he didn't think it would take long. He just needed to learn some official wizard spells. Abel needed to learn these 5 spells: Inferno, Static Field, Telekinesis, Ice Nova, and Ice Blast as a beginner wizard, and they were all documented in the book Wizard Morton had given him. He had used Inferno and Telekinesis through a magic staff before, so he was very confident about those. Back in the Holy Continent's Lila Valley, Bardali had already got breakfast ready while she was waiting for Abel to show up, but today he was late. She felt happy these days. Although she hadn't begun to fit into this world, she sensed that it was very peaceful compared to the suffocating dark world. In this world she felt alive. Since she had escaped from hell, she needed to eat again. Her dry and forgotten taste buds could enjoy food once again. And although she couldn't change her altered body, she could still stay alive as long as she kept replenishing her energy. She had thought escaping the control hell would stay a dream, but now she had not only escaped, but she had also left that scary world. Although hell had left that place long ago, its traces still remained. She finally felt human once again. She could make breakfast under the sunlight in the morning. Although the view was nothing extraordinary, it was still the most beautiful thing to her. The surrounding rocks just put a smile on her face. When Bardali saw Abel coming out of the portal, she stepped up and bowed. "Master, you are back." "Bardali, thank you so much," said Abel in an extremely joyful mood. For these few days in the dark world, Abel had formed a rank 6 wizard pattern in his wizard core, as well as learning the spells Inferno, Telekinesis, Static Field, Ice Nova, as well as Ice Blast. To him, the more spells he knew, the better. He only needed to unleash the spell once, and it would appear on skill tree in his Horadric cube. Then the next time he needed to use the spell, he would just need to ignite the skill tree. Most importantly, he could now use the fireball on his leaf magic staff after becoming a rank 6 wizard. He no longer had to worry about losing control from using a spell 2 ranks above him. He achieved his goal, so he was ready to leave this place after he finished his breakfast. Just when he was about to let everyone know, Bard Ali stepped up and handed him some lambskin parchments. These past few days, Bard Ali had written down the knight inheritance she remembered from long ago. Master, this is my husband's knight inheritance. Please examine it. A knight inheritance? Abel took the parchments from Bard Ali, but he actually didn't care about these knight inheritance too much. He knew there weren't any knights in the dark world, only holy knights, the ones that use religion as their weapons. The parchments were tightly filled with the methods of knight training. There was a lot of basic sword skills and footwork. However, the knight's breathing technique was much more advanced than the one Abel had practiced in the past. The breathing technique allowed a knight to grasp a little bit of mana from the dark world. But still, this mana was nothing compared to other occupations that used magic, such as wizards. Since Abel had now reached the pinnacle for a knight, these skills wouldn't be that useful. He didn't need the knight breathing to gain combat Kai, since he could absorb it from his enemy, and he didn't need to get mana from this low-level formula either. However, when Abel arrived at the last parchment, his face changed. The last two knight secret techniques documented were beyond his expectations. Shield attack. This ordinary-sounding technique was exactly how it sounded. It could knock someone down with a shield. The best thing about this technique was that it could knock the attacker unconscious by forming a pattern on top of the shield through combat Kai. This was no longer a normal knight secret technique, and it could actually be practical for Abel. Just imagine, if Abel could knock his enemy unconscious with one block, they would be defenseless for a while, and he would have more than enough time to take their lives. Acceleration. When Abel saw this technique, he could help but remember Head Commander Hoover's scary speed. This technique allowed a knight to speed in front of the enemy and unleash a vicious attack. Acceleration had always been the most powerful technique of a knight, and this technique, with the same name, was just this. He could accelerate in front of his enemy with lightning speed and unleash a life-taking blow. Originally, Abel thought he would need to sacrifice something to learn this from Head Commander Hoover, but seemed like he no longer had to. It was too easy. Now Abel also remembered that a female elite had used acceleration to attack the Countess in the Forgotten Tower. Abel was confused at the time, but now he realized it was actually the Countess' inheritance. Still, both these techniques required mana, so Abel was still confused about what was the force behind Head Commander Hoover's acceleration technique. The shield attack would take up 1 point of mana for every use, and the acceleration would take up 9 points, almost nothing to a wizard, especially an official wizard whose body had been altered by a dragon core. Abel basically had more than 1,000 points of mana. A mere level 14 warmth could replenish it instantly. A normal knight wouldn't have any mana. Maybe a head commander could somehow attain some. But Abel didn't think they would have a lot. Just like this dark world inheritance had stated, the mana a knight could obtain was extremely small. Bard Ali, I love this inheritance. It will benefit me a lot, said Abel with a smile. Master, it's my honor to assist you. Bard Ali was happy that she helped her owner. She still had a lot of memories, but since they were too long ago, it might take some time for her to recover it. Maybe there were still more things that her owner could benefit from, Bard Ali thought to herself. Bard Ali, let's pack up the magic circle. We are leaving, Abel commanded. Yes, master. Bard Ali quickly turned off the protection circle of Dark Valley and started to pack up. Abel was very happy with the way Bard Ali went about her work. It was very convenient to have a wizard as a helper, and Abel could trust her with his tasks. After he put away the protection circle of Dark Valley, Abel saw the giant shadow of Johnson emerging. At that moment, it had one hand on the ground while the other one carefully held up the portal. The portal bag was like a little dot in his hand, but Abel could see countless gems flying inside from the ground. Johnson, come back, Abel yelled. Johnson lifted his hand and walked back to its owner's side with a large step. Afterward, it gently handed the portal bag in front of Abel. Abel examined with his power of will. It was filled with all kinds of gems. This was enough for Abel to use for a long time. He nodded. It seemed like he would no longer need to buy gems anymore. If he needed some, he would just need to put Johnson next to a gem mine, and he could get as many as he wanted. He didn't have to worry about buying too many gems and attracting too much attention. White cloud. Abel lifted his head and yelled to the sky. Soon, white cloud appeared in the sky and began to land. It stopped next to Abel and started making goo-goo noises. It was very excited to fly with Abel. Johnson, get back to the monster portal ring. As he looked at Johnson's giant body, Abel thought it was going to suffer for a bit. However, Johnson did not resist. It entered the passage to the monster portal ring like a good boy. By then, Abel, Black Wind, Bardali, and Flying Flame had gone on White Cloud. It was both Bardali and Flying Flame's first time on White Cloud. Master, White Cloud's ability is very powerful. Are there a lot of them in the human world? As a prestigious noble, the first thing that came to Bardali's mind after experiencing White Cloud's flying ability was how significant it could be in battle. Especially that crossbow. The advantage of being in the sky would make an enemy attack impossible. Don't even think about it. Only the orcs, the human's enemy, will have these powerful sky sparrows, but White Cloud is totally unique. It is not afraid of battle. The other sky sparrows can't do that since they get scared very easily. Abel explained with a laugh. After countless level-ups, White Cloud was at the pinnacle of all sky sparrows. Master, where are we going? Although Abel had promised Lady Carrie to keep the elves' map a secret, Abel still gave Bardali the map since she was his contracted being. These days Bardali had put a lot of effort into learning about the Holy Continent. She had gained a lot of insight into the terrains of the Double Moon Forest from this map. Their Miua City. It is the dwarf's territory. I want to visit my blacksmith teacher, Master Robin. Afterward, Abel took out the magic weapon forging guide Master Robin had given him, which was the source of all his blacksmith skills. Since Muhammad City was the closest city to the dwarfs, of course, he would want to pay a visit to his teacher. After 2 days of flying, Abel couldn't wait anymore, looking as he looked the knight inheritance in his hand. Originally, he could easily master these knight skills with a few bottles of soul potion. But since he just leveled up and had not fully grasped the control of his body, he couldn't drink any soul potion. Master, Miua City is just below us now, said Bardali, disrupting Abel's thoughts. Abel looked towards where she was pointing, and a huge city emerged from the flat ground. It was rare to see a non-mountainous dwarf city, but the earth-dividing basin had plenty of resources for the dwarfs. There were rocks everywhere. This place had the most rocks in the entire Holy Continent. According to legends, the dwarfs had opened up countless underground tunnels and even underground cities here. However, this vivid city in front of them was located above ground, which meant it was a trade-based city. It needed to serve customers from all over the world. Flying Flame, stay here, don't be naughty, said Abel, patting Flying Flame's neck. Afterward, he placed a few bottles of nutrient potion on Flying Flame's claw. Abel didn't want to expose White Cloud and Flying Flame, so he just left enough food for them and walked towards the gate of Miua City with Black Wind and Bardali. Miua City looked like it was built by the dwarfs. Its tall city walls were all made of stones. There were a few grounds of human traders coming in and out of the city gate. It was extremely lively. Human, please show your ID. What's the purpose of your visit? Suddenly, a black-armored dwarf security guide stopped in front of Abel as he kept looking up and down at Black Wind and Bardali on top of it. Although the guard knew Black Wind was a Mount Wolf, it was way too big, and its scent also seemed a lot more powerful than the other ones. In regards to the two humans, he was certain that the female human was a wizard even without a wizard badge. She was holding a magic staff, and those dwarfs were extremely passionate about magic weapons, even the ones who did not have the gift to forge. The male human was a bit weird. He was sitting on the same Mount Wolf as the wizard, so his status should be quite extraordinary as well. His face also looked extremely confident. An ID, Abel searched for a bit, but he suddenly remembered he was a wanted man, so his human ID would be useless. Although he still had his noble status in the Duchy of Carmel, maybe the dwarfs would like to see his blacksmith badge more. Afterwards, he took out his blacksmith master medal. He placed it in front of his chest and said, "Can I use this?" After the guard took a look at Abel's medal, he quickly bowed and said, "My honorable master, welcome to Miua City." These medals were extremely special and very hard to replicate. All of them were passed down by the dwarfs to represent their honor. Therefore, no one would dare to replicate a blacksmith master medal, since that was basically picking a fight with the dwarfs. The guard was curious about which master this could be. A bunch of names appeared in his head, but they didn't line up. Suddenly, he remembered a glorious name, whose description lined up exactly with this young master that had just entered Miua City. The guard quickly reported to his boss that Master Abel had appeared in Cena City. Abel had two prestiges within the dwarf's eyes. Firstly, he was a blacksmith master, and secondly, he was a wine master. His blacksmith master status was confirmed by the blacksmith union, while his wine master status was agreed upon unanimously by the ones who had tried his master wine. Cena City was located next to the north-south of terrains of the Double Moon Forest, so most of the north-south elven merchandise would end up here. Since Cena City already had a high volume of weapons export, this just added to its profit. Therefore, Abel could see many elf and human merchandise being sold here. This street was like a collision of the three worlds. "Bardali, go buy some clothes," said Abel, pointing towards a clothing store. Perhaps Abel would also need some new clothes himself before visiting Master Robin. Everything on him seemed way too small on him at this point. Liffey's clothing store's description had tailoring for humans, dwarfs, and elves. Abel was not expecting to find a store like this in the dwarf's territory, so he entered with Bardali while Black Wind stayed outside. A gentle doorbell set off as they entered, and a soft voice said, "Hello, I am Liffey. Welcome to Liffey's clothing shop." Abel couldn't believe what he was seeing. The owner was a young female elf. How come she had opened a clothing shop in this dwarf city filled with masculine energy? "My customer, you don't go to dwarf cities often, do you?" The young elf named Liffey said with a smile after seeing the surprised look on Abel's face. "Yes, how did you know?" said Abel with a nod. "Because the dwarfs are not good at business, so most of the shops here are opened by elves or humans," Liffey explained with a smile. "I see, please help me and her pick a few suitable formal clothes. If you don't have any, please make some for us," said Abel, pointing at himself and Bardali. Liffey looked up and down at Abel, and then Bardali. Suddenly her eyes sparkled. This lady's dress was too beautiful. Which master's work is it? Both Bardali and Abel did not respond. They only smiled. Liffey understood the two, so she quickly changed the topic. "We have a lot of ready-made dresses for ladies. Feel free to try it on. As for you, I'm afraid we have to tailor it." After Abel had strengthened by the dragon core, his body had gotten even more muscular. Although he was already wearing a roomy long robe, he still could not hide his boulder-sized muscles. "Thanks a lot." "How long will that take?" Abel asked. 5 days, Liffey said with a smile. "If I pay you double, how fast can you make it for me?" Abel had a wealthy man's tone. He didn't want to wait just for some clothes. Liffey was shocked, then she said with a soft laugh, "Tomorrow." "Okay then, please help this lady pick her dress first," said Abel, shaking his head. Seemed like money could still make everything go smoothly. "Don't think I'm greedy, I just have no choice," Liffey explained as she was picking the dress for Bardali. Abel looked at Liffey weirdly. She was very beautiful and also capable since she had traveled all the way here to open a shop. What she just said had confused Abel a little. It's a shame that Master Bennett's lotion and conditioner are too expensive. As a young elf, I don't have much money, so I just want to accumulate more before I get old so I can at least get a few bottles. How amazing is that? Said Liffey with an optimistic look on her face. Grand Duke Edwina and Maltamara's shift to their youthful appearance had already spread from Angstrom City. Abel never expected to become the man behind the elves' greed. He couldn't help but bitterly laugh. Although he had left the elves, he wasn't planning to stop supplying them with potions. His status would soar, and he would get quite some profits as well. Even women that lived for tens of thousands of years were very picky when it came to their clothes. First, Bardali had to pick something that fits her steward status, but something that also suited her style. Just like that, those two ladies had discussed her clothes for half a day. Abel took out the Knight Inheritance again and started reading it out of boredom until he heard Bardali's voice, "Master, I'm done picking." Nice. Abel put away the Knight Inheritance and looked at Bardali's blush. She seemed to get too excited after a long session of clothes picking. Now she was wearing a subtle white suit. After Abel paid, Liffey happily sent Abel off to the door since Abel was such a big spender. However, when she opened the door, what she saw was shocking. Outside stood a row of dwarf knights in golden armor, and behind them was a luxurious carriage. After Abel walked out, a burly voice emerged from the carriage. "The Honorable Master Abel, welcome to Cena City." "Mr. City Ruler," Liffey gasped and covered her mouth. She looked at Abel and then looked at the dwarf in a luxurious suit walking down from the carriage. City ruler Poford, I'm just a lone wolf. You are showing me too much respect, said Abel with a bow. Abel wasn't wearing a suit, but no one dared underestimate him. Although the blocked road made things very inconvenient for a lot of people, they all suddenly grew excited when they heard these words by the city ruler. Master Abel, he escaped. This was the first thing that came to mind for a human in the crowd. The wine master is here, and this was the first thing that came to a dwarf's mind. The response from the crowd showed that Abel's reputation wasn't tarnished, even though he was a wanted man. Instead, it even raised his status. Since his departure, the price of all of his magic weapons had skyrocketed. No other weapon was as balanced as Abel's, so every knight would go crazy to attain. This made him even more popular. Now, his name had far exceeded a large number of old masters. Master Abel, can't you tell, us dwarfs love your wine, said city ruler Poford. I'm sorry that my abilities are limited. I can't make too much wine, said Abel. Abel didn't want to give him too much hope. He didn't want to stay and make wine. I'm lucky enough to try your wine before. It was definitely the best wine in this entire world. Since I heard of your arrival, I had prepared a wine banquet for you. Although it's not as good as yours, the dishes are made by the best chef in our city, said city ruler Poford, pointing towards the luxury carriage by his side. While Abel was hesitating, he heard a family voice. Master Abel, long time no see. I rushed here immediately after I heard you were paying a visit. Master Thorin, what are you doing here? Abel felt joy struck his heart. Master Thorin was the fellow of his teacher, Master Bentham, and he was very happy to see someone he knew here. I'm here to attend the Blacksmith Union's Cena City. Master, meet up. Didn't you receive an invitation from the Earth-dividing basin? Master Thorin asked in a confused tone. I never got an invitation. I just want to pay a visit to Master Robin, said Abel, shaking his head. Master Abel, I will invite you now on behalf of the Wizard Union to come to the Master Meetup in Cena City, said Master Thorin with a formal bow. Master Thorin, I'll accept your invitation. Abel quickly bowed back. Both masters, how about let's go to my place and eat as we chat? Master Thorin, we are old friends. You can't turn me down, said city ruler Poford, grabbing Master Thorin on the shoulder. Master Thorin also put his arm around city ruler Poford's shoulder and turned back to Abel. Master Abel, let's go. Poford is also a good friend of Bentham's. We are basically family. City ruler Poford finally had the chance to ask about Abel's mysterious female companion. Master Abel, who's this? I am Master's steward. My name is Bartali, Bartali said with a smile and bowed. City Oiler Poford never expected such a graceful noblewoman to be Abel's steward. It was easy to learn the act like a noble, but the temperament was tough to learn. There was a saying within nobles, their states 3 generations makes a noble. Therefore, just from the temperament of this steward named Bartali, city ruler Poford was certain her past identity was an extremely high-ranking noble. Unlike the city ruler, Master Thorin had his eyes on Bartali's magic staff. His face turned from confused to excited. He wanted to say something to Abel, but he saw city ruler Poford and quickly stopped himself. The carriage was roomy, and the 4 of them sat comfortably. But the seats were a little low, so Abel wasn't too used to it. Along the way, city ruler Poford kept introducing the unique beauty of Miwa City to Abel. It seemed like he wanted him to stay. This was not surprising since Abel was a wanted blacksmith master who could also make amazing wine. Miwa City would be lucky if they could keep a gifted man like this. Imagine, Bernie from the Goff family had gotten so much benefit from the master wine. Besides status benefits, he could drink that wine, the joy of the world. Master Thorin had grown distracted at that moment. Bartali was also sitting quietly, leaving only able to smile and nod to the words of city ruler Poford. If Master Thorin didn't introduce city ruler Poford as the friend of Master Bentham, he probably wouldn't interact with him much. During the banquet, Abel took out a bottle of master wine to let the city ruler and Master Thorin enjoy themselves, and that was about it. The entire time, city ruler Poford had been trying to get to know where Abel was going in the future, and suggested the benefits of staying in Miwa City. Although Abel had declined the offer of staying in the city palace for the night, he could not resist Master Thorin's strong invitation. So, he went to Master Thorin's place instead. Master Thorin had bought up the entire courtyard of a hotel. There were 2 extra rooms, perfect for Abel and Bardali. When Bardali was preparing a place for Black Wind to rest outside, Master Thorin arrived in Abel's room. "Master Abel, I know this is a little bit rude, but I still need to ask you. Did you make the magic staff that Miss Bardali has?" said Master Thorin with a yearning gaze. "Master Thorin, I didn't get my magic staff-making formula from an illegal source. Is there any problem?" Abel said in a confused tone. Abel had gotten this magic staff-making formula from the dwarf's Goth family through an exchange. As one of the most powerful families among the dwarfs, the Goth family has the power to give a human a dwarf's secret technique. No, you misinterpreted my words. I just wanted to confirm that it was you who made the magic staff," said Master Thorin, quickly shaking his head. Abel wasn't planning to lie. So he told Master Thorin the formula of the staff. "This magic staff is called Blackfire. I used the soul of a black python as the base and made some alterations." "Can I take a look at it?" Master Thorin was slightly embarrassed, but he still couldn't stop himself. "Please wait, Master Thorin." Although Abel wasn't sure what was the intention of Master Thorin, he would still accept most of his requests, since they were fellow blacksmith masters. He just wanted to see the magic staff, so these requests were not too unreasonable anyway. "Bardali, come here." Abel didn't speak very loud, but at the same time he called through the soul chain as well. "Master, you need me." Bardali's voice quickly emerged from the door. "Yeah, come in," said Abel softly. After Bardali entered the room, Abel said, "Bardali, let Master Thorin have a look at the Blackfire magic staff." Bardali placed the magic staff of Master Thorin's hand. Master Thorin then began to examine it with his power of the will. "Blackfire. Unleash O-level Inferno every time. Plus 50% damage to undead." His face immediately changed. It wouldn't be much if it was a low-ranking spell, but Inferno was a beginner spell. If it could be unleashed every day, then this magic staff basically had the power of a beginner wizard. The thing that shocked him the most was that since only a wizard with a similar rank could use this magic staff, Bardali had to be a beginner wizard at least. Maybe even an extremely powerful noble family could not afford to have a wizard as a steward. Every wizard was arrogant due to their high status in the Holy Continent for countless years. Master Thorin handed the Blackfire magic staff back to Bardali, but he kept thinking about Abel. Only a mindless blacksmith like Abel would not be aware how big of a deal this magic staff was. Still, Master Thorin was still very excited. He was the disciple of Bentham, who was the disciple of Master Robin. Although Bentham was only a disciple by name, Abel was still in their school of forgery, so Abel's success was basically their success. "If possible, please bring this Blackfire magic staff with you when you visit Teacher Robin. If I am lucky enough, may I go with you? I want to pay a visit to the teacher as well." Master Thorin chose his words carefully. His tone had completely changed after seeing the magic staff. "Of course, but I need to wait till tomorrow for my suit to be ready." "As you can see, I didn't bring much with me on this journey," said Abel helplessly. He was trying to ease the awkwardness by being a little funny. "Teacher will definitely be very happy to know you care about him." Master Thorin was very touched when he heard that Abel had ordered a suit just for this visit. Although Abel was a junior to Master Robin, all blacksmiths they were considered equal as long as they were masters. "Master Thorin, here are a few bottles of wine. Please take them with you," said Abel, placing a few bottles of Master Wine on Master Thorin's hand. Originally, Abel would put these Master Wine in black crystal bottles, but now he just put them in normal bottles after he realized how expensive those crystal bottles were. On top of that, he didn't have anything to put his potions in, so he just used those crystal bottles instead. There was not a single dwarf who did not like wine. Although no one knew who started this legendary saying in the Holy Continent, Abel knew Master Thorin was no different from the look on his face. Abel rested for the night and did not enter the dark world. He only used the low-level mana-gathering circle to meditate for a little. Although he had not had a good night of sleep in a long time, he suddenly thought that it might be a good idea to add a bed in the Akara's tent as he was laying down. Early the next morning, Abel felt like dwelling in his bed since he hadn't slept in one in a long time, but he still got up. After showering, he arrived at the courtyard. By that time the sun had risen, most of the humans and dwarfs were still in bed. Abel's strength had increased way too fast, so he couldn't waste any time. He had to get back to his knight's training immediately. At that moment, he took out a normal knight's sword and began waving it around in the courtyard. He stabbed, swept, slashed, blocked, and all kinds of basic knight moves. He was back at his beginner knight days. After Abel finished his knight training, Master Thorin's voice emerged from a side. "Master Abel, you are such a hard worker. I just have way too much free time, so I need to move around for a bit," said Abel with a smile, putting away his sword. At this moment a servant dwarf walked in and bowed. "Master Thorin, there are guests outside for a visit." "Who got the news so quick?" Master Thorin asked the servant. "Master Thorin, it was the tribe leaders of the Lester family and the Gerard family," the servant replied. "Master Abel, the Lester family and the Gerard family are some of the biggest families in Miua City. If you are here to stay, they can definitely help you," Master Thorin explained after seeing the confused look on Abel's face. "Master Thorin, I don't have time to waste on stuff like this. I won't see anyone here." Abel knew what the noble circle was like. As soon as he started meeting nobles like this, there would be countless waiting for him, and by then he wouldn't have any more free time. Seemed like Master Abel will not be staying at Miua City for long. City ruler Poford's effort can all go to waste, Master Thorin said with a big laugh. "Yeah, I won't be staying here. I have my own plan," said Abel with a smile. "God." "Actually, Master Abel, you can stay with the dwarfs. As you can see, we are an accepting bunch. Both humans and elves live together with us peacefully in our cities. Your trouble in the human world is too big. Although the Blacksmith Union has spoken for you, it didn't change their decision," Master Thorin warned Abel in a soft tone. "Master Thorin, I will go back to the human world one day. It's just a matter of time. For now, I will just focus on getting more powerful," Abel said confidently. "I won't stop you then. You have your own plan. So there's no need to bother with nobles like this. The real authority among the dwarfs are the Blacksmith Union, and we will definitely support you. The Dwarf Wizard Union is different from the Human Wizard Union, and the Wizard Union in the Kingdom of St. Ellis doesn't represent the entire Wizard Union anyway. You are loved by the dwarfs, even the wizard dwarfs," said Master Thorin with a smile, waving his hand. By lunchtime, Bardolly went to Liffey's clothing store and took back the tailored suits. After Abel put the suit on, Bardolly looked at Abel with a noble gaze and began to compliment Liffey's tailoring. His suit was luxurious yet subtle, graceful yet mysterious. Even Abel, who didn't really have much understanding in fashion, could feel that this suit was neck to neck to those so-called tailoring masters back in the Duchy of Camel. No wonder why they said the elves naturally had good taste in beauty. It didn't matter if it was architecture, fashion, or jewelry, they would all express their beauty to the pinnacle. In the afternoon, 2 carriages set off from the hotel. One of them carried Master Thorin, Abel, and Bardolly. While the other one was carrying 3 barrels of Master Wine, it was Abel's present for Master Robin. Till a distance away from reached Master Robin Place. Abel could already hear the sounds of a hammer striking, furnace burning, and the sizzling of hot iron plunging in water. These familiar sounds put Abel in a nostalgic mood all of a sudden. It was like he had gone back to the days where he studied under Bentham. The moment when they reached the door, a young dwarf in grey robe shouted, "Master Thorin." Afterward, he immediately ran back inside and kept shouting, "Master Thorin is here, Master Thorin is here. Master Abel, this is Susie, teacher's youngest disciple. Please forgive him." Master Thorin was a little embarrassed by Susie's behavior. He helplessly explained to Abel with a smile. After a while, a muscular dwarf with a full face of white beard emerged behind Susie and said with a burly voice, "Naughty boy, I told you many times to not be crude. If you continue like this, you will never be a good blacksmith." However, Susie did not care. He kept making clown faces as he led the way. Master Abel, the teacher's mood is a lot better these days. Before, he would have definitely used his hand on Susie up already. Master Thorin tilted his head towards Abel and said, "Thorin, you finally came back to see your old man. I thought I have to wait till the master gathering to see you," said Master Robin, patting Master Thorin's shoulder. He used quite a lot of force in that pat, almost as if he was striking iron. "Teacher, you are too heavy-handed. Your bones are strong as ever," said Master Thorin as he kept retracting his shoulder. "Haha, of course. I'm in my prime time as a blacksmith now. I will never stop until I've made some legendary gear," said Master Robin with a big laugh. After Master Robin recovered from his excitement, he noticed Abel and Bardali standing by his side. These two are. I am Bentham's disciple. My name is Abel Harry. I've come to visit you on behalf of Master Bentham, said Abel with a bow. After Master Robin heard the name Bentham, he couldn't help but shook his head. Bentham is not really a master. He is my hardest working disciple out of the bunch. It's a shame he is not gifted enough. Only his friends call him master. He doesn't really represent the word. If another person had said this, Abel would beat him up. However, this old dwarf in front of him had the right to say so. Both Master Bentham and his own forgery skills originated from this old dwarf. Yeah, your name is Abel Harry. Suddenly, something struck Master Robin's mind. He was surprised and said, Master Abel. Master Robin then turned to Master Thorin. Master Thorin nodded, and Master Robin burst into a big laugh. Come in. Thorin, why didn't you tell me Master Abel was coming? Master Robin, you can just call me Abel. I'm basically your disciple as well. Abel let Master Robin lead the way and said, Don't worry about Bentham. We are all fellow blacksmiths. According to the Blacksmith Union's tradition, as long as you are not related, all masters should be treated equally, said Master Robin as he led them into the courtyard. He was so happy when he heard Abel's words. No matter what, this already showed that Abel was a member of his school of forgery. Master Robin, this is my steward Bardali, and those are some little gifts I brought you. After Abel introduced Bardali, he pointed at the 3 barrels of Master Wine on the back carriage. Master Robin's eyes began to sparkle. Abel, among the dwarfs, was a wine master. All of the elite dwarfs went crazy for his wine. Although Master Robin hadn't tried it before, he was well aware of its immense popularity. Now he was filled with excitement. Little guys, stop what you're doing and come here, Master Robin shouted at the courtyard. The dwarfs working in the outdoor blacksmith guild stopped their work in hand. They knew fully well that Master Robin would tell them to stop unless something important happened. It's your lucky day. There are 2 masters here today for a visit. One is the Master Thorin you are all familiar with, and the other is Master Abel, said Master Robin. Master Thorin would come here for a visit once every few years, so he was a regular here. However, Master Abel was also the so-called most potential grandmaster, so those few blacksmith dwarfs now had their gaze fixed on this similar age human. What are you guys waiting for? Quickly get those 3 barrels of wine to my room, Master Robin shouted again. Seemed like that was the only reason Master Robin had asked his disciples to stop their work. As he was leading the 3 of them into the living room, he looked back carefully and shouted once more, Make sure all of you are careful with it. If any of you damage it, I'll skin that person alive. Master Robin lived in a typical dwarf-style house. It looked like it was made for giants, but everything inside was made specifically for dwarfs and their size. This juxtaposition was quite shocking. I heard that Abel you became a blacksmith master 2 years ago. I wanted to get in touch with Bentham to see what was going on at the time since he was the one who pushed you, but I was way too busy. Then, I heard that you had also become a wizard, but then you've been expelled from the human world. Master Robin sat down with Abel and Master Thorin. Although the chairs were a little low, it was still wide enough for Abel to sit comfortably. Bardali didn't sit down instead. She quietly stood behind Abel. Master Robin, I stayed in Moon Guardian City for a bit after I was expelled from the human world. Then, I roamed around for a bit. I only got the chance to see you now, said Abel with a smile. His elf identity Master Bennett was a secret because of Grand Duke Edwina's care for him. It must be rough for you, roam around outside at such a young age. If you want, you can stay here. Or any other dwarf city, I don't think there is a single person who will reject you. Master Robin sighed. Yeah, especially your wine-making skill, Master Abel, Master Thorin added. Thank you. Actually, things might settle soon. I don't think it will take too long until I can go back. Abel was waiting for the reply of his teacher, Wizard Morton. According to what he had said, the Wizard Union might have high change soon. By this point, Master Thorin knew it was basically impossible to get Abel to stay, so he quickly changed topic. Let's change topic, Master Abel. Let teacher see your Blackfire magic staff. Before Abel even said anything, Bardali had already placed that Blackfire magic staff on the center table and returned behind Abel. Master Robin, this is a Blackfire magic staff I've made. I've used the soul of a Blackrock python as the source material, Abel explained. Master Robin carefully picked up the magic staff. He closely examined it from top to bottom and then used his power of the will to check its attributes. Afterward, he let out a big laugh. Abel was a little confused. He looked at the laughing Master Robin and then Master Thorin. He asked, "Is there something wrong with this magic staff?" "No, Master Abel, the quality is just excellent. Teacher is just happy you are the one who made it," Master Thorin explained softly. "Thorin, didn't you tell Abel about the significance of the magic staff?" said Master Robin as he continued to laugh. "No, I only realized it yesterday, so I'll just leave you to explain," said Master Thorin with a smile. Abel, magic staffs are the hardest gear to make. In other words, the skills required to make them have already exceeded the knowledge of normal blacksmiths. No one can make one without an immensely strong mastery in the bases of forgery. Also, since magic staffs are the most precious and powerful weapon, it is extremely rare to find dwarfs who could make them. So, every single magic staff out there was made by a few blacksmiths, in collaboration with wizards. Master Robin explained. This Blackfire magic staff can turn the 3 times unleash to 10 times unleash. Is that your idea? Master Robin asked. Yeah, I changed up the pattern a little bit and added a magic gem to power it, so this boosts up the attribute of the magic staff a little bit, Abel explained. I don't know the firepower of this Blackrock Python, but they shouldn't be more than level 15 as an intermediate spiritual beast. It is extraordinary that you preserved so much of its firepower. Normally, it's already amazing if a blacksmith can preserve half of it, he said in an admiring tone. Abel remembered this Blackrock Python had been badly injured by Lady Carrie's scroll before it even had the chance to spit out much fire. Afterward, he had collected its soul with just 1 stab of his jade tandu. If Master Robin didn't bring this up, Abel wouldn't even realize he had done a great job in preserving its firepower, but he still didn't know how he did it. Maybe it was because this Blackrock Python hadn't got the chance to spit out much fire, or those dark gold weapons from the Dark World were just good at preserving souls. Too bad the inferno of this magic staff is too low. Level. If it was higher, it can definitely be a timeless magic staff. Master Robin put down the magic staff and added with a sigh. He then followed, but, no matter what, this Blackfire magic staff represents one thing. Master Robin paused and looked at this young human, his successor by name. Afterward, he said in a certain yet gentle voice, Abel, you have reached the ability of a grandmaster. Abel felt his heart drop. He was not expecting this at all. A blacksmith grandmaster was the highest glory of a blacksmith in the Holy Continent. There were only a few who were still alive in the Holy Continent, and they were all dwarfs. No human had ever gotten this title before. Heir. On top of that, Abel's always thought his forgery skills were way too bad compared to the ones in the Dark World. No matter it was the gear he made, the attribute and spells he added, the ones in the Dark World were still miles ahead of him. Just from a little socket, you could see how much different these 2 words were. Master Robin, I don't deserve this title at all. This is only my first attempt of making a magic staff. I'm only a beginner when it comes to making magic staffs, said Abel, shaking his head. Master Abel, you are too humble. I looked at this magic staff yesterday. If the inferno within it is a fireball, this magic staff will immediately become a timeless weapon, or maybe even a legendary weapon after some time. Master Thorin added with a smile by his side. Abel, you are still young. With your abilities, you could easily make a timeless weapon if you got the soul of an elite spiritual beast in the future. The life goal for a blacksmith will be a walk in a park for you, said Master Robin with a face full of gratification. Master Robin's life goal was to make timeless gear. Although there was quite a lot of timeless gear in the Holy Continent, normal civilians would never get the chance to see them, since they were either kept away by some immensely powerful families or used by super elites. All those timeless gears were accumulated by countless generic master blacksmith or grandmaster blacksmiths. Every one of them had their own stories, and once those stories accumulate to a point, people would call those gears legendary gears. Master Thorin was not that old relative to Master Robin, so he couldn't really comprehend how happy his teacher was. But still, he was very jealous of Abel's forgery skill. A lot of timeless gears were magic gears, and most of them were magic staffs. Since wizards were the most prestigious occupation in the Holy Continent, magic staffs had become the most elite weapons. Also, since magic staffs were one of the most difficult to make, it was quite easy for a good magic staff to become a timeless gear. Abel then casually handed the Blackfire magic staff back to Bardolly. Master Robin and Master Thorin exchanged gaze. They could tell that Abel didn't seem to care about this magic staff a lot. Both of them knew that Abel was a wizard. Originally, this magic staff was perfect for him to use. But since he had just casually handed it back to his steward to use, he must have something even better, something that he didn't want anyone to see. After saying goodbye to Master Robin, Abel and Master Thorin returned to their hotel. It was still 1 week to the Master Gathering, but he wasn't planning to go with Master Thorin. He had way too many secrets on him. Initially, he thought that his Blackfire magic staff he made was just some ordinary stuff, but 2 masters highly acclaimed it. He also had a lot of potions on him, and he couldn't let anyone know about his summons, so he just decided to go to Cena City by himself. If he wasn't going to use a teleportation circle, maybe White Cloud could get there in a day. Abel had more than enough time. By the evening, Abel and Bardolly left Cena City. Although it was more comfortable to live in the city, he couldn't enter the dark world. The unfamiliar atmosphere and the grand magic circle worried him too much. He was no longer another well-known blacksmith. There were way too many people who wanted to visit him. It would be a big problem if he had entered the dark world, and Bardolly couldn't fight off an invader. After he connected with White Cloud and Flying Flame, he found a safe place to let Johnson out. Bardolly and Johnson set up the protection circle of Dark Valley. Afterward, Abel, Black Wind, and Flying Flame arrived at the rogue encampment. Abel had decided to use those 50 bottles of soul potion he saved up for an emergency. He was already an official wizard, and he could push his level 10 raise skeleton spell to new highs. He unleashed his Spirit Guardian Knights. After the Spirit Guardian Knight captain used down 30 bottles of soul potions, the raise skeleton spell had reached level 15, and now he could summon 7 skeletons. The Spirit Guardian Knight captain had become entirely different from the other Spirit Guardian Knights. Not only was his body a lot more muscular, but the spirit wolf under it had also gotten a lot bigger. It was almost Black Wind size. Abel's fighting power would increase with the 2 new summons. With 7 Spirit Guardian Knights, Abel would no longer have to summon spirit wolves. The fire enchantment was too mana-consuming to support so many summons. He couldn't just keep relying on those full recovery potions in a long battle. The level 6 fire enchantment required 30 points of mana, but since Abel was using it as a rank below, that would double the consumption, and he would use 60 points of mana. The duration of the spell was 64 seconds, so Abel would need to exhaust 60 points of mana on the fire enchantment for each. Summon every 4 minutes. With 7 Spirit Guardian Knights, 5 Ravens, 1 Poison Creeper, that was already 780 points of mana every 4 minutes, so it was better to get rid of those spirit wolves. They were not that useful for him these days anyway. Abel arrived in the Blacksmith's Guild and started to make some new armors for the newly summoned Spirit Guardian Knights. He realized that the considerably very heavy 100-pound iron hammer felt like nothing to him, even under 50 points of force. He signed. It seemed like he would need an even heavier one. With his newly gained strength, it took him only half a day to forge 2 full sets of armor. He finally felt like he was adapting to this new strength. Looking at the 7 Spirit Guardian Knights in front of him, Abel regretted he didn't get the chance to learn the skeleton mastery. With his current raised skeletons being level 15, if he had learned the skeleton mastery, their power would have doubled already. Although he was using large amounts of magic gear to help those Spirit Guardian Knights increase their power, those things could only go so far with it. On the other hand, a corresponding spell could increase the overall health points and damage of the skeletons in a more well-rounded way. There was no point regretting anyway. Maybe he would have a chance to learn it in the future. He hadn't encountered many deities, but he would have the opportunity when got close to the orcs. He would have a lot of opportunities to find the formula for skeleton mastery by that time. Black Wind was next. As the front line of Abel's team, it encountered the most danger. It had been a long time since its last level up, so maybe it was about time. Actually, Black Wind had already grown desperate when it saw that its owner had given the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain bottle after bottle of soul potion. It was not stupid. He knew his current abilities were no longer the best compared to the other summons. The last level up had turned it into the fastest mount in the Holy Continent, but now it realized Flying Flame was even faster. That was quite a significant pressure. The moment was it saw its owner waving at it with soul potion in his hand. He quickly dashed forward with lightning speed. Abel had concluded, after Black Wind's last level up with the soul potion, that it was best for a spiritual beast to fully master their new ability before leveling up again through the soul potion. That was why both Flying Flame and White Cloud were not on the list for soul potions this time. They had just leveled up not long ago, but it had been a while for Black Wind. Those hell creatures would just keep getting stronger from now on, so he needed Black Wind to be stronger as well. 5 bottles of soul potions had put Black Wind to sleep. Every single strand of fur on its body began to dance among the wind. Sometimes they would tense up, and sometimes they would relax again. Abel watched it. This level up was extremely smooth. There were no risk at all. Soon the sky was getting dark and Abel was getting tired. Abel sat within his intermediate mana gathering circle with 2 blue howling rabbit crystal cores. It was not that he didn't want a higher quality crystal core, but with his current rank as a beginner wizard, those gold crystal cores were way too powerful for him to handle. Maybe no one in the Holy Continent would have a better training condition than Abel. The mana amongst the surrounding atmosphere was so thick it was almost like fog, and he even had 2 fresh crystal cores on him. It was no wonder he felt a noticeable increase in power with each meditation. After 1 hour of meditation, he stood up. By now, Black Wind was already waiting for him. "Black Wind, you leveled up," said Abel, gently patting Black Wind. Black Wind lifted its head and high and confident, nodded. He was now an intermediate spiritual beast. That was not bad, even among actual spiritual beasts. A Mount Wolf was supposed to be a spiritual beast, and it had already reached this level in such a short time. No wonder it was looking so satisfied with itself. "Don't be arrogant. What ability did you get?" said Abel with a laugh as he gently slapped it on the head. Black Wind asked Abel to take the mounting system off its back through the soul chain, and Abel did just that. This mounting system had been on Black Wind's back for a long time. It was there ever since Abel had laid eyes on it. Afterwards, Black Wind gave his body a little shake, trying to get used to this new feeling. Then, he signaled Abel to jump on. A mounting system was not really that important to Abel. By now, his body had grown so balanced, he could move freely on the back of Black Wind even without it. The moment when Abel jumped on, black smoke began to emerge under him. Suddenly, a new mounting system emerged, a much more comfortable one. "That's it?" Abel asked in slight disappointment. This wouldn't do much to him, but he was not going to stress about it. All he needed from Black Wind was speed anyway. Anything else was extra. Upon hearing its owner's disappointment, Black Wind howled. Suddenly, that black smoke emerged again, but this time it was a lot bigger, and it formed a giant shield in front of it. Abel gave this shield a little examination. It shouldn't have a problem holding up standard swords or spears. It could even absorb a bit of combat Kai. Maybe this shield had some unique ability, but he would leave it to future battles to test it out. At last, Black Wind told Abel the good news through the soul chain. It could use telekinesis 5 times per day now. This news was a lot more satisfying to Abel than the weird shield. Before, he would only use Black Wind's telekinesis ability in the most crucial times, since it could only use it once per day, but now he could use it a lot more. Abel sat on Flying Flame's back, and all the summons, including Black Wind, had been put back in his monster portal ring. There wasn't any teleportation station in Tamo Highland, so flying was the fastest way to get there. After a while of cleaning up the Tamo Highland, Abel noticed a construction from afar. It was the temple. Abel no longer cared about those hell creatures below him. He had been searching for the Tamo Highland temple all this time, and he had finally found it. Flying Flame ruthlessly spit out 10 white fireballs and turned all the hell creatures on the ground into ash. However, it was up to Abel from now on. Although that building was huge, it was not big enough for Flying Flame to fly around freely within it. Abel unleashed Black Wind, the 7 Spirit Guardian Knights, 5 Ravens, Poison Creeper, and the Oak Sage. After he fire enchanted all of them, the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain smashed open the gate. It was at that exact moment a row of spears flew directly towards them. The Spirit Guardian Knight Captain blocked them with its shield, and the 7 Spirit Guardian Knights disappeared on the spot. Soon, a battle had started within the temple. Abel held the leaf magic staff in his hand as he sat. On top of black wind, he waved at flying flame, and it swirled up to the sky with a roar. It seemed like it was announcing that this territory belongs to it. By the time Abel stepped inside the temple, the battle was already coming to an end. Although those red-colored returned archers had some powerful long-distance attack, they were still hopeless in front of enemies that could get close to them in a flash. Especially after the fire enchantment, the Spirit Guardian Knight's strikes were much stronger. After the battle had ended, the ravens scattered around in the dark to search for hell creatures, while the Spirit Guardian Knights kept opening up the path. Against these normal hell creatures, Abel felt like the Spirit Guardian Knights alone were enough to whip them out. All Abel needed to do was keep replenishing the fire enchantment. They arrived at another door after a long corridor, but by this point, the Spirit Guardian Knight captain no longer needed Abel's commander. It directly smashed it open. A bunch of roaring sounds set off as soon as the door was opened, and a few Yeti rushed out. Yeti had evolved from brute. Both of them had enormous, gorilla-like bodies. Their only difference was that their hair was gray, so it was harder to see them in dark environments. Before they had the chance to get close to the Spirit Guardian Knights, one of the front-line Yeti was struck by Abel's fireball. A huge explosion erupted, and the 3 Yeti around it blast into flames. Since his Horadric cube could push damage to the max, that 109 points of fire damage had taken the Yeti's life immediately. Abel sensed 8 points of mana return to him through the leaf magic staff. Although it was still not enough to replenish the 15 points of double mana he had used, it was still a smooth one-strike kill. Abel truly felt like a wizard. It was not that he didn't want to use his knight techniques, it was that the leaf magic staff was a two-handed weapon. It required 2 hands to be placed on at the same time to trigger its effect. The battles afterward were too easy. The Spirit Guardian stood at front as defense, and Abel kept unleashing fireballs into the Yeti. The poison creeper ruthlessly injected poison in them as well, and just like that, their lives slowly faded away. This simple formula for battle had increased Abel's speed of moving forward dramatically, and nothing could stop it, not thorn beasts, spiky quill rats, and especially not those devilkins and devilkin shamans. Soon, Abel had come across a little teleportation station next to the flower bush. Since the place was so confined, there wasn't anything covering the station other than a thick layer of dust. Abel had spent 2 perfect gems to light this outer pathway teleportation circle. He let out a breath of relief. From now on, he could just teleport here directly without going through all the hassle. Flying Flame no longer needed to wait outside. So Abel just told it through the soul chain that it could go back to the rogue encampment. For the following days, Abel kept entering the outer pathway to clean up these maze-like corridors. On the 9th day, he discovered a secret chamber. As soon as he opened it, a bunch of fireballs flew out. They were coming from a group of bone shamans. The Spirit Guardian Knight captain then began to glow red. It was fire enchanted, and the other Spirit Guardian Knights did the same as they ran inside. They could hear bones cracking when Abel and Black Wind entered the chamber. Everything seemed mysterious here. It was guarded by a bunch of bone shamans and bone archers. But those Spirit Guardian Knights were fine with long-distance attacks. Their ability to move next to the enemy in a flash was too overpowering. The Spirit Guardian Knight would suck up the souls of every dead archer. Abel knew this was a way for them to increase their long-distance attack ability. The chamber was not big, and there weren't many bone archers or bone shamans. Soon, they were all whipped out. The Spirit Guardian Knights flashed inside the inner room. Suddenly, Abel heard a huge sound. A Spirit Guardian flew out, followed by another. And then another. Abel quickly retracted them. The 3 didn't get hurt too bad. Most of the hit was taken by their armor and their own body's defense, so their actual health points didn't decrease too much. Now a blue-colored, deformed-looking monster walked out. It was the Smith, a powerful dark gold hell creature. It was the one who took the Charcy hammer in the rogue encampment. This Smith had 1 type of enchantment, and that was extra strong. Extra strong, plus 150% physical damage, plus 25% hit rate, minor plus 75% physical damage. The Smith was already strong in the first place, and this extra strong ability had almost doubled its strength. No wonder those Spirit Guardian Knights were thrown out one by one. Abel flashed his portal bracelet, and then swapped out the leaf magic staff in his hands with a jade tandu and pelta lunara. In the past, he wouldn't use these small weapons against a giant monster like this, but now he no longer cared so much since he grasped the dark gold combat kai. The smith stared at Abel, realizing that Abel was the owner of the summons. Therefore it raised its arms and rushed forward with a roar. Abel picked up his pelta lunta and smashed against the smith. Bang! Both Abel and the smith did not budge, but Black Wind's legs began to shake, and Abel could feel it. However, since Abel just had a crazy attribute increased, an intense battle like this was just what he needed. He jumped off Black Wind and gave it a little pat, telling it to move aside first. Afterward, Abel made an evoking hand gesture towards the smith. The smith roared and rushed forward again. This time, it ruthlessly struck forward with both of its hands as though it was hammering an iron flat. Abel was not a weak man. He decided to try out that new shield strike technique to counteract the smith. Under continuous powerful strikes, Abel began to master the shield strike technique. During a shield strike, a combat kai pattern would appear on the shield, and one would need to ignite it through mana. Since this was entirely new for Abel, he needed to keep trying to gain experience. Abel began to feel tired after a while, but the smith kept going like a machine. Not a single bit of strength had decreased. Abel truly understood the meaning of deformed. The extra strong ability had mangled with the naturally immense strength of the smith. Just when Abel began to wonder why it wasn't getting tired, he suddenly thought, "Do hell creatures even get tired?" Just when Abel felt pressured, a perfect pattern appeared on top of the pelta lunta. Mana began to run through his brain. 2 points of mana were added to the pattern. Just like lighting a matchstick, a white light flashed. The pelta lunta started to glow white and smashed into the smith's fist. Bang! The white light glow did not stop. Instead, it departed from the pelta lunta and flew towards the smith. The smith was struck dumb. Its body froze. However, Abel did not take this opportunity to strike. Instead, he waited for half a second for the smith to recover before striking it again. Since he now had the experience, he unleashed another shield strike pattern. Another white glow rushed towards the smith. The smith in front of him was like a perfect training partner since it could only make physical attacks. Although they were extremely strong, it was only that strong. Abel didn't have to care about his own safety, so this was such a rare opportunity. After a few shield strikes, the smith realized something was wrong. When Abel was preparing another white light, the smith suddenly retracted its fist. The white glow gently brushed against its body, but it didn't get knocked unconscious. Still, Abel still grasped some fundamentals of the Night Shield strike after a few attempts. The target would only become if the strike had hit the target directly. Abel had gotten what he wanted, so he glared at the smith grimly and mumbled, "Too bad." The Jade Tano-Do flashed, and the extra 50 points of agility added to his immense speed. The Dragon Core had totally resolved his previous lack of speed. The Jade Tandu didn't have much attacking power, but it had 180 points of poison. On top of the powerful combat kai string, and after a few more shield strikes, the smith had fallen. A gold shadow and a gray shadow entered his Horadric cube. Abel loved these power potion, but the ability he could gain from it depended on luck. The smith was a pure force hell creature. It didn't have any single gear on it. Abel sighed. It was such a poor dark gold boss. Abel kept complaining to himself, but as soon as he walked past the corridor, he felt something weird from his Horadric cube. This feeling felt a little sentimental. Abel looked around at the things in the room. The most eye-catching thing was the furnace. It was a blacksmith furnace. Although it looked different from the ones in the Holy Continent, as a blacksmith, he could still recognize it immediately. There was an iron bench next to it. On the bench, there were some iron needles and hammers. By then, Abel looked deeply drawn to one particular hammer. It was shining in dark gold, but not only that, the sentimental feeling from the Horadric cube was directed towards this hammer. This was the legendary Horadric Malice, a dark gold blacksmith hammer. It was made at the same time as the Horadric cube, or in another word, the same batch of equipment. This was the dark old hammer that Charcy was looking for. Back in the rogue encampment, a long time ago. Abel walked towards the bench and picked up the Horadric Malice. According to the legends, only someone from Charcy's tribe could use this hammer. Abel gently waved it around in his hand. It felt like just another 100 pounds hammer to him. Was this really the Horadric malice that could make iron sing and create an impenetrable knight armor? Abel doubted it. While Abel was still confused, a dark gold glow emerged from the Horadric cube and connected with the Horadric malice. Afterward, the dark gold glow on the Horadric malice became lit up tremendously. It seemed like it was about to unleash some kind of energy. Afterwards, Abel received a message from his Horadric cube. Horadric malice. Agility required, 15. Strength required, 15. Weight adjustable. Can use a random socket open every 30 days. Other abilities locked. Must use with the Horadric cube to be effective. Never deteriorates. Abel was stunned. They were only 2 abilities, but Abel truly realized how lucky he was to have the Horadric cube. Only a person with a Charsi tribe inheritance could use this Horadric malice. If he didn't have the Horadric cube, who knew how long that would take Abel to find something similar? Maybe the others with Charsi's inheritance were not even in the dark world anymore. The Horadric malice's attributes were basically what Abel needed at this point. Those 100-pound hammers were way too light for him, but now he could truly unleash his full potential. Abel was also very happy with the socket opening ability, since there weren't many blacksmiths in the world who could have the ability to open a dark world socket. Although he didn't know the probability of this random socket opening ability, Abel still had weapons. He got countless white attribute-less magic staff from those fallen shamans, so he could try it out countless times. Although they were called the white magic staff in the dark world, they were still magic weapons back in the Holy Continent. Abel happily shoved the Horadric malice in his portal bracelet. Afterwards, he continued to look at the other hammers on the bench. He didn't have too much hope, but he still wanted to find a blue-level hammer. Too bad, all of the other ones were extremely bland, and they were all worn out by the scent of hell. Abel no longer felt like cleaning up. He had already gotten something he liked. So it was time to return to the rogue encampment. Abel felt the urge again when he saw that blacksmith guild back in the rogue encampment. He had just gotten a top-level dark gold hammer, so he just had to try it. Before that, though, he had to give out the power potion. The moment Abel had gotten this potion, he already knew who would be the most suitable candidate to have it. The Spirit Guardian Knight Captain. It was the only one who purely depended on physical attacks. Not only that, but it could also strengthen its 6 followers by 75% after it had taken the potion. Abel took out that power potion he got from the smith and handed to the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain. It knew this process all too well. It gently opened the lid, poured the liquid in its mouth, and handed the bottle back to Abel. As the golden liquid came to effect, that spirit wolf below the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain began to howl. Although they seemed like a knight and mount, they were actually one. The muscles on the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain were basically made from the spirit wolf, and the spirit wolf had replaced the legs of the original rib bone. No. 1. The Spirit Guardian Knight Captain's body began to swell up. Its muscles squeezed tightly in its armor. Upon seeing this, Abel quickly stepped up and helped the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain adjust its armor. If its muscles continued to swell, maybe Abel would need to make an entirely new set of armor for the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain. Luckily, its muscles were not real muscles. Although they looked strong, it was still the half-physical substance of the spirit wolf. There was a limit to how much they could grow. By this point, Abel no longer needed to ask. He knew it had gotten the extra strong enchainment. The hematite ores Abel got were the finest of their kind. After he picked them up from the inferno flame, he placed them on top of his anvil for a good hammering. He did this with his Horadric malice. It started to flash in a dark golden light, and he adjusted his pounding force to 500 pounds. For each of his hits, he would get the most out of the base that he was hitting. All the impure substances were hammered out, and every time the hammer made contact with the base, a dark golden light was poured into it. After 100 hits, the hematite ore attained a level of purity that was never seen before. When it reached 200 hits, it was clear that the hematite ore had turned into something else. It was now a piece of fine iron. Fine iron was hard to find in nature. It was one of the rarest kinds of giant iron ore there was. It could only come to be after being hammered for multiple years. Abel never thought that he could get a fine iron piece with his hands. Fine iron piece was supposed to be the rarest iron piece there was. It was only second place to meteoric iron, which was more of an alien substance than iron. Abel murmured to himself, well, this could be the reason why the Dark World has better gear than the Holy Continent. That just gave him another thought. There were some unused hematite ore pieces left at Charcy's blacksmith store. Despite their high quality, they were still only regular pieces, and that had been confusing Abel this entire time. If those were just ordinary pieces, how did Charcy manage to craft blue or even gold equipment with them? Now he probably got his answers. Anyways, he decided to craft a knight's big sword right now. When he was about to be done with it, a reminder came out of his Horadric Malice. It was asking him if he wanted to spend some mana for a bonus effect. It was kind of surprising to him because something like this was never mentioned in the Horadric Malice's attribute description. Wait, it couldn't be, so the ability to add a bonus effect to an equipment was just an ordinary effect that the Horadric Malice had. Wow, that's just overpowered. Abel decided to give it a shot. After making his decision, the Horadric Malice started to suck a huge load of mana out of his hand. In just a few seconds, 500 of his mana was gone. The knight's big sword he made started being covered in a blue light, which disappeared after it scanned the blue from top to bottom. When the knight's big sword was complete, Abel decided to examine it by putting it inside his Horadric cube. Sharp and cruel sword, normal. Single hand damage, 841. Durability, 50 out of 50. Plus 12% damage increase. Plus 19% maximum damage increase. Plus 19 maximum accuracy increase. It was a blue piece of equipment. He did have to spend 500 mana on it, but there wasn't anything complicated that he had to do. Maybe Charcy used to do the same thing. Abel had more questions. He picked up another hematite ore, threw it on top of the inferno flame, hammered the rough base into a fine iron piece, and made a regular knight's big sword with it. When he was done this time, the Horadric Malice didn't send him a reminder. To figure out what was going on, Abel decided to make 20 more of the knight's big swords. After he did, he realized what the pattern was. For every 10 of the same weapons he made, there would always be one time that he could turn a piece of regular equipment to a piece of blue quality equipment. Now 1/10 were pretty good odds, especially when he got something that he couldn't make by himself. Valuable big sword, normal. Single hand damage, 1020. Durability, 50 out of 50. Plus 2 minimum damage increase. This was the second blue quality sword that Abel got. After putting it inside his portal bracelet, he also put the other 18 regular big swords inside. The ones he didn't put in were the more useless ones, the ones that either had very few slots for attribute bonuses or the ones that simply couldn't help him as much. There were 2 ways to handle the blue quality knight's big swords he got. 1, he could use the 1 over 30 days chance to punch a hole in it with his Horadric Malice. 2, he could use his Horadric cube to change its attributes into something else by random. Since he wanted to use the Horadric Malice for his magic staff, he decided to put all the valuable big swords into his Horadric cube. Formula: 3 pure gemstones plus 1 magic weapon with hole. After using up to 100-something pure gemstones, Abel finally got an attribute that he liked. Savage Sword of Massacre, normal. Single hand damage, 857. Durability, 50 out of 50. Plus 67% damage increase. Plus 24 maximum damage increase. Increase 2/9 freezing damage. Slot included 2. This was the most powerful knight's big sword Abel had ever created. There were even 2 empty slots that he could put his perfect gemstones in. When he placed in 2 perfect blue gemstones, the sword was given 821 freezing damage. It's a shame that he had to waste so many gemstones for it. Using the Horadric cube was simply too unreliable. Abel still had a lot of gemstones with him, but he didn't have a stable supply of it. That being said, he would have to wait if he wanted to do more testing. The next few days, Abel would stroll his way back to the Holy Continent during the day and continue his search in the Dark World during the night. Before he made his way into the Dark World, he would make camp at a place 30-something miles away from Cena City. During this time, he also used his Horadric Malice to punch a hole into the fireball magic staff he got from a fallen wizard. He did waste 2 magic staffs for it, but eventually he got himself a magic staff with slots for 2 magic gemstones. One day, Abel rode Black Wind to the super oak tree. To his surprise, it had already recovered from the damage from last time when he was trying to attain a breakthrough. The leaves were green again, and the bark and branches were just as thick as they used to be. Abel came so he could get some more crystal cores for himself. Well, that and some fresh blue howling rabbit meat. After days had passed, several hundred more crystal core pieces were stored up inside the oak tree's body. There were so many of them that he couldn't fit them inside his personal storage box. It was an inconvenience that most people couldn't even dream of. After having learned his lessons from last time, Abel decided that he didn't have to take all the crystal cores away in one go. The super oak tree did have a big enough capacity, so he could always come to harvest only what he needed. Abel decided to craft a total of 6 dark golden crystal core pieces. He was going to use them to make the base of his rune patterns. He also synthesized some blue-quality crystal cores for his meditation sessions. To top it up, he took away 99 blue howling rabbits to store inside his personal storage box. When he was about to leave, he fed another 2 bottles of the soul potions to the super oak tree. It wasn't like he was stingy to it. The oak tree's soul was newly formed. If he fed it too much soul potion, that would do more harm than good to it. 2 bottles were the right amount. It was just enough for the oak tree to absorb it up. After spending an entire day making magic rune patterns, Abel had used up 2 dark golden crystal core pieces and 2 bottles of soul potion. When he was finally done, he decided to prepare a gift for Bardali before he arrived back to the Holy Continent. As a dark golden level boss in the Dark World, Bardali knew the language that was used to draw the rune patterns. She was once a guardian of Rune Patterns 1. Still, she never expected herself to wield a rune pattern magic staff one day. That's the gift Abel prepared for her. He made a leaf combat magic staff for her. It was nowhere near as good as the fireball staff he was holding, but it was much better than a blackfire magic staff. Take the firewall spell, for example. The technique bonus was simply in a completely different league. Leaf rune pattern magic staff. Tureld. 2-hand damage 614. Durability 4646. +3 fire technique. 530 fire damage increase. +3 bonus to Inferno Flame. +3 bonus to Warmth. +3 bonus to Fireball. +30 defense points. +33% cold resistance. +2% mana increase for every enemy you kill. +50% damage to undead creatures. Slots included too. According to Bardali, the spell damage that her firewall spell could do was at 113-137 per second. From that alone, the level of her spell should be about rank 2, which meant that if she was wielding the magic staff Abel was about to give her, the fire damage she could deal would increase to 241-264 points per second. That was about stronger than a level 5 fire wall spell. Since it's been a while since he had last seen her, the level of her spell might have increased. The level of her fire wall spell might already be in level 3 right now. In that case, the leaf rune pattern magic staff would give an even higher damage bonus. The whole earth dividing basin on the Holy Continent. There was the Holy Crown City. It was where the dwarven royalties lived. Apart from the dwarves, no one was allowed to be inside this city, built on top of the Holy Crown Mountain. It was the only dwarven city that banned other races to enter. According to the myths, the entire Holy Crown Mountain was hollow in its center. There was, apparently, nothing but the city located there. On either side of the mountain, there were shorter mountains that were about 50 miles away from it. One was called Mountain Moga, and the other one was called Cena Mountain. To protect the Holy Crown City, which was the capital, the dwarves also built 2 cities on these mountains. They named these cities from where they were built, so one of them was called Moga City, and the other one was called Cena City. Cena City was built to be a surveillance station. That being said, it was also where the main headquarters of the Holy Continent Blacksmith Union was located. In fact, it had the highest concentration of master blacksmiths throughout the entire continent. There was even a blacksmith grandmaster that lived here for several years, which just showed the area's prosperity. Since Cena City produced about half of the Holy Continent's top-level weaponry, the security measures that were placed here were extremely tight. It was the same for Moga City. Both cities had a super large magic defense circle cast over them. The circle was the largest in all of the Holy Continent, which prohibited even the strongest fighters from disturbing the local authorities. If you wanted to start a fight in Cena City, you could always go to the fighting stadium to settle whatever business you had. That was what the place was built for, so there would always be some hot-headed dwarves that were taking all the spots. Abel wasn't very fast when he was riding on top of Black Wind. Bardali was riding on top of a war horse, which Abel had to spend a lot of money when he saw a human caravan several miles in the wilderness. It was a funny story, actually. He originally planned to bring a war horse out from Miwa City, but it fainted as soon as it saw white cloud and flying flame. Right now, Abel had an undead crow flying around his left hand, which was holding his crescent small shield. Like his wizard spells, his shield attack technique was placed inside his skill tree. Obviously, it was in a branch that was different from his wizard spells. When he activated the shield attack technique, a white light started hitting towards the undead crow. It started to faint on the ground as it got knocked away, but it quickly recovered and flew back towards him. It was ready to be hit by the same attack all over again. Abel was training like this for a reason, of course. When he made the spiritual contract between him and the undead crow, the deal was that it would help him get his technique to max level in exchange for 1 bottle of the soul potion. As for what the technique was, since it was never specified, this crow would have to be stuck with him until all his techniques were at the max level. What a sly master he was. Right now his shield attack was at level 3. It was still a very, very long way before the crow could be freed from this spiritual contract. Since it was an undead creature, it's not like death could free it from the cursed contract it was forced to agree to. Luckily, it was immune to basically everything, so it would always come flying back to Abel when he needed it to. There was one possibility that the undead crow could die, though. If it was stuck somewhere and couldn't get back to its master, the master could always summon a new undead crow for himself. The original one would automatically die, of course. Cena City is just up ahead, master, Bardali reminded Abel. Even after Abel gave her the leaf, rune pattern magic staff, she was still carrying the Blackfire magic staff with her. The rune pattern magic staff was simply too advanced for this era, so it was for the better if she hid it until she really needed to use it. Abel tilted his head. He had been too focused on practicing. Wait, we're already here. When Abel saw the giant fort that was in front of him, he put away his undead crow and crescent small shield, then tidied his wrinkled clothes for a bit. He was going to see some people soon. Since undead crows were meant to be the summoned creatures of the druids, it was for the best if he tried to behave normally from here on. The closer he was to Cena City, the more he understood the high-level security. On the outer layer of Fort Cena, there were 6 magic towers with more than 10 floors. The tallest had 18, which was the most that Abel had ever seen. For a moment, he was completely captivated by what he was looking at. It was like he came here to visit a superhero or something. From his understanding, a level 18 advanced wizard was rare. Even Wizard Cliff was only at level 16. So just how unworldly could a level 18 wizard be? On top of the 50-meter-tall walls, there were large metal pipes pointing towards the outside of the fort. The dwarves probably placed a bunch of ballistas over there. Only the dwarves had the craftsmanship to make so many ballistas in one place, and the absolutely devastating power of those things. Even the wizards would not survive if they were hit by one of the arrows. When Abel took out his master blacksmith badge at the front entrance, he saw a middle-aged man run up to him. This man was in a long white robe, and he was welcoming him with a nobleman's greeting. "Welcome to Cena City, Master Abel," the man said. "It's an honor to see you here. My name is Rawl, a staff of the Blacksmith Union." Abel asked as he returned a bow, "You know me?" As far as Abel knew, there were a lot of people who hadn't seen him before. He was a young man, after all, and this was the first time going to a large event like this. If anything, after he became a master blacksmith a long time, he's never really made an appearance in any public area. Rawl replied with caution, "No, sir, but I do recognize your mount. It is very rare for a human like you to ride on top of a mount wolf. Besides, Thorin has already told us about your arrival. He's told me to wait here for you." "Oh, that's right, thank you." Abel smiled and thanked Rawl. "Very well then, I'll have you lead the way." For reasons Abel wasn't sure of, the Blacksmith Union was taking his arrival especially seriously. When he looked around, he was even more confused about the way he was treated, because apart from him, no one else was being welcomed by a staff member that was wearing a white robe. Anyways, he followed Rawl into the giant castle that was ahead of him. From here onward, all the steps he had to take were going up. The buildings on the side were like separate dormitories, which had stairways that would just keep on extending upward. The creature Rawl was riding was called Chocobo, a species of a bird typically found in the dividing earth basin. It was one of the most preferable mount creatures for human wizards, mainly because of how good they were with walking on stairs. Obviously, Rawl's status wasn't high enough to own his own Chocobo. The one he was using was owned by the Blacksmith Union. On the other hand, Bard Ali's war horse wasn't doing so great. It never had to walk on the ground that wasn't parallel. Before, not Black Wind though, it was the king of the beasts, so the angle of the ground it was walking on never really made a difference. Hey Rawl, Abel couldn't help but to ask as he went up, I noticed something. The higher we go, the grander the buildings start to get. Rawl explained with as much detail as he could. As you know, Master Abel, Cena City is a pacifist city. A lot of peace-loving humans, elves, and dwarves have all considered this place as their safe haven. There are also many who have come here to escape from their enemies. A problem arose when this started happening. More inhabitants started to flood in, which helped to create hierarchies and inequalities. The lower the altitude of your home is, the lesser your status is, and the higher your house is located, the more powerful and noble you must be. One important reminder, Master Abel, is that you must be a great contributor to the city to be recognized. First-timers can only gain temporary residence when they are here. Without the proper amount of contribution, they will not be granted the right to live here permanently. That and the right to purchase your own property. A pacifist city, huh? Abel sighed as he murmured the words. Only the super-large magic circle could do something like that. There were barely any human cities that were covered in city-sized defensive magic circles. In the first place, humans never had a good tolerance for mana. This was why when the wizards built their magic towers, they would always build them in the outer layer of whatever community they were in. But a pacifist city was really something else. Not even the elves could achieve something like this. There were the 3 major elven cities that were all covered in giant defensive magic circles. But none of that could be compared to what Cena City was protected by. After all, as long as you weren't activating your mana or your combat kai, it was very easy to get past the defensive circle's security measure in any elven cities. As Abel continued to chat with Rawl, he realized how scarce shops around here were. It was really bizarre to see. If all these different races were living together, how did the local inhabitants get their daily necessities? Why are there so few shops around, Rawl? Abel turned his head around and asked. Rawl replied, You hadn't been to a lot of dwarven cities, have you, Master Abel? You see, the city that you see is just its surface. The real wealth and beauty are located at the belly of the mountain. What you see here is just for humans and elves. Only a handful of dwarves live on the surface, while most of them, according to their traditional customs, make their livelihood underneath. After Rawl gave his explanation, he did an exaggerated pose as he pointed towards the road ahead. He was saying that the underground was big-like, massive. When they continued a bit more, Rawl started pointing towards the tip of the mountain. That right there is the headquarters of the Blacksmith Union. It's beautiful, isn't it? Rawl said to Abel. On top of the mountain was a large, black castle, one which had a statue that was built on the very top. While Abel had never been to the place before, he knew who the statue was depicting. It was Grey Jenny, the dwarven god of mining and forging. According to the myths, the Grey Jenny was the first creature ever to mine minerals and turn them into usable tools. It was responsible for teaching those techniques to the dwarves, which helped them survive and fend against their enemies. Wait, Abel said, shocked as he came closer to the giant building. Is this all made of black hematite? Rawl replied with a satisfied smile on his face. That's the same expression countless have had when visiting this place, Master Abel. Yes, those are all made of the most finely selected black hematite minerals. The entire building is built of the same material. Rawl continued with his explanation. That's not how it was originally built, though. The whole building began with just the statue on the top. You see, the dwarves have a very special traditional practice. When they dig up the finest black hematite piece, they will make it an offering to the great Grey Jenny. Eventually, when the black hematite pieces started to pile, it became so abundant that they could build an entire castle out of it. "Oh no," Abel called out, "why did you tell me that earlier? I didn't bring any black hematite pieces with me." Rahl said as he handed a pure black ore to Abel, "Apologies, Master Abel. But the practice of making offerings is only ceremonial. The dwarves don't force it upon races other than their own. If you still wish to do so, you can take this instead. Master Thorin has prepared for you. He knows how respectful you are to different cultures, so he told me to hand this to you in case you want to make a tribute." "That's well, thank you very much." Abel promptly took the ore piece. It was handed over by Master Thorin, but he still said thanks to Rahl since he was the one to give it to him. At the same time, he felt a hateful glare came from inside the front entrance of the Blacksmith Union headquarters. It wasn't just Abel that felt it. Bardarli also sensed its presence, and that made her grab tighter onto her magic staff. To calm her down, Abel waved his hand at her. The owner was a human wizard. As for a reason for this display of disdain, Abel knew by looking at the red robe that he was wearing. There were two badges on that robe. One was the wizard badge, which indicated that the owner was a novice wizard. The other one was something that Abel was very familiar with. It was the identity badge of the Wizard Intelligence Agency of the Scent. Ellis Kingdom, an organization that was pretty much run by Wizard Cliff himself. "You shouldn't show up in public, Abel," the red-cloaked wizard said with a cold smile. "Watch your mouth when you talk to my master, you fiend." Bardarli couldn't help but call out loudly. The red-cloaked wizard was caught off guard by Bardarli's outburst. He wasn't often scolded due to his status. His robe was made of the blood of countless nobles, knights, and wizards, and it was not going to tolerate this kind of insolence. Despite Cena City being a pacifist city, it still allowed the wizards to fight each other with their imposed pressure. Those attacks were very hard to detect, after all. If the difference between skill levels were not a lot, barely any serious harm could be done. This gave the red-cloaked wizard enough of a reason to unleash his at Abel and Bardarli. Even if Rahl had nothing to do with it, he was also influenced by this sudden attack. Since Rahl was not a wizard, Abel had to be fast enough to block in front of him. If he wasn't, the poor man would probably take a month to wake up from his coma. On the other hand, the dark golden light in Bardarli's eyes started flashing. Unique imposed pressure started coming out of her. Unlike the imposed pressure of a wizard, it was filled with murderous intent and other frightening things. She attained it through years of bloodshed. It was granted to her by the darkness of the underworld. When the two different forces collided against each other, the red-cloaked wizard jumped backward out of instinctual fear. He wasn't sure why, but it's like what he was looking at was something that was particularly frightening. The next thing he knew, his eyes were wide open, and his butt was on the floor. A white light started to cover the red-cloaked wizard. When he finally recovered from the shock, he threw a hateful look back at Abel. He wasn't sure what happened to him, but Abel just made him waste a passive magic defensive item. The fight hadn't even begun, and he was already activating a once-in-a-lifetime item. The red-cloaked wizard then started cursing at Abel. "You'll regret that, Abel. Just you wait. The intelligence force will have their revenge." Scared he was of Bardarli when he concentrated all his hatred back at Abel. Those sharp eyes kept on staring and staring at him. Oh, where am I?" Rahl got up as he woke up. "Thank you, Master Abel, for whatever you've done to protect me." Abel smiled at Rahl. "No need to say thanks, Rahl. Actually, I need to say sorry to you. I might have just dragged you into this." Abel turned back to the red-cloaked wizard. To be honest, he would have killed this guy already if this wasn't a pacifist city. A novice wizard was nothing to him at his current level. He didn't even need his summoned creatures to take on him. Damn, if only there were no restraints, I could wipe out this absolute menace to society. Abel turned to ask Rahl, "Can we banish him for what he just did?" "That's not for me to say, sir, but I can report it to the senior staff," Rahl replied. He was also angry being attacked like this. He didn't hesitate to take out his identity card to make a call. When Rahl finished his call, a white light flashed next to Rahl. A black-cloaked wizard appeared. After bowing to Abel, he turned to Rahl and had him explain everything that just happened. The black-cloaked wizard then said to the red-cloaked wizard, "I'm going to have to ask you to leave Cena City forever, sir. Please don't come back here again. You're not welcomed here." That upset the red-cloaked wizard. He didn't come to Cena City to play around. He came here to have a blacksmith make a magic staff for him. It wasn't like the master blacksmiths would be around all the time, so he looked forward to the upcoming gathering event. The red-cloaked wizard screamed as all his schedulings had been for naught. No. Aghi, I'm the representative of Master Cliff. No one can banish me. Never, the black-cloaked wizard replied with a sneer. Oh. So you are saying we should put Wizard Cliff on our blacklist as well? I'll leave all right. Okay, I got it, I'll leave Ag. The red-cloaked wizard started to behave when he saw the black-cloaked dwarven wizard's badge. Not just that, though. From what he was being told, he very well might just be the reason that Wizard Cliff would be banned from the city. If that actually was the case, he was pretty much a dead man. After bowing to the black-cloaked dwarven wizard, the red-cloaked wizard started running towards the Blacksmith Union headquarters. When he did, however, he ran into a wall of Kai that blocked him from going forward. As it turned out, he was already on the so-called blacklist. From this point onward, he was not allowed to use any teleportation circles located inside Cena City. Luckily for him, it only takes about several miles of journey to get to Moga City. He could still go back to the kingdom of St. Ellis by going there. As Abel watched the red-cloaked wizard fleeing, the corner of his lips started raising ever so slightly. Since he had the transformation necklace on him, it could hide all the murderous intent he had for that man. The black-cloaked dwarven wizard said as he bowed to Abel, "It's an honor to see you here, Master Abel. My name is Valen." Abel returned the bow. "Greetings, Wizard Valen. Thank you so much for your help." Abel didn't expect an advanced wizard to be so polite to him. They were among the best fighters throughout the whole continent, after all. Valen continued to smile in an overly kind way. "I'm so sorry what you went through, Master Abel. The city could have done so much better than that to protect the safety of travelers like you. Don't worry, though. From this point on, I guarantee you, sir, you will not be harassed like this again." After Valen said that, he bowed to Abel again and disappeared. A white light just took him away. He was going somewhere that Abel couldn't see, and he was murmuring something to himself. "Oh sweet, now that I've done something for him, I can ask a favor in return when I need it. You really outdid yourself back there, didn't you, Valen? You could have let the other wizards do the job, but you had to be a great little helper to Master Abel, didn't you?" Obviously, Abel didn't know about Valen's schemes. He just thought that the guy was pretty nice to help him out. That being said, he had no idea why Rawl was so surprised to see him here. He had no idea about how strange it was for an advanced wizard to show for a little confrontation between a traveler and a novice wizard. That and how different Valen was acting in contrast to his reputation as a super-aggressive wizard. Rawl immediately became aware of something. Whatever reasons Valen had, he was trying to suck up to Abel. He wasn't going to say that out loud, of course. As soon as Abel walked into the giant castle, the first thing he noticed was how neat everything was. In contrast to the rough appearance of the area that was outside, the inside was laid with neat, flat black iron tiles. The floor was made completely out of black hematite, and it was all processed into black iron floor tiles. There was a giant hallway inside. There was a fountain which, under the reflection of the sunlight, revealed a rainbow that poured on two beautiful stone statues. One of them was a depiction of Greyjenny, of which Abel recognized. The other one, however, he did not know. "Master Abel," Rawl whispered, "that's Varaya, the goddess of healing and protection. She's the wife of the great Greyjenny." When Abel looked towards the other side, he saw a garden with many humans, elves, and dwarves in it. As it turned out to be, race was not a particularly important factor in this place. Rawl jumped down from his chocobo. "If you'll allow me to, Master Abel, I'll now guide your mount to a resting spot. From here onward, we are only allowed to move with our feet." "No, thank you. I'll do it myself," Abel replied, then put Black Wind into his portal beast ring. Honestly, he wasn't sure if Black Wind would like being inside a resting spot. It might get uncomfortable and start howling at the other animals. With that in mind, it's for the best if he was taking care of it himself. A portal beast bag. Rawl covered his mouth in awe. It was the first time he had seen one on a human. Like the portal bracelet, which belonged to dwarves, the elven portal beast bag was not meant to be accessed by any outsiders. They were meant to be wartime supplies, something that was owned entirely by the highest of the highest authorities. Instead of putting Bardali's warhorse inside his portal beast ring, Abel decided to put it inside his portal beast bag. He didn't want to frighten the horse with all his other summoned creatures, so it was for the best to make separate rooms. After handing the chocobo to a servant on the side, Rawl brought Abel closer to the fountain. He then pointed towards a dark hole that was carved into the shape of a pouch. "There, Master Abel, that's where you're supposed to make the offerings." While Abel didn't share any of the same faith that the dwarves had, he had a lot of respect for those who have achieved great things in the past. He was perfectly willing to hand the black hematite piece over. When he did, a teleportation spell was activated from inside the pouch. Then, suddenly, the giant Grey Genie statue on top of the city started blasting out a golden light at him. It all happened so fast. He had no way to react to it. Luckily, it didn't seem to pose any threat to him. All that it did was to make his body glisten in gold for a bit. Rahl said ecstatically, "You are truly blessed by the spirits, Master Abel. Countless people have come here to make their offerings, but only a few could receive a direct blessing of the Great One. Actually, you are the only one who did this year." "What does this blessing do?" Abel asked in confusion. Rahl responded, "Well, according to the legends, you'll have a much higher success rate in whatever craft that you'll be making." As good as that sounded, it wasn't really of much use for Abel. He already had a very high success rate in crafting his weapons. That being said, this blessing didn't really make much of a difference to him. Apart from him, though, everyone else seemed to care so much about it. In the hallway alone, about 10 dwarves, 6 humans, and 2 elves have all received a notification on their masked blacksmith badge. They were all told about how Master Abel had received a direct blessing from the great Grey Genie. The wizards and knights also learned about it. The knights, especially, seemed to care a lot. If they could make Abel make a weapon for them, the quality of whatever product that he made was guaranteed to be good. Abel didn't know, though. Actually, nor did he care that much. He was more focused on the Master Blacksmith Gathering event. "How many Master Blacksmiths are there right now?" Rahl replied after counting for a bit. "Well, sir, all the dwarven masters that could come are already here. There are also 6 human masters and 2 elven masters. If we are not counting on any more to come, you should be the last one here today." "Oh no," Abel's eyes widened. "Hurry up and take me to the gathering place then. I can't have all those masters wait for me." As soon as Abel started walking, a gray-cloaked human wizard came up to him and bowed. "Master Abel," the gray-cloaked human wizard greeted. "The Wizard Union of the Kingdom of St. Pirit sends their regards." As confused as Abel was, he decided to return the bow first. He had heard of the Kingdom of St. Pirit before, but he literally had nothing to do with them. Were they going after him for the warrant as well? The gray-cloaked wizard continued to speak. "Rest assured, Master Abel, while you are a wanted man by the Kingdom of St. Ellis, that has nothing to do with us. In the same way, they can't interfere with what we do with you. If you are interested in going back to the human world, you are always welcomed to pay a visit to our nation. Master Marion has told me about you before. He's an advanced wizard himself, and he's always told me that if I ever get to see you, I must invite you over the St. Pirit Wizard Union." Just before Abel was about to give his answers, a white-cloaked human wizard came up to him. "Master Abel, the St. Anwal Wizard Union sends their regards." Another state-owned wizard union. As it turned out, all the big unions apart from the St. Ellis Wizard Union were very nice to Abel, even though he didn't know the reason behind. The white-cloaked human wizard was very straightforward. "Are you interested in having your own property and status, Master Abel? If you are, please pay a visit to the Kingdom of St. Anwal. Master Walder would love to have a conversation with you." Abel hesitated for a bit before responding. "I'm so sorry, both of you. But I might have to delay the discussion for later. There's a gathering even that I have to attend to immediately. Again, so sorry." Abel didn't know what these 2 men were planning. Whatever the case might be, there was no way that he was going to leave his family to leave somewhere very far. "Oh no, please, Master Abel." Judging from the anxious look on Abel's face, the 2 human wizards knew that they were being a disturbance. Anyways, the messages were already relayed. They already showed up and made their offer. So there were no more reasons for them to keep getting in the way. Still, when Abel walked away, the 2 wizards couldn't help but give each other a hard, long stare. Whether or not Abel could be persuaded to come with them, they were, technically, getting in each other's way to gain his favor. Abel asked as he kept on walking, "Why are there so many wizards and knights here, Rahl? There aren't even that many blacksmiths around." Rahl explained without being too loud, "It's quite a sight, isn't it, sir? You know, for every Master Blacksmith Gathering event there is There would always be a lot of people coming from all over the continent to pay a visit. The knights want to buy a better blade or armor, and the wizards come for a nice magic staff. And that, sir, is exactly what you're looking at right now. Abel paused for a bit before he asked, "Wait, so from what you're saying, all the wizards that have come here, they did so to get a magic staff?" Rahl nodded with absolute certainty. "Of course, sir. Why else would the wizards come at this point in time?" Abel said, "Well, sure. What about the advanced wizards?" "So far, all I've seen are intermediate and novice wizards." "Because, sir," Rahl said in a softer voice, "there is no real official end to the Master Blacksmith Gathering event. Sometimes it can last a day and sometimes 3. The longest one there was 7 days. To really answer your questions," Rahl said in a super quiet voice, "the advanced wizards never come on the first day. At the start of the event, they only have their underlings come with their materials. If the master blacksmiths turn them down, they then decide if they would go ask in person. That way, you get a lot less chance of getting humiliated in public." Abel was glad to hear that. From what he heard from the red-cloaked wizards just then, he came to represent Wizard Cliff. If what he said was true, and it should be, that meant that he would have the magic staff ingredients for Wizard Cliff. Perhaps that's where Abel could teach Wizard Cliff a little lesson. Maybe he could go hunt that red-cloaked wizard down, steal all the magic staff ingredients, and maybe upset Wizard Cliff a little bit. While thinking about it, his soul chain was already connected to the sky that was several miles away out from Cena City. He was trying to reach for Flying Flame, which was currently sleeping on top of White Cloud's back. By this point, the red-cloaked wizard was already out of the Cena City front gate. If he didn't go faster, the pressure that was put on him by the super-large defense circle would have been a lot harder. If it became strong enough to throw him out of the city, he might just die from the force. When the red-cloaked wizard was completely out of Cena City, he took out a communication circle and connected it to Wizard Cliff. "What do you want?" Wizard Cliff asked as soon as the call connected. The red-cloaked wizard said with a shaky voice, "Master, I've been kicked out Cena City. The mission has failed. Just how much does the Blacksmith Union wish to upset me?" No, Master, it's Abel. It's the blacksmith that you've put a bounty on. He's in Cena City right now. After I've told him that I represent you, he started calling all these people to banish me." Obviously, the red-cloaked wizard wasn't going to tell the truth. After spending years inside the intelligence agency, he knew a lot about shifting blames and twisting up stories. "Abel," Wizard Cliff called out in rage, "how dare he? I've been too kind to him, so it seems." "Well," Wizard Cliff then yelled at the red-cloaked wizard, "what the hell have you been doing then? I've told you to do a simple errand for me, and you can't even get that done. Get back here now, you incompetent fool." "Yes, Master." The red-cloaked wizard sighed in relief after the call ended. From his understanding of Wizard Cliff, if he was ranting at his underlings, it usually meant that he was not going after them. When the call ended, the red-cloaked wizard rode on top of a chocobo and rode towards Moga City. 20 miles in on his way, and he felt like something bad was about to happen to him. He tried to speed up the chocobo by slapping its thigh, but it started slowing down and threw him away. "Og, what are you doing, you stupid animal?" The red-cloaked wizard moaned in pain as he tried to get up. To his shock, however, the chocobo started laying flat on the ground. It's almost like it was trying to give up on all resistance. "Against what, though? What the?" The red-cloaked wizard screamed as he took out his magic staff. As he searched around him, he readied himself to cast his most powerful spell at any time. Suddenly, a loud, piercing noise came from behind. Next thing he knew, his head had left his body and flew towards the sky. The last thing he ever saw was a flying black dragon. "I've been killed by a dragon," was his very last thought. Being killed by a dragon was not a very likely death. After all, not a lot of humans have ever seen a dragon before. It's actually less likely than being crushed by a meteorite. It was Flying Flame. If its master didn't tell it to, it would have never come down from the sky to kill a mere novice wizard. And if Abel wasn't specific enough, it would have just destroyed the man along with his portal bag and mount. While walking on its short legs, Flying Flame came around the headless corpse and picked up the portal bag. Then, after searching the corpse for a bit, it picked up the magic staff on the ground and put it inside the portal bag. When it was done, it used its white flame to burn the body into ash. The chocobo was still there, watching. It was still flat on the ground, and it showed no signs of resistance. As scared as it was at the pseudo-dragon, it wasn't exactly fainting out of fear yet. Right now, Flying Flame was communicating with its master through the soul chain. It wasn't sure what to do with this Chocobo bird. Front of it. That being said, it really wanted to do well for its master. After seeing Johnson's portal bag, it really wanted to get one as a reward. So far, it looted a portal bag from this dead wizard. Once it saw its master again, it was going to plead to him to give it away as a reward. If he did, it was going to store all the blue howling rabbit-flavored ration potion inside. Once Flying Flame got Abel's command, it carefully used its claws to carry the Chocobo bird into the sky. The Chocobo bird couldn't really do much. It had no choice but to wait for whatever fate lied before it. Rawl brought Abel closer into the inside of the Blacksmith Union headquarter building. On their way, countless dwarven and human blacksmiths would greet Abel with a bow. Abel seemed like a real celebrity in this place. This is the gathering spot, Master Abel. According to the rules, you can bring 2 men with you as you listen to the speaker. When Rawl said that, there was a little bit of yearning in his voice indicating that he wanted to be one of those men. He was currently an intermediate blacksmith. With a little more progress, he would have already become an advanced blacksmith. That being said, he really wished for a chance to listen to the masters conversate about their experience and whatnot. It didn't take Abel much time to figure out what Rawl wanted, so he pretty much agreed right away. It's been a hard and long journey, Rawl. I don't know if you'd be interested, but if you'd like to, please accompany me inside for a listen. Oh, that'd be great, thank you, Master Abel. Obviously, Rawl didn't make his intentions clear enough. He wouldn't dare to ask something directly from someone like Abel, so it was pretty much a miracle that Abel would give in so easily. That being said, he really appreciated the opportunity. It was very hard to get in contact with a master blacksmith, even if you lived in Cena City. When Rawl went to open the big door, Abel realized that the building was a lot bigger than he thought. Inside the hall room were a bunch of long tables and chairs. 12 dwarves, 6 humans, and 2 elves were sitting on both sides. From the badges that they were wearing, Abel could tell that they were all master blacksmiths. Each of the master blacksmiths had someone standing behind them. They must be their servants or something. Since these people didn't get to have their own seats, they were all made to stand. The other half of the hall room was an operating table for the blacksmiths. There were different tools on the rack. Next to the operation table, there was an odd stone stove glowing in red. Abel didn't get to have a close look, though. As soon as he walked in, the 20-something master blacksmiths all stood up to greet him. Master Robin, whom he visited just then, left the table and walked towards him. Master Robin said with a friendly voice, "Took you a while, didn't it, Master Abel?" Come. Much apologies, sir, and all the masters here." Abel quickly gave a deep bow to apologize. This city was simply too beautiful. I didn't mean to be so late. The dwarven master laughed out loudly. "Don't worry about it, Master Abel. It's already good enough to have you here. Hurry up and have a seat, yeah." For Abel, it was good to see that his seniors didn't take offense in him being late. And now that he was being all nice and apologetic about it, he actually made a good first impression. Abel was told to sit at the first seat on the right side. He didn't do that, though. The first seat was meant for the most acknowledged master in the whole continent. As of now, that seat was vacant. The spot he was told to sit at was the closest to the topmost seat. Right now, Master Robin was with him. He was also the youngest one in the whole room, so whatever the case was, he should try to lay low here. When Abel scanned around, he began to notice that Hoover was here. Of course, he should refer to him as Master Hoover here. There was an empty seat that was next to Hoover, so after bowing to the dwarven master that offered him the frontmost seat, he went to sit right next to Hoover. Something else stood out to Abel. Out of the 20-something master blacksmiths that he saw, he only recognized a few of them. For the dwarven masters, he recognized Master Robin, Master Thorin, and some other 3 that he knew of when he was getting certified to be a master. As for the humans, Hoover was a close friend of his, but he was the only human that he knew of here. White-bearded dwarven master blacksmith, Master Mori, began to speak. "Since it's the first time that Master Abel has attended our gathering event, we'll explain the procedures a bit later. As of now, my name is Mori, the blacksmith who's on post in this city, and I'll be the host of today's gathering." Master Mori continued to speak in a clear, loud voice. "What I've been hearing, Master Abel should be the last master blacksmith to come here today. That's a total of 21 masters coming today. The last time we got this many was, well, many blue moons before. The crowd didn't seem to show much reaction to that. Apart from Abel, all the other people here were experienced old men. Hoover whispered to Abel, "It's been the 20 of us for the last 10 gatherings. Now that you are here, that breaks the record for a pretty long time." "What about the other masters?" Abel asked. From his understanding, there should be a total of around 36 blacksmith grandmasters in the Blacksmith Union. Did Hoover mean that the other 16 never attend these events? Hoover explained, those who don't come are often those who were trained by large organizations. Since their skills and crafts are often privatized, they are pretty much not allowed to come to show themselves in public. Pretty dodgy stuff, if you ask me, but that's just my opinion. Master Mori continued to speak. "We will now begin our first activity. Fellow master blacksmiths, it is now time for you to demonstrate any new achievements that you have. Master Abel, as it is your first time to attend our event, we'd like to inform you that it is up to you to decide what technique you would like to disclose in public. If you don't want to show us anything, Master Abel, that's perfectly fine. I will have to remind you something, though. If you don't agree to demonstrate some of your findings in the next gathering event, we'll have to stop you from entering into any future gathering event. Unless you become a grandmaster, we'll have to make sure that you keep showing us your findings when you come here." Grandmaster? The look on Master Mori's face seemed kind of strange when he mentioned this word. The other master blacksmiths laughed as they looked at Abel. Abel didn't seem to mind, though. He just thought that they wanted to see what he was capable of. Before Abel did anything, he first looked at the other masters that were doing their demonstrations. It was been especially helpful for his learning. Obviously, there was no commentary to explain the techniques that they showed. Also, they were only showing a brief part of the entire craft, instead of doing the procedure from start to finish. When Abel saw that the odd furnace, he thought it was just like the one at the rogue's encampment. It was also powered with inferno flame, which just showed how much taste dwarves had for the fires that they used. For Master Robin's demonstration, he pulled a piece of iron into a string. This technique was especially helpful in making bowstrings. Not only could it bolster the sturdiness of the bow, but it could also be used to launch a more powerful shot than most arrows. Of course, Master Robin wasn't going to tell them what the ratio of the metals was. What he showed was just the start of an area of research, so if the others wanted to look more into it, they would have to spend a lot of time and resources by themselves. As for the others, some of them added a fire accelerant liquid to boost up the hotness of a flame. It was more like a real-life commercial than a display of craftsmanship, so Abel didn't really have a use for it. Most of the stuff was practical, though. A lot of the master blacksmiths would try to show off little tricks that they use in their crafts. As insignificant as these skills might appear to be, there was always going to be a chance that they could be helpful to whoever that knew them. What attracted the most attention for Abel, however, were the 2 elven master blacksmiths. Since elves were much weaker than humans and dwarves, they must have been putting the most work out of all the masters here. Their expertise was in making small items such as accessories and jewelry, and they demonstrated a lot about the ways of smelting precious metals and separating gemstones from rings. All the other skills that these elven masters revealed weren't of much help for Abel. He really thought that they were the most generous ones with showing off what they knew. Well, there was also Master Robin, but these two outdid themselves. Come to think of it, Abel had never looked into how to make accessories. Now that the 2 elven masters have introduced him to this art, he thought that he might be able to start on his own research into this. And since these 2 have already looked into the process of smelting, he might also want to ask them for some further input. If he could get the data on how to mix different metals together, he might just create some even more overpowered weapons for himself. Of course, those weapons would be made of alloys. Master Mori asked Abel, "Have you decided on what you'll be performing today, Master Abel?" Abel did think about it when he was looking at the other masters. There were a lot of techniques that he could teach, but he would really like to keep most of them to himself. Well, there was one technique that he'd learned just recently that he could use. Abel smiled to Master Mori. "I have, Master Mori. Well, since all of you are more experienced than I am, the only thing I can demonstrate well is my creativity." "Oh, please, do show us what you have up your sleeve," Master Mori said excitedly. Even the other master blacksmiths started to stand beside him to watch, which was something that didn't happen very often. And the other master blacksmiths were doing their demonstrations. The ones watching would make space for their students and underlings. Now that Abel's doing his own thing, none of the master blacksmiths were sparing any rooms for others. As desperate as these underlings were to look at what Abel's doing, they didn't dare to push past the masters that were standing in front line. As Abel stood in front of the operation table, he turned to Master Mori and asked, "This hammer. Do you have anything heavier?" Master Mori raised his brow. "The heaviest one we have here is 200 pounds. Is that still too light for you?" Abel nodded. "Yes. For what I'm about to show, I need a hammer that's at least above 500 pounds in mass. Can I get something that's denser than these ones here?" That really took Master Mori off guard. In fact, he didn't even think that there would be anyone who could use a 200-pound iron hammer. The one that he put there as more of a decoration, really. And swinging a 200-pound hammer was nothing like simply lifting a 200-pound object. Not only would you need a lot more muscles, you would also need at least 10 times the amount of body coordination to actually use it. Not even Hoover could manage to lift a 500-pound in such a long time. Abel wasn't trying to make a scene here, but he just didn't want to show off his Horadric malice here. It was simply too good of a tool to show around in public. Actually, since he was in the master blacksmith's headquarters, he thought that there would be no problem if he was asking for a 500-pound hammer. "I'm going to have to ask you to wait for a moment, Master Abel," Master Mori said. Now that Abel's made the request, he couldn't just tell him that the master blacksmith quarter didn't have what he was looking for. The blacksmith union would be a laughing stock if that was to happen. Besides, something was telling him that the young man was just trying to find an excuse to not give any demonstrations. After the servants were ordered, they went out of the building for a few minutes. There was a pretty muscular dwarven knight that came back when they did, and he was carrying a super big iron hammer. Master Mori took over the hammer and said, "She's a beauty, isn't it? This, Master Abel, is made from a unique piece I found when I was young. I happened to walk upon it in one of my earlier journeys. Because of its density, even the inferno flame couldn't manage to melt it. Just when I wasn't sure what to do with it, I decided to chisel it into whatever tool that it was shaped like. So I tried to turn it into a hammer, and that took me about roughly several years. What you're looking at now is a 700-pound hammer. Well, I guess you can tell, but no one could really use it. I just let it sit in my office this entire time. If you can use it, heck, I don't mind giving it away for free." Master Mori had done pretty much all that he could. If Abel could not use this hammer here, it's not like the blacksmith union owed anything to him. The reputation of the guild would be saved. Abel's eyes largened as he looked at the giant hammer that was handed over to him. Since the Horadric malice couldn't be shown in public, he didn't mind having a replacement piece like this one. Now that his strength points were at 50, he knew how easy it would be for him to lift 700 pounds. "I'll give it a go, Master Mori," Abel said as he took the hammer over. When he lifted it up in one of his hands, a streak of shadow appeared as he swung it across the air. "Oh, yeah," the other masters screamed. Since they all trained their muscles since they were young, they knew how hard it was for Abel to move this much weight. Abel then announced with ease, "All right, everyone, what I'm about to demonstrate is how you can hammer a rough base." Of course, everybody knew what hammering a rough base was like. They also knew how famous Master Abel's 130 skill base was, so they were really starting to focus on looking at what he was doing. Actually, considering how everyone else was only sharing a portion of their craftsmanship, Abel was being really generous with what he was showing. Master Robin and Master Thorin were actually pretty worried about Abel. If he showed such an important technique to the others, he might just lose a lot of value as a master blacksmith. They couldn't change his mind, though, so the most they could do was to hope that he knew what he was doing. Read more chapters at lisnovel.com. After putting one fine hematite ore into the inferno flame with his left hand, Abel quickly used a thong to pick it up and place it on top of an anvil. Even that part was very surprising for the others, since it was very hard to manage the heat of an inferno flame. Most humans and elves would often make the mistake of over-melting the metals in their first go. For the dwarven masters, they were certain that it was Abel's first time to handle an inferno flame. The dwarves possessed of all of the few inferno flames that were on the continent, and Abel was never reported to have visited any of them before. When Abel slammed the hammer on the anvil, The sound that produced felt like the whole operation table was about to be smashed in half. He got it in one, a master blacksmith screamed. No one could believe it. Abel just made a successful hit with his 700-pound hammer. And it wasn't the weight that was unbelievable. It was the fact that he got a successful hit in his first go. Abel couldn't hammer the base as perfectly as he did wit. His horadric malice, but his sick muscles guaranteed that every hit was successful. He wasn't even listening to the cheering around him. He was all focused on hitting the base with his hammer. His left hand was locked on the thong that was clamping the base, and it was searching for the right position to make the next hit. It was all happening in an instant. His second strike came immediately after the first one. Black sparks started shooting out. The base didn't even fly out of the thong. It just stayed there as the 700-pound hammer kept on hitting it. It's been 2 hits now, Master Mori murmured. When what was considered unusual became the norm. All the surprise and shock would be turned into a sense of numbness. Everyone was cheering for Abel at the start, but the more they saw how his hammer was hitting on the base, the more silent they became as they kept on watching. After 100 strikes, Abel stopped his hands and placed the base back into the inferno flame. The audience became dead silent. All that could be heard was the sound of the inferno flame. Abel picked up the base again. He was going for a second round of hammering. As insane as this 700-pound hammer was, it was nowhere as good as the horadric malice. Abel had to make a successful strike out of every 2 hits. He wasn't too satisfied with that, but it was already too good for the other masters. After the base was turned into 150 skills, he could only raise its level once out of every 3 or 4 hits. When the base was taken out of the inferno flame for a 5th time, he was only a little bit away from creating a fine iron piece. He started dropping his hammer around this time. "I'm so sorry, guys," Abel said in disappointment. "I didn't make it. This craft was a failure." "Wait, what are you talking about, Master Abel?" Master Mori asked. As far as he could see, the base was almost the same as a pure fine iron piece. Abel said after letting out a sigh. "Well, I thought that I could make a fine iron piece right here, but I guess I've overestimated myself." That statement really triggered Master Mori. He was over 500 years old right now, and he could barely make a base with 120 skills. This young man standing in front of him was only a teenager. Not only was he lifting a 700-pound hammer. Like it was nothing, but he was also what? Disappointed that he couldn't create a fine iron piece with his bare hands. In admiration, Master Mori spoke loudly to Abel. "You should be a grandmaster now, Master Abel. Even the greatest man in our history can only make a 150 skilled base. You are already breaking all the records in history." "Yeah, no," Abel shook his head. "I'm still just a beginner, Master Mori. I'm nowhere near qualified to be whatever status you said I should be in." Abel wasn't trying to be humble. Even now, most of his equipment was made from the horadric cube. It was still a long way before he could make the gears that he wanted with his own skills. Master Mori pleaded Abel as he was about to go back to his seat. "Well, you can at least let me fulfill my promise, Master Abel. Please, take the hammer with you. It's nothing but decoration if I keep it, but you have the arms to make it alive." Instead of turning down the offer, Abel placed the hammer into his portal bag. These dwarves were known to be stubborn. If you didn't accept their offers, they might actually think that you're disrespecting them. Master Mori said as he picked up the base with his thong. "Please, everyone, go back to your seat. We're moving on to the next activity after I've cleaned this up." "Well, why don't we talk about who gets to keep this base first, Master Mori?" Hoover suddenly spoke. He had been silent the entire time. Master Mori threw a stare at him. "This base is the property of the Blacksmith Union. We are definitely keeping it." Master Hoover instantly spoke back. "Well, Master Abel comes from the Duchy of Carmel. I think it's only fair that the Duchy of Carmel gets to keep what he makes." Master Robin stood up as well. No, you got it all wrong. Master Abel learned his stuff from our school. I should keep the stuff that he's making." Before Master Mori started to speak again, all the other masters started asking for the base to be distributed across the room. Abel didn't expect them to be so rowdy over his failed creation. The base was almost turned into a fine iron piece, but it was still not there yet. Well, he was too tired to make a fuss about it. The craft was taking a lot of his energy, so he decided to walk to a seat and start resting. Luckily, blacksmiths weren't famous for their fighting skills. There was Hoover, the knight's head commander. but even he wasn't so savage as to start a fight to take away the base. At the end of the day, Master Mori made a proposal that everyone would take turns to keep Master Abel's metal base. The order would be decided by straw drawing, and everyone would have a month to keep the base to themselves. If this wasn't arranged, the master blacksmiths would still fight amongst themselves for the next few days. Eventually, the master blacksmiths went back to their own seats. They all did something at the same time, and that was to show their gratitude at Abel when they walked past him. It was him who showed them that there was a higher playfield. In the art of forging, after all. When Abel walked back to his seat, he was explicitly giving up on the ownership of the base. If he really wanted it for himself, as the one who made it, he could have just said so and no one could stop him. As though unaffected by what happened just then, Master Mori continued his announcements. We'll now display the new works of each one of our masters. Let us do this in the same order as last time. Again, Abel was the only one that did not know what to do. When he looked around, he could see that the underlings of all the other masters were taking out the finished works. When the first gear was put up on stage, the one who made it began to comment on what he thought its strengths and weaknesses were. After that, two of the elven master blacksmiths would comment on how aesthetically pleasing it was or could be. After that, it was the armors, weapons, bows, and elven rings. Everybody took their turn to examine the pieces. This was when Abel discovered what he was lacking. Again, what he lacked the most was experience. Every time a master blacksmith was handed over a piece, he could almost immediately tell what it was made of and what it was capable of. It was also a given that he should know what spells were indicated by the rune patterns. Obviously, the assistance of a tool was still required to examine the effects of the spell. Whenever Abel was examining a piece, all he did was to throw it inside his horadric cube. As convenient as that was, it was also the exact reason that he skipped a lot of the studying he should be doing. It was a shame, really. Come to think of it, many years ago, when Lord Marshal first told him to learn the skills of a blacksmith, he did it because he wanted Abel to learn how to analyze a sword. Yet as Abel walked further down this path, he started to forget about the fundamentals and focused more on efficiencies and stats. After realizing how little he knew, Abel listened carefully to each one of the master's commentaries. As advanced as his skills were, he still had a lot to learn in terms of his knowledge. The more he listened to what the masters were saying, the more he was humbled by the profound knowledge that they were sharing. In fact, just by listening to them talk, he felt like he learned things that would have taken him several years to learn. Due to his status, it was very rare to get a chance to get an open lesson like this. Unlike the other 20 masters, Abel never gave his opinion on any of the pieces that were passed around. The others tolerated this. They were still too shocked about his display just then, so they all tried to avoid having their confidence defeated by asking for his opinion. Master Mori spoke. With respect, Master Abel, we all know that you aren't prepared for this activity. It's actually a tradition for us to not tell the newcomers about the rules here. It's meant so that they could show us what they are really capable of. Now that we've all known what you can do, I would still like to ask you to present us one of your pieces. Abel just thought that he was left out because he was allowed to. After knowing that he still had to participate, he took out a knight's big sword from his portal bracelet. When the dwarven masters saw him doing this, they all had a smile on their faces when they saw him using a portal bracelet. As it turned out, he was very good with the elves. Otherwise, he would have never got his own portal bracelet, which was not meant to be sold to anyone. As the knight's big sword was placed on the table, Master Mori was the first one to examine it. After he was done, he told the dwarven knight that carried the 700-pound hammer to come over. Yes, Master Mori, the dwarven knight came. He thought that he was going to be scolded, so he looked kind of worried. You hurry up and test this sword for me, Master Mori said impatiently when he saw how timid and slow the dwarven knight was being. As long as you were a dwarf, even if you couldn't forge, you were educated about the fundamentals of weapons. It was the same for this dwarven knight. As soon as he took the knight's big sword, he could look into it with his combat kai. When the dwarven knight inserted his combat kai into the big sword, the blade of the sword was instantly covered in frost. Master Mori spoke out immediately when he saw this. That's 15, isn't it? This sword can deal about 15 points of freezing damage. Hoover spoke out, just give the big sword to me. I'll know its stats once I've handled it. Oh yeah, right. The other master blacksmiths all laughed together. A knight's big sword for knight's head commander. How fitting. Hoover then took the sword over. He flicked its body with his finger, then a freezing Kai suddenly engulfed him. His entire hand was almost frozen. Wow! Hoover dropped the sword from his hand, then tried to get rid of the freezing Kai with his own combat Kai. This is some crazy stuff going on here. How is it? Master Mori asked. That's 21 freezing damage she can deal. This beauty is just as strong as an official wizard's ice element spell. If you can't guard yourself with your combat Kai, you are going to be caught in it for a very, very long time. There was a part of Master Hoover's explanation that wasn't specific enough. Regarding combat Kai guarding against the freezing Kai, he was talking only about combat Kai at least in his own current level. If the combat Kai was anything below that of a knight's commander, then the person in contact with this blade would have stood no chance against it. After Hoover got his turn, all the masters began to examine this knight's big sword. They were all very focused. It was like they wanted to learn something by looking into this blade. All right, why don't we all share our own inputs on this sword right here? Master Mori said as he was the host. For starters, this is made of fine steel. One of the master blacksmiths began to speak. Another master blacksmith spoke. Oh yeah, fine steel. Master Abel, you didn't happen to get the fine iron from a hematite ore, did you? That wasn't meant to be a joke. In fact, it was more of a statement than a question. After all, Abel really was just about to make a fine iron piece with his hands just then. It's sharp too. I can't tell how much damage a fine steel sword could actually deal, but I'd say that it'd be at least 50. Hey, do you guys notice something strange about this big sword? I think Mazer Abel did a lacing on it, but I can't find any slots on it. I can't find any magic gemstones either. Well, yeah, he has definitely laced it. If there aren't any rune patterns on it, there's no way that the sword could deal ice damage. Despite all the commentaries that were made on the knight's big sword, no one except Hoover could provide a stat on the amount of damage that it could do. Even then, he was wrong about the amount of freezing damage that it could deal. Still, Abel was pretty surprised by how observant the masters were. It was not just the techniques of the Holy Continent that he had used on the knight's big sword. He also integrated a lot of the stuff he learnt from the Dark World. Apart from that, as wrong as these masters were with some of the stuff that they were saying, they were not that far off either. Finally, when all the master blacksmiths had their eyes on Abel, a smile appeared on his face. Abel said with the knight's big sword in his hand, "This blade can deal a damage of about 57 points. After I added a slot to it with my special technique, it can now deal a total of 21 freezing damage." Then, after saying that, he placed the knight's big sword back into his portal bracelet. All the master blacksmiths looked very disappointed. "Please, Master Abel." Hoover came in and asked, "I still have so many questions about that sword. Can I have a bit more time to look at it?" "Oh, as long as you want, Master Hoover," Abel said, then took the knight's big sword out again. Since Hoover has saved his life before, he was never going to turn him down for something like this. "Wow, thanks, Master Abel." Hoover laughed. He didn't expect Abel to do this much for him in front of the others. Good on you. By the way, don't worry about what you have in the Duchy of Carmel. I've got it all covered for you. At the same time, all the human master blacksmiths started glaring at Hoover. The other masters didn't know about it, but it was no secret that intermediate wizard Morton, who was Abel's mentor in wizardry, was currently living in the Duchy of Carmel. With this kind of connection in place, Hoover was bound to gain Abel's favor at almost any given time. Abel whispered to Hoover as he suddenly remembered something. Well, Master Hoover, there's something that I've been meaning to ask you about. I'm kind of stuck somewhere between a knight's commander and a knight's head commander. I was hoping that you could help me to do something about it." Hoover's eyes started widening for a second. He was starting to lose confidence when he heard about this. He was there when Abel just became a knight, and now only 2 years had passed, he was already asking to become a knight's head commander. Just what in the world? And this young man was also a master blacksmith and a wizard. If there was anything that Hoover could beat him at, it would be his progress as a knight. But now, even that was about to come to an end. Pialfandalfa Nanura 1SOM. There was no reason to get jealous. Hoover knew that. If anything, it was a great honor to have such a genius to come from the Duchy of Carmel. If he could do his part to help Abel develop himself, he would also be very proud of himself. As soon as Hoover agreed to him, Abel stood up and gave a deep, sincere bow. He wasn't explicitly saying it, but he already thought of Hoover as his teacher. Hoover immediately came to lift Abel from the ground. The other master blacksmiths also saw it. While they didn't know what they were whispering about, they could see that Abel was both an extremely talented and humble man. "Please, Master Hoover," Abel pleaded as he got up from the ground, "take this knight's big sword with you. I've made it just recently. If you don't mind, please accept it as my gift to you." Abel was very precise about his timing. If he gave the sword away at the start, everyone would think he was asking Hoover for a favor. But no, after everyone has found out about how valuable the knight's big sword was, the meaning of this gesture was completely different. Abel was giving this gift to his potential teacher. That just lifted Master Hoover's status to a place that was higher than he's ever been in before. The atmosphere of the room just became very harmonious. The other masters were starting to take notice. Not only did the sword convey how skillful Abel was, but it also demonstrated what kind of character he possessed. Master Mori carried on with his job as the host. "Everyone, we'll now add an additional procedure to our today's event. It's something that Master Robin and Master Thorin have proposed. They would like all the master blacksmiths here to examine Master Abel's Blackfire magic staff." Truth be told, Master Mori was hoping that Abel would take out the Blackfire magic staff at the start. Now that he chose to take a knight's big sword, he had to resort to a different plan to make him take what he wanted to see. Of course, he did it under the consent of Master Robin and Master Thorin. They also wanted to have a closer look at Abel's magic staff. When Abel looked towards Master Robin and Master Thorin, they both threw a friendly smile at him. It seemed that they weren't the kind to play any tricks on him. With that in mind, he ordered Bardali to hand the Blackfire magic staff to him. Abel put the magic staff on the table. "Behold, everyone. This is the Blackfire magic staff that I've just created." Suddenly, the atmosphere of the room became a little strange. It started off with Master Robin coming in. Master Robin said, "Excuse me all. Because of my relations with Master Bentham, Master Abel's teacher, I've decided that it would be better if I don't participate in the examination process." Master Thorin, too, stood up and said, "Same here. I'm a good friend of Master Bentham as well. I also don't think it's a good idea for me to participate in the examination." After hesitating for a bit, Master Hoover also stood up. "I believe you all know about how Master Abel and I are both from the Duchy of Carmel. Because of that, I'm also not going to take part in this examination process." Master Mori spoke in a solemn tone. "Everyone, there have been 3 master blacksmiths that have withdrawn from the examination process. Usually, it takes only about 7 masters for an examination. If you do not wish to be one of the candidates, please go ask Master Abel if you want to request a further audience after this." After scanning through the crowd, Master Mori spoke again. "If there are any more of you that would wish to withdraw, please tell me now. Otherwise, we'll now decide on who gets to take part in the examination. We'll do this by drawing straws, since no one volunteered to withdraw." Master Mori took out a box that was prepared beforehand. There was a hole on top of it, and it was just enough to fit a hand in. Master Mori explained, "Whoever gets red will be the examiner. Those who don't, you are immediately out of the examination process." Soon 7 master blacksmiths were selected. They were all very happy that they did, while those who didn't were very disappointed. The dwarven master spoke out in awe as he looked at the Blackfire magic staff. "Wow. I don't know where he's learned this stuff before, but he's using the same techniques that we dwarves use. Look, he's using the soul of an intermediate tier spirit as his material. It's not just that. He's also made improvements to our dwarven techniques. Whatever he's done, the effect of this staff is already several times better than what we are capable of making." Human master interrupted, "Sorry, but I can't agree with what you're saying there. While we can all say this staff was made of the techniques of the dwarves, I don't think what Master Abel did was, as you've put it, an improvement. From what it looks like, he is using a completely different technique. It's almost like he's making the magic staff by connecting it with an external power source, and that is this magic gemstone right here. If anything, since he's the one who invented it, I think it's more of a human invention than anything else." When the dwarven master was about to comment on that, another dwarven came in to stop a potential fight. Well, Whether it's an invention or an improvement, this is certainly a great leap from where our current level. I don't know how many times Master Abel has tried to accomplish something like this, but now that it has become a success, I think it's only fair that we all celebrate for the path he has opened for the rest of us. Master Mori spoke loudly, everyone. Have we reached a consensus yet? Yes, Master Mori, one of the dwarven masters replied. The consensus is that Master Abel has, with what he's just shown us, surpassed even that of our great predecessors. I, heck I. The other 6 master blacksmiths all agreed to what Master Mori was saying. As though trying to suppress his own enthusiasm, Master Mori began to call out. Well, yeah, Master Abel is one of the greatest blacksmiths in today's time. That's just my opinion, but I don't think anyone is going to disagree with me. Master Abel has demonstrated creativity and productivity that we've never seen before. I cannot find the right words to express how much I admire him. I don't think I'll ever be able to reach where he's at. That being said, he has already motivated me so much to excel in my own research. Yeah. Master Abel's pretty skilled. Yeah, you've got to be a fool to doubt about that. What a great honor it is to sit here and enjoy Master Abel's work. Honestly, it's got to be one of the greatest things that has happened to me. I've got to agree with you there. I was the one who gave Master Abel's certification when he became a master blacksmith. Now that I'm standing here, I've got 2 things that I'll be forever proud of. If this Blackfire magic staff could be enchanted with an even more powerful spell, it would almost certainly become legendary equipment. Whoever has done that, he will be forever remembered by history itself. About that, no offense, Master Abel, but I'm really starting to doubt that you have a more powerful magic staff than this one. Why then would you ever show this in public? Not that I'm complaining about it. Abel was very shy when he was complimented like this. He didn't know why they had to do this. But the 7 masters were doing all they could to praise him for his work. Even Master Robin, Master Thorin, and Master Hoover were all starting to look at him in admiration. In the Cena City Blacksmith Union headquarters, with I, Mori, as the host, and with the approval of 7 of our master blacksmiths, we have reached a collective approval of the Blackfire magic staff that Master Abel has created. With that, according to our existing rules, Master Abel has fulfilled all the requirements that are needed to be promoted to a grandmaster blacksmith. Thus, on behalf of the Blacksmith Union, Master Mori suddenly paused. At the same time, all the master blacksmiths started standing. They were all witnessing a historic moment. Abel Harry, Master Mori's voice echoed across the entire building and into the world that was outside. Abel Harry is now the 4th grandmaster blacksmith that has ever come out of the Holy Continent's Blacksmith Union. Abel was shocked. If it wasn't for the Horadric cube, he didn't think that he would be anywhere close to where he was at today.